So I will start slowly. It's so slowly.
Good morning. Good question. I'm okay.
I think someone's getting late to each day. Did you go to the brewery?
Yesterday?
Sore head?
I'm okay. Just tired.
Was it good?
It was extremely good. There was a local band just singing there, playing music.
I saw a video.
Oh yeah.
Laura sent a video.
Okay. That is
Yeah, good.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jiří Rajf from Charles University in Prague, and I am happy to chair this very morning session. And it's a pleasure for me to introduce here today's plenary speaker, Susanna Minsbergová. I know Susanna since time when we were students, and she was a very enthusiastic, active student. She took all possible courses in ecology and especially spatial modeling, and then she became very enthusiastic and very productive scientist, and she's now head of Department of Population Ecology at the Institute of Botany of Czech Academy of Sciences, and she's also one of the youngest professors at Charles University in Prague, and her research focuses on population ecology, community ecology, and evolution of plants. And I am very curious to see elements of her research in today's plenary. Susanna, it's yours.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Am I not shouting too much? Is that okay? So it's my pleasure to be here. I'm really sorry that I will not show you any kind of global assessments of everything, and I also will not show you any very charismatic megafauna, and I will be just talking about plants and plant population dynamics. So we all know that environment is changing recently at unprecedented rate, and this is indeed leading to large expected losses of diversity. But to efficiently protect these species, we really need to know what specifically is happening with these species and what are their potentials to cope with these changes. So what I want to do today is explore the possibilities that plants have to cope with the environmental conditions that are changing. So the first kind of thing that you may think about is indeed migration, and I have selected this really nice recent study by Jennifer Ault from Australia, who studied migration of alpine plants over the last 2 to 6 decades, and what she has shown is that about 1/3 of the species is indeed migrating upwards in the mountain, as it would be expected from the ongoing climate change. However, you also see that more than half of all the species are in fact sitting at the spot, not doing anything. So these are the species that are clearly not migrating, and a possible explanation for the lack of migration might be their limited dispersal potential. And to illustrate this, I just pick up a study from our department done by Jinlei Zhu, who was looking at dispersal potential of a Czech endemic species, Minuarcia smeikali, and he had shown that this species is dispersing its seeds by maximum 1 meter per year. And if you translate this into population spread rates, you end up with maximum of 1 centimeter per year. So this is really too little for any kind of efficient migration. And in general, if you look at plant studies, you see that really not all plants migrate well. So we have this slow migration and the fast environmental changes showing that really plants primarily need to be responding to all these climatic changes in situ. So the kind of first response that you may expect from a plant is phenotypic plasticity. Phenotypic plasticity is an ability of a genotype to create phenotype depending on the environmental conditions. And phenotypic plasticity is super useful for responding to short-term changes within climate, existing genetic variation of the species. To illustrate the importance of phenotypic plasticity, I picked up this figure from our study on a grass species from Norway. And this figure is simply showing variance explained in performance of the species by different traits. And in the red rectangles, I am now showing variation that is explained by phenotypic plasticity. So you can see that phenotypic plasticity is super important in performance of the species in response to changing environmental conditions. What you can also see in the same figure as delineated now by the red rectangles is that there is also some genetic differentiation in phenotypic plasticity, meaning phenotypic plasticity is in fact by itself a trait that is under selection, and plants from different environmental conditions may possess different ability to plastically respond to the environmental conditions. Phenotypic plasticity in general is understood as species' immediate response to actual environmental conditions, but more and more recent studies have shown that plants also have the abilities to respond to conditions of previous growing seasons or experienced by previous generations. And this is what we often describe as so-called transgenerational plasticity. And transgenerational plasticity is often assumed to be enabled by species epigenetic memory. And here I just would want to pay our attention to a nice recent study by Olivier Ray, published in Functional Ecology in 2020, who talks about importance of epigenetics in species conservation. His study is mainly animal focused, and maybe it's a bit too excited about epigenetics, but still epigenetics is important part of species adaptation potential, even in plants. When we are studying epigenetic adaptations in plants, we usually mean changes in DNA methylation. And DNA methylation is in reality addition of methyl group to cytosine within the DNA, and addition of the methyl group to the promoter region of a gene may change expression of the gene, either initiating the expression or blocking the expression, depending on the specific content. Why we so much like DNA methylation in plant studies is that they are really nice tools how we can, in ecological studies, manipulate DNA methylation. And a colleague of mine, Vítek Lacl, in fact, developed this really nice method how you can modify epigenetic memory in clonal plants by using the substance azacitidine that is replacing cytosine in DNA, and during mitosis, that azacitidine cannot get methylated, and in that way, the epigenetic memory is being lost. And what is really nice about this approach is that without any genetic study, you can be simply manipulating the plant epigenetic memory and study its consequences. I will illustrate this using a work of Vítek's PhD student working in our department, Iris Sammarko, who is studying wild strawberries across climatic gradients in Europe. And she performs transplant experiments both within European countries and across European countries. And she is asking to what extent plants are adapted to local climatic conditions and to what extent these adaptations are affected by species epigenetic memory. So her first finding is that if you have plants with the epigenetic memory that is intact, If you plant the plants to conditions that are colder than their conditions of origin, they are doing really well. Whereas if you grow them in their original conditions or in conditions that are warmer, they are in fact performing much worse. So this is in fact suggesting that these plants are not really adapted to the conditions in which they are currently occurring, but they are maybe more likely adapted to some past, bit colder conditions than the ones they are currently experiencing. What she also did is that she modified epigenetic memory of those plants, and this is shown now by the blue line, and you can see that after this manipulation, the relationship got weaker, and in fact, it became non-significant. So what this is suggesting is that the response of the wild strawberry to changing climatic conditions across Europe is really epigenetically modified. And based on this study and also many other studies, you could really deduce that epigenetic memory may be important mechanisms behind plant adaptations to changing climatic conditions. So in simplicity, you could predict that if you have a plant with intact epigenetic memory and you have plants from different conditions, they will be differentiated based on their origin, as shown in the red circle. And if you remove the epigenetic memory, then they will start behaving the same as shown in the blue circle. We have tested this on my favorite grass species from Norway that we study a lot. And what we have in fact shown, and this was true for a wide range of plant traits, is exactly the other way around pattern, which means the control plants are not differentiated at all, and if you demethylate them, they are suddenly largely differentiated. So this is kind of showing that DNA methylation might in fact be masking different origins of the plants. And this is very likely linked to experimental design, because when you cultivate plants for various experiments, you usually bring them to your experimental garden, keep them there for a while, and during the garden period, they likely accumulated their epigenetic memory and kind of lost the memory on the environment where they initially came from. So really the epigenetic memory likely seems to be developing really rapidly. We tested this further in another experiment where we had plants from different origin. For simplicity, it's yellow and blue origin, and we have grew it in maternal environments, again yellow and blue, and then we grew it in an offspring environment that is all again yellow and blue. And what is important that among the different generations, we are transferring plants as single small young ramets that are of identical size and do not have any root system. So we really standardize the plants among the generations. So we are not transmitting any resources among the generations. And what we have found is the most important result shown in pink is that large fraction of the variation of performance of the species measured by a wide range of plant traits is in fact determined by the experience of the previous growing season. So it is not so important where you come from, it's not so important where you are now, but it is very important, especially for below ground traits, where you have been the previous growing season. So this is again supporting that plants are very rapidly responding to the conditions of the previous growing season. And the demethylation studies are suggesting that this is very likely thanks to the plant epigenetic memory. This on one hand may be a great chance for the plants in novel environment because they have this very rapid tool how to adjust to the changing environmental conditions. On the other hand, it may also limit species adaptation potential in case of increased climatic variability. And for this, I just picked up this figure from a nice study from Bessiani, 2018, who looked at trends in temperature variation over the last 60 years. It's annual temperature variation. And what he showed in white, yellow, and orange is that majority of the globe is really experiencing increased between-year variation in temperature, and only the blue and green regions towards the poles are the regions where the temperature between-year variation has been decreasing. So you can imagine that in face of this high climate variability, adjusting your behavior to previous growing season may not be such a good idea. Okay, so now let's have a look at plant genetic adaptations. And I will again start with my variants explained in our graphs from Norway. And now in the red rectangles, I'm again showing the variance that is due to genetic differentiation. So you can see that genetic differentiation is important in all the traits, but it is indeed much lower than the phenotypic plasticity that is shown in black in this figure. So this study and also many other studies on plants are showing that genetic adaptations in plants are indeed very common. And what is their advantage is that they allow for novel trait values and combinations. On the other hand, we also know that many of these patterns may be developing over centuries or even millennia, and this may be really too slow for species adaptations to any kind of rapidly changing climates. So I'm finally getting to the question of rapid adaptation of plants as potential for evolutionary rescue. And what I really understand here is genetic adaptations of individuals that are happening fast enough to avoid extinctions of populations when facing novel environments. So if you look at the evidence we have for plants on rapid adaptation, then probably the nicest experiments are so-called resurrection experiments, and it had been broadly advocated by Stephen Franks from Fordham University, New York. And the idea of these experiments is that you have some seeds from a plant population that you collected sometime in the past in time t1, and then you collect seeds from the same populations at present, so time t2, and you grow them simultaneously at one time occasion in identical conditions, and then you compare their phenotypes, or possibly also genotypes. To show an example, I picked up probably the oldest resurrection experiment published, which is a study by Vavrek already from 1991, who was so lucky that he managed to extract about 200 years old seeds from Arctic tundra soil in Alaska, and he was able to get also new seeds from identical location, and he grew plants out of those seeds. And what he has showed is that if he was growing the plants in cold conditions, then the dashed columns, which are the old plants, are doing better than the open columns, which are the young plants. However, when he increased temperature, then the new plants were doing much better than the old plants. So this is nicely illustrating that these plants over the 200 years really adapted to warmer temperatures occurring in the area. I was talking about rapid adaptation, and suddenly I'm showing you changes over 200 years, which is not too rapid. So I also picked up one example that is much more rapid, and that's work of Stephen Franks on Brazicarapa. This is a wild relative of the oil seed rape that you all know. And what he did is that he had his plants collected in 1997 and in 2004, so 7 years later. And he was studying flowering phenology of these plants, and he has shown that over the 7 years, the plants started flowering much earlier, and this is clearly related to occurrence of intense summer droughts between 1997 and 2004. So what he is suggesting that over those 7 years, the populations have experienced evolution of earlier flowering due to the dry summers. So if they flower early, then they kind of have their seed ripen before the summer drought is coming. At the moment, you can see there are many more of these resurrection experiments occurring very lately, so they are providing a lot of really nice examples of plant adaptations to novel conditions. But to do these resurrection experiments, you need to have the old seeds. And you usually have them for short-lived species because short-lived species have long-lived seed banks, or you have them in the lucky occasion if you have something buried in the tundra soil, as they had in the first such example. But in many species, we do not have these seeds, and still we really want to ask the question of rapid adaptation. So the options we may have to do this is to do various climate manipulation studies, such as open top chambers experiments shown on this figure, or you can perform various field transplant experiments. And the great advantage of these studies is that these are doable also for long-lived species without persistent seed banks, such as grasses, because grasses do not have long-lived seed banks, and we know that grasses are dominants of grasslands, and grasslands are, in fact, important ecosystems globally. So if we want to understand grasslands, we really need to ask what the grasses are doing. So this is the reason why I'm so obsessed with studying grasses. So I'm going back to my favorite example of this Festuca rubra species. I also have to mention here that Festuca rubra is a hexaploid species with very large genome of 9.6 gigabase pair, and it is making it super different from any kind of model species such as Arabidopsis or Drosophila that all species interested in evolution are really studying. We are studying this species in Western Norway on this really beautiful climatic natural grid that was established and is maintained by Vigdis Vandevik from University of Bergen. And as you see on the figure, we have this nice, very wide precipitation and temperature gradient. And what is nice is that these two gradients in Western Norway are really naturally factorially crossed. And what we were doing is that we were taking our grass and we were sowing it into local sites and also to sites that are warmer, wetter, and warmer on wetter, simulating the direction and magnitude of expected climate change in Western Norway. And then we let the plants undergo selection over 3 years. So over this time, most of the plants die, and only a very small fraction of the initial seeds make it up to adulthood of plants of 3 years of age. And at this stage, we transfer the plants to our control conditions. We again clone them. This is really nice on grasses. And again, we are taking these small clonal ramets without any root systems that we transfer into our growth chambers. And in this way, we can study genetic differentiation of the plants, and we are not studying phenotypic plasticity in the field, which we know is very important, but this is what we are not exploring in here. And so the key question here we were asking is whether the different climatic conditions select different genotypes from common seed source. And for this, we were comparing expected trait shifts. And this here we were assuming that the local plants are really adapted to their climatic conditions, to the observed trait shifts, and that's the real trait shifts that were happening in our experiment. And when we plotted the expected and observed, we got this really nice significant relationship, and this was true across a wide range of plant traits. And this was suggesting that really these traits were shifting towards optimal values at the establishment localities, indicating rapid evolution in this species. We also confirmed the same thing using a genetic study done by Maria Shurinova and Filippo Biscarini. And we also confirmed a similar pattern where we previously looked not at selection of genotypes from a seed pool, but selection of clones from a wide range of different clones that were introduced to the different environments. So all this is illustrating that rapid adaptation is really possible even in long-lived species, and it may be a great chance for those species to adapt to changing environmental conditions. But similarly, as I stated in the epigenetic variation, we should be aware of the fact that it may be problematic in case of stronger climatic variation, because if the adaptation is too rapid, the plants may be adapted to something what is not true the next year or in 3 years. Okay, so now I will be changing gears, and I will talk about something a bit more related to conservation, and that is rapid adaptation to ex situ conditions. We all know that ex situ conservation is often the last option in many strongly declining species, and in plants we are performing this this ex situ conservation in botanical gardens. This is a picture from a botanical garden, and we all know that botanical gardens are usually in big cities, and the conditions in these gardens are very different from any kind of natural localities. So what is happening in these gardens is that the plants are experiencing completely different environmental conditions than they do at their natural localities. And also, because we kind of want to keep the plants, we are caring for them, so they may also experience reduced selection intensity because the conditions in the garden are simply too nice. And this is also combined with the fact that the populations in the gardens are very small because the garden has a lot of plants and the space is indeed very limited. And all this may potentially either lead to adaptation of the plants to new conditions or to some kind of random genetic drift and change in the genetic profiles of the plants in the gardens that are losing adaptations to the initial conditions. And this has been studied by a range of people. I really like the studies by Andreas Ensling from Botanical Garden of Geneva, who did this really nice study looking across many species cultivated in botanical gardens at seed dormancy. And what he showed is that short-lived plants cultivated in the garden, as shown here in blue, have much lower seed dormancy than their wild counterparts in natural localities. And this is really worrying because seed dormancy in plants is super important, and it is allowing species to cope with any kind of variable conditions. So if they lose this seed dormancy potential, then if you get back them to the natural localities, they may not be able to cope with any kind of environmental variation. So here we are seeing rapid adaptation that we really do not want to see. And the possible solution that was suggested for this is so-called quasi-in situ cultivation, which means that we are trying to make the conditions in the botanical garden as similar to the natural habitats as possible. And these are some photographs from the botanical garden in Potsdam where they are trying to do something like this. But even if you are trying really hardly to make the conditions as similar as possible, there are many problems that are still remaining to be solved. One of them is climate. You always have your garden only in one climatic conditions. And this is a nice recent study published by Georgia Thomas in 2020 in Biological Conservation, who studied plants in Missouri Botanical Garden. And what she basically has shown is that if you have plants that come from the same climate as they have in the garden, they are doing quite well. But if you have plants that come from conditions that are climatically very different, they have really very high mortality, and high mortality is always associated with very strong selection pressures, so there may be very strong adaptation to the garden conditions happening in these plants, and it's really difficult to move Missouri Botanical Garden to somewhere else, of course. Another big problem in botanical garden might be crossing with other species, because of course botanical gardens are meant to have a lot of species in there, so it's much more likely that different species will get close to each other. And this is a work that was done on this Czech endemic species, Minuarcea smejkali, by Sisi Lozada, working in our department. And she has shown that if you compare Minuarcea smejkali, the original species, with its hybrids, then you can clearly see that the hybrid has much bigger germination rate and also much better seed dispersal potential, which is suggesting that if you happen then during a reintroduction, bring this hybrid to the natural locality, you may have a problem because this hybrid may be spreading much more rapidly than the initial Minuarcea smejkali species. Another problems that plants are experiencing in botanical gardens are spread of pathogens that are kind of restricted to the specific location. And as I already said, botanical gardens always have very limited space, so the populations are always super small, and usually we only have one botanical garden doing the ex situ conservation. So we only have one population, and one population is simply too few. So a really nice solution to this problem was in fact invented in Canton Zurich in Switzerland, where they have a really nice project of ex situ conservation of plants in private gardens running already since 1996. And in the project, they have multiple species involved. And what they are doing here is that they are involving local gardeners in the regions where the plants are occurring in species conservation, and they help them to prepare material, either vegetative material for introduction, or they are helping them to grow extra seeds that they are again using for to return to the nature. I in fact saw this project presented at the ECCB conference in Prague in 2009, and I saw this was a really, really great project. So since then, I was talking about the project a lot, but I was just talking about it. And at some stage, my colleague Hanka Pankova, who is somewhere there wearing the same t-shirt, finally decided to go for this project. And she started this thing within her Life for Minuartia project. So we are back at the Czech endemic species, Minuartia smejkali. And it's a species that has super limited distribution. This is Prague, and it has only 2 small populations that are about 30 kilometers apart, and it's a species that is serpentine specialist. So it's a species that is limited to very specific bedrock. And the idea of this conservation in private gardens project was to create backup populations directly in the region, because there is no botanical garden in the region, to have plants exposed to similar climate and similar pathogens, but also to be able to replicate the ex situ conservation of the species to avoid unidirectional selection that is always happening in any kind of population, especially if it's small. And we also wanted to have separate conservation of the material for each region, because we know that these 2 populations of the species are somehow genetically differentiated, and the environment is also a little bit different. So we thought for safety reasons, if we can, it's better to keep it separate. So what Hanka managed to achieve is that over the time, there are 9 private gardens within the vicinity of each of the initial localities that now have ex situ cultivation of the species, and there is 1 botanical garden in Prague for each region that also has a ex situ cultivation of the species. So this is just to show some nice photographs. This is creation of a serpentine rock on a private garden. And here you already have Hanka, who is planting Minuartia smejkali to the created garden. And here there are some more pictures of the established plants in the garden and the local happy gardeners, again wearing the same t-shirt. And you can see that they have it there. Okay, so this is just some very simple data to show how this is working. So everything was started in 2017. And you see that the populations in the garden were in fact initially increasing up to 2020. Now we have some declines up to 2022, but it's nothing too serious. They are still alive and growing in the gardens. There are always some plants still remaining, and I assume that the trend will not continue. We can discuss it later. This is a simple figure that is looking at population growth rates between the establishment and 2020. And you can see that we have majority of populations that is increasing, and some of them are, of course, decreasing, as you saw on the previous graph. Last summer, Franziska Bucher was working with us on this project, and she was looking at performance of these plants in the gardens and compare them to the natural populations. And what she found is, in the dark green, that the plants in the natural populations are genetically bigger and somewhat fitter, using different fitness measures. But on the other hand, we also see that the garden populations are simply much more variable. So there is a fraction of the garden plants that behave as well as the natural locality plants, and then we have some other plants that are behaving worse. There is also a genetic study going on these plants. So this is a very preliminary result showing there is, again, very high variation of genetic variation in the gardens. And now it seems there is some small differentiation between the natural and garden plants. But this may, in fact, be attributed to the initial planting, and we should see what will happen over a longer time periods. So if I sum up this project of the ex situ conservation in the private gardens, we see that there was kind of an initial success, and we have maintaining highly variable populations. There are slight shifts in species traits and genetic profiles, but what we need to do is long-term monitoring, because this is really just a project at its start. And to summarize everything, what I was trying to show you that really plants have diverse ways to adapt to changing conditions, which may be sufficiently quick to allow for dealing with changing climatic conditions, but such ability may in fact be problematic in case of increased climatic variability. It may also be problematic in ex situ conservation, so we should really be careful to this aspect. So overall, rapid evolution is indeed an important mechanism in plant life, but it really shouldn't be overestimated, and we should think about what are its good sides and bad sides, and kind of do more research to understand all this process much better.
Okay, here.
Thanks very much, Susanna. It was a very inspiring and fascinating presentation. I'd like to ask a question about the first part of your presentation, where you were looking at the epigenetic changes in Festuca rubra. It occurs to me that this means that plant species that reproduce by seeds would have an advantage in under environmental change, such as climatic change, and that ones that reproduce clonally, rhizomatous, for example, would not have that advantage. Would that give seed-reproducing plants an advantage in under environmental change?
Well, first thing I have to say that our Festuca rubra is primarily reproducing clonally, so there was not much reproducing by seeds. Yeah, I mean, generally you would assume that, because of course having seeds means generating a lot of new genetic variation. On the other hand, the epigenetic study was done on the clonal plants, and we see that epigenetics is also very important in clonal plants, and in fact it is much more important in clonal plants than in non-clonal, because during meiosis there is important resetting of the epigenetic profiles. So the epigenetic profiles are much easier to be inherited in the clonal plants. So epigenetic definitely has a great potential for clonal species.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Some more questions? We have still time. Okay, here in the front.
Thank you for this really nice and interesting presentation. I wanted to ask you, how do you think that these findings can be translated into forest management? Because we have a big discussion on, living natural regeneration or planting the trees and how to plant. So if you could comment on this.
Yeah, okay. I'm not a forest person. I always am restricted to herbs. So I'm a bit afraid to talk about forest management. But on the other hand, I think we can see that in our species, there is high genetic variation in the seeds of the species, which I think is meaning that there is in fact high potential variation on which selection can act upon. And that might be bit species specific. You may have lower genetic differentiation in some species than in the other ones, but I think that the potential in plants is generally quite high. And even within a common seed pool from a single location, there may be genotypes that we usually do not see, because they do not survive in the current conditions, but that may get selected in the novel conditions. And there are really nice studies on this, for example, on seed banks that show that at any specific occasion, the seed bank of any species is having much higher genetic diversity than we ever see in the established populations. So from this perspective, I would think that, yeah, there should be a potential, and then, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, some more questions are here. Okay, here.
I also have a question about epigenetics. Are there any specific regions in the genome or in different organelles like chloroplast or mitochondria that are repeatedly over experiments methylated due to stress conditions, adaptations?
So a very detailed genetic study or epigenetic study from the genetic perspective was done by Irissa Marco on the wild strawberry, and she found many different parts of the regions and many different contexts that kind of are more methylated than the other ones. I think everything were nuclear genes, but she was able to really directly show that these changes in the methylation profiles that in fact are stable. So she was also comparing plants in the field and in common garden and identify the parts of the methylome that are kind of stable. And then she was linking this to specific gene expression, showing that really many different genes are being differentially expressed in these plants. But I cannot now tell you which genes were there. This is now in a form of manuscript. I have it somewhere in my computer, so I can have a look. But I think all of them were nuclear genes.
Okay, so we have still time for more questions. They are here. Okay, so maybe I will I will ask to the first part of the talk when you were showing these kinds of how to cope with climate change in the future, and there were some specific species that you have studied or shown that were studied by colleagues. And so can you, based on these findings, formulate some predictions for the community level, which species will do better, which kinds of species or kinds of traits would make them to do better or worse under these changed conditions?
Yeah, so in fact there was this one question on the seed and clonal dispersal. So kind of generally people are assuming that it's the short-lived seed-reproducing species that are better adapted to changing conditions. And what I was trying to show that it's not only the short-lived and clonal species, non-clonal species, but even the long-lived clonal species have very high potential because these species are dominants of the natural systems. So I'm kind of hoping that even these species that are relatively common in our landscapes and have sufficient genetic differentiation may have a very high adaptation potential, maybe even higher. If you look at these kind of adaptation studies in general in the evolutionary literature, really everybody works with these few model species that are super short-lived, diploid, very small genomes. But many plants are very long-lived, polyploid with super large genomes. And I think this very large genome in plants that we see very often is giving kind of an extra potential because you have many copies of everything. So your ability just to operate within your own genetic variation and to create genetically variable offspring is much higher than in these model organisms that we keep studying all the time, but have these tiny genomes and are diploid. And yeah, the potential there is much lower. So this is not really formulating any genetic general recommendations, but what I kind of wanted to show that these long-lived species that we usually do not study, in fact, also have a good potential. So, and these are the dominants of the natural communities, and in many places, I hope they still will be able to remain the dominance of many natural communities.
Okay, thank you. That's a positive message at the end. So now we have the time for express thanks in material way.
Děkuju. Děkuju moc.
So, thank you. And now here's time also for housekeeping.
Hello. So one last time housekeeping for Friday, for today. There's quite a lot of stuff happening in the library hall today, actually. So I want to just remind you that message board in the library hall, still there. Lost and found. We have quite a few people asking if we found something, or yeah. So please, if you do find something, just give it to us in the library hall. And if you're looking for something, try to come to us. I have a message from the brewery party that went, well, the brewery group that went to the brewery last night. They found sunglasses. So if you're looking for sunglasses, you will find them with the organizers in the library hall. If you are traveling today and you have a luggage with you and you're already checked out from your accommodation, you can also keep it in the library hall, either in the reception or the registration office, or downstairs. There is like little lockers. If your luggage is too big, you can just leave it in the registration office. We have still some open spaces for the Milovice field trip, so if you're still interested, you can join as well. And I would like to say just a few things about evening program of today. Some of you purchased the Congress banquet dinner. If you did, there is no organized transport from the university to the dinner, but you can use your, this is not working. Oh yeah, here it is. You can use these, which are the public transportation tickets, and you have them in your little envelopes in the Congress bags. More information will be also coming by email for those who registered. I would like to just very quickly again remind you that the call for expression of interest to organize ECCB 24 and 26 is still open. So if you are interested, please make your way to the SCB booth or contact the SCB by email. And very importantly, I would like to invite you for this afternoon discussion panel entitled The Future of Conservation, The Future for Us. We have some very big names there, including William Sutherland. So make your way to Aula at 4 o'clock, and we're looking forward to you joining us for the panel discussion. And that's it from me for housekeeping.
Thank you.
And we do have a question. Hello. They should be valid until tonight, so they should, yes. So it's Monday till Friday, yes. If you plan to return after midnight, you can purchase tickets at every single metro station as well.
Okay, and now John, here he is. John, here.
Now do you hear me? Yeah, good. So for those of you who weren't here Monday, I'm John Piccolo. I'm the president of the Europe section, current president of the Europe section. I'm just going to repeat what Stephanie, what Carolina just said about the elections and the expressions of interest. So this is the largest gathering, the regular gathering of conservation scientists in Europe. It's been a really fantastic week. We still have this day to go through, and so I'd like to use this opportunity to get a little of the momentum going forward to the next ECCB. And in order to do that, we're going to need to have some very good expressions of interest coming in for the ECCB 2024 and 26. And we're also going to need a functioning board for the Society for the Europe section. So please, if you're interested in these things, being a board member, being active in planning the next ECCB 2024 and 2026, there's the email address. Get in touch with us, and let's see if we can do something good for the next one. So thanks again, and let's have a great last day.
Okay, thank you, John. And I think that it is all for this tomorrow, or this morning session. So thank you for attendance and for discussion, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
So is that time to start? Yeah. Okay, hi everyone. So I'm very pleased to introduce this symposium with very great researchers, but not only, so a very interdisciplinary panel to discuss the emerging challenges and opportunities for the CAP, so Common Agricultural Policy, to support and conserve farmland biodiversity. So we are going to start with Harriet Bradley today, and Harriet is working at IEP, and she's going to give a little context on the CAP.
Okay. Yeah, okay, great. Yeah, good morning, everyone. So I work for the Institute of European Environmental Policy, and I'm the head of their CAP, Common Agricultural Policy and Food Programme. And we're a think tank based in Brussels, and we work at the Science Policy Interface. So today I'm going to be giving a bit of an introduction to the CAP's impacts on biodiversity, but you're going to hear a lot more about that from the other speakers. So I'm just going to give a little bit of an overview of what the CAP is, for those of you who are maybe less familiar, the brief history of some of the CAP reforms, evidence of the impact of the current CAP on biodiversity, and also an overview of the most recent CAP reform and what we can say in terms of its biodiversity impacts. This is a very quick context, which probably a lot of you are very familiar with, the state of farmland species and habitats in the EU. I chose this graph, it's from the EU's State of Nature report, so published by the European Environment Agency. And this is based on the member states' official reporting under the Birds and Habitats Directives to the European Commission. So this is the data that European Commission will be looking at, or some of it. And it's showing that there's a high percentage of protected and non-protected farmland and forest species in the EU which are declining, and there's an especially high number of habitats and species that are in unfavorable conservation status. And this graph here is from the State of Nature report, and it's just showing the pressure categories on different species and habitats in the EU. And the first category here is agriculture going down. So this is just some recent evidence of the fact that agriculture is, by and large, the top pressure for species and habitats in the EU. So moving on to the CAP, really quick overview. It's one of the oldest policies that began in 1962. In the EU, spending on biodiversity is integrated into other funds. There's no specific fund for biodiversity. So most of this is actually spent through the CAP. So the Commission says that 70% of EU spending on biodiversity is spent through the CAP. And it's a lot of money because the CAP itself is a third of the EU budget. The new one will be around 387 billion euros to 2027. The CAP is made up of two funds. That's why it's you'll hear it referred to as Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. So this is the European Agricultural Guarantee Fund and the European Agricultural Fund for Rural Development. The Pillar 1, EAGF, is the biggest part. It's around 75% of the spending of the money. And Pillar 2 is about 25% as the rest. It's the rural development pillar. There have been a succession of reforms over the decades to address harmful impacts and integrate some environmental considerations, especially in more recent decades. but there's a lot of evidence that is kind of questioning the effectiveness of those. But just to mention some key reforms, there's been a shift over time from market price support and direct production subsidies, which were leading to overproduction in the EU, towards decoupled area-based subsidies, mostly going to income support for farmers. So there's been this broad shift. There was also the creation of this rural development pillar, Pillar 2. So this was to fund more than just income support, and that's where you find agri-environment measures, investments, Natura 2000 payments. There was also a reform that introduced more conditions on the direct subsidies, which was known as cross-compliance. So this was making links with compliance for environmental regulations and laws, and also introducing some minimum standards, which are known as GAIX. And in the last reform, there was the big thing for the environment was called the greening. So this was the introduction of additional standards onto this direct income support payments. And these were requiring farmers, depending on what kind of farm you had, to implement either crop diversification, to implement ecological focus areas. So these were supposed to be areas for biodiversity, or to protect environmentally sensitive permanent grassland. So this is just looking quickly. I think other speakers are going to cover it a little bit more. The evidence to date on CAP's impact of biodiversity, and I would just focus here on one study, although there are many, but IEP under Alliance Environnement, which is with another consultancy, conducted the official evaluation of the current CAP, so the one that was running to 2020, for the European Commission on habitats, landscapes, and biodiversity. So just to underline some key conclusions from this evaluation, it actually said it was difficult to come with an overall assessment of the CAP's impacts because there is just a lack of suitable monitoring data in order to be able to do that. But nonetheless, the conclusions, some of the conclusions that were made were still as follows, which is that there's insufficient protection of semi-natural habitats and features under the CAP, and also of grasslands. That there's issues with high biodiversity land not being eligible for income support. There are schemes which are beneficial. So the ones which are most beneficial for biodiversity are agri-environment and climate measures, Natura 2000 payments, and also some of the greening requirements, such as environmentally sensitive permanent grassland, and also where farmers chose to, there was the option to support fallow land as well. But broadly speaking, the so-called greening of the last CAP reform has been seen as quite ineffective, mainly because the requirements were heavily weakened. So for example, ecological focus areas were not only supporting standards or requirements that were effective for biodiversity, but there were also options in there to, for example, grow nitrogen fixing crops or catch crops, and those were the options that the majority of farmers ended up choosing when it came to implementation. So that really undermined the effectiveness. Also, the design and budget for agri-environment and climate measures is insufficient. That was another key conclusion of the study. So basically the greening kind of requirements and also the funding for effective measures is just insufficient to offset the negative impacts of harmful practices like intensive cropping. The evaluation also pointed out issues with some of the subsidies actually having harmful effects. So the persistence of voluntary coupled support. So this is basically, there's still some residual payments that are linked to levels of production, which broadly seem as harmful because they're not attached to any environmental conditions. Some of the key recommendations were to have much more funding for biodiversity, farm advisory services, knowledge and training, and also to address the data gaps. So one of the key recommendations was for there to be a new biodiversity indicator that is based on counterfactual monitoring of agri-environment measures. Yeah, so the new CAP was supposed to lead to a greater performance on environment and climate. That's what the Commission promised. Just a quick overview of the changes of the latest reform. So it was there was a big focus on simplification. A really major change was the introduction of the so-called new delivery model. So this basically combined Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 in a single regulation, and it was stated that there was going to be a shift from a compliance-based cap to a performance-based cap. So member states would get a lot of flexibility and increased flexibility for the design of schemes and for the requirements that they place on farmers in return for meeting a set of common EU objectives and having to set targets also on a set of indicators. And 3 of the objectives were environmental, 1 was biodiversity, and there's a set of targets underneath that as well. And member states have to submit these CAP strategic plans covering both pillars to the European Commission, which the European Commission then has to approve. So I'll focus on the green architecture now. So key changes to the green architecture, or the new green architecture, were that the original baseline of cross-compliance and greening were merged into the new baseline, which was called an enhanced conditionality. And the really big change was that eco schemes were introduced into Pillar 1. So this is the first time that there would be targeted measures in Pillar 1. Similar schemes in Pillar 2, but the proposal for less money counting towards environmental spending for areas of natural constraint payments. But there was also the introduction of animal welfare into the ring fencing for environment. So it's unclear at the moment whether this is actually leading to an increase in spending for the environment in the second pillar. So in theory, this new green architecture is raising the overall ambition because the baseline is upped. In practice, there was a lot of weakening of the requirements for the new conditionality, similar to exactly what was weakened when it came to the greening requirements in the last reform. On the other hand, eco schemes were given a minimum budget in the negotiations, so a lot is going to depend on the quality of what member states decide to spend the money on. I'll finish by just looking at some of the evidence from the draft strategic plans. They were submitted to the Commission in January and they haven't been approved yet, so that's coming in the next months. So all the analysis so far is based on the draft plans. And this is an analysis from the Thunen Institute, which was just based on the budget allocations. And the figure just on the left is an overall cap showing that 53% is going towards income support, 10% competitiveness measures, 22% is going to resource protection. So this is where money for biodiversity will be included, like eco schemes and agri-environment. But there's no specific breakdown for biodiversity because member states aren't required to do that. We've done some analysis as IEP, official analysis for the European Commission of the draft plans, along with some of our own analysis. And this is showing so far that in most cases, member states are choosing the minimum requirements for conditionality. On eco schemes, most are meeting the minimum 25% of the budget, and most have biodiversity or landscape features schemes, often for 7 to 10%. There's other schemes schemes for grasslands, organic farming, pesticide and fertilizer reduction. However, the quality of the schemes really needs to be assessed in the final approved plans. Pillar 2, the money for agri-environment and climate spending appears to be slightly decreased, and there's an increase for organic and animal welfare. Less money going to areas of natural constraint and investments, a bit more for cooperation and knowledge, but again, no specific breakdown for biodiversity. There's also an increase in what's considered generally as harmful subsidies, coupled support, so from 10.8% in 2019 to 12.2% for this next cap. Most of that's going to livestock, and that's also increasing. So, very quickly to conclude, doesn't seem like the flexibility is driving the intended increase in ambition. There's a huge variation amongst member states, making it quite hard to draw conclusions, and there's still monitoring and data gaps. Opportunities are the eco schemes, so we need to see what member states finally decide to do there. Increased funding for innovation and cooperation, and also the possibility to amend the plans each year. And there's also a requirement for member states to revise their plans with new legislation that's going to come in. So, for example, the nature restoration law, which is going to set, well, it's proposed to set targets on the Farmland Bird Index, might actually drive amendments to the CAP strategic plans in this period. Just finally, next steps are the approval of the plans this autumn, and IEP is planning to conduct independent assessment of them, and also one for the European Environment Agency, which will come out next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayet. We have time for one quick question. Just to remind you that we have a panel discussion at the end of this symposium, so don't leave the room to know more and discuss with the speakers. One quick question for Ayet, maybe? No, everything was clear. Thank you, Ayet. And I'm pleased to introduce the second speaker, so Guy Perrier, who's going to present some challenges more with the CAP. I leave you the floor.
Well, maybe not. No, I don't. Do you hear me well? Maybe while it works? Does that work better? Okay, so thanks first of all to Harriet for introducing the CAP, because the CAP has seen many changes. It's already 70 years of age, so maybe it's time to retire. My question here is going to be whether the CAP can still address the crisis of farmland biodiversity. So I put in red those questions that you could reformulate yourself when thinking about these questions. Now, look at the title of this conference. We are living in an age of running from one crisis to the other, and are interlinked, and land is in the center of this crisis. Both as a driver of biodiversity loss, but also affected dramatically by climate change, biodiversity loss, soil erosion, land degradation, water scarcity, etc., etc. And this is leading to crop failures. This is leading to a real risk to food security. We are hearing those shouts about food security issues, and number one factor here is environmental collapse. And farmers know that very well. We also know that our responses are not fast enough. If you look at the World in Data example, that every year of delay means a faster crash in what we need to achieve in CO2 emissions, this is just one example of the speed of reaction that we are not managing to reach. The Common Agricultural Policy is the key instrument for achieving many of the environmental targets set in the Green Deal. The Green Deal is really ambitious, but it's very dependent on the CAP, which is unfortunately still failing on all of its objectives. Starting with biodiversity, Farmland Bird Index here is an example where you see different parts of Europe. You can see the collapse of the USSR and how it affected birds in east of Europe, but also currently the decline in new member states is faster. You can see the failure to achieve changes in greenhouse gas emissions, particularly because we don't address the main sources of these emissions, which is bovine herds and nitrogen fertilizers, and there are no mechanisms even to address that, whereas the EU overall emissions are reducing if we not account for the externalization of our emissions. And so the CAP is not the cause of these declines by itself, but it fails to address them. Staggeringly, it's not only failing on biodiversity, birds and butterflies, but also on farmers. The number of farmers is continuing to decline. In this figure, you see in different parts of Europe, different sizes of farms. The red are the small farmers. The very, very little green part, which is increasing, are the biggest farmers. In a system where you pay the farm more with area, as in direct payments per hectare, we are driving the onwards loss of farming and employment. 3.2 million farmers lost their jobs just in 7 years of time. Now, there is a reform process that took 3.5 years to achieve. This is a formulation of the same graph that you have seen from the Commission, which is now published in conservation letters this summer. And there's a set of mechanisms. There's an opportunity by establishing eco-schemes as an additional instrument next to agro-environmental measures. There is a promising opportunity in there to actually double the amount of money for biodiversity and climate. There's actually more into it in the tool set that exists within the CAP already, which I painted in gray, because these tools are not used effectively enough for biodiversity and climate. Knowledge support, non-productive investments, payment for areas of nature constraints, if they were not just direct payments in Pillar 2, could have been used or are used in some member states effectively, but in others not. There can be also harmful subsidies in Pillar 2. This is tiring. In 2014, we published our evaluation of the CAP reform and saying greening is not going to work. This is a policy design failure. It's doomed to fail because it's designed to fail by exemptions and putting low requirements. In 2017, we recommended how to correct the greening. We demonstrated that indeed they are being failed completely because farmers actually select the least effective options. There's failure to reverse the losses of fallow land after the crash of abolition of set-asides in 2008, and this is affecting biodiversity. And in 2019, we evaluated the new CAP, the CAP reform proposal of the Commission, and said this is not ambitious enough. This was published in Science, demonstrating that there's a misbalance between the different objectives in terms of budgets. Where the money goes will determine the outcomes. Unfortunately, this came in summer 2019, in August, and utterly ignored. That's why we went for another paper in 2020 with 3,600 signatures from scientists in 63 countries from all disciplines, including some very prominent experts in their fields, supporting a call for action, 10 action points on how the CAP can still be reformed. And staggeringly, there was a very, very positive response by the media, by policymakers, and we had a set of meetings in almost all member states with policymakers at all levels, including Timmermans, Wojciechowski, the Commissioner for Agriculture. We had personal meetings, even with some people that have no interest of listening. The picture speaks for itself. But the consequence was an invitation from the Commission to collect the recommendations without coming to an argument if, but how can we reach the objective of protecting biodiversity? We organized workshops voluntarily. People happily contributed to that because there was an opportunity there to collect the knowledge which exists into action. And we had 13 workshops taking place in member states across the EU, online survey where we collected additional recommendations from over 300 experts in 23 member states in just 3 months. People were really eager to contribute their knowledge to something that might make a change. That was really exciting for us. And this is one result that came out of this process. Some of the people here are sitting and know this process. This was published recently in Conservation Letters, where we took the key messages in there and the recommendations. And the key messages are basically, first of all, we have to focus on landscape features and semi-natural areas as the key areas that we really need to focus on. These are the core of nature and semi-nature in farmland areas, especially extensive grasslands. All the rest is nice to have, but this is really the core of it. We need to focus on diversity and multifunctionality because this is where the win-wins are at the landscape and local scale. Basically, we're talking about diversification in space, not only time. We need to do more spatial planning and regionalization. There's an agreement around that. If you just throw money randomly over space, it is not effective, it's not efficient. We need to approach more collaborative approaches that use the knowledge of the farmers and other people around And result-based approaches are one approach. We're not saying it's the only approach. In many cases, it's not the right one, but we need to complement between action-based and result-based approaches. Take on the knowledge that exists and allows more flexibility to people. And we should not forget the main player in this game, which are the farmers. Communication and engagement is critical for even awareness raising. Why is it so important to have compulsory measures as standards for our safety belt for production, and to increase the uptake of those voluntary measures that we want them to take and help them in implementing and communicating with each other to create a sense of ownership and to allow it to expand by itself. That's it. I'm not going to give more recommendations because it's tiring because of reality. So you can read the paper. Instead, I'm going to take you onwards in the roller coaster of reality. We are standing now in a very peculiar situation. While we are producing these recommendations, first of all, the initial proposal of the CAP has been watered down very dramatically, both by the Parliament and the Council, and they approved something which is significantly weaker. The evaluation of the strategic plans, based partly on our recommendations, demonstrate that most member states are not ambitious, and the Commission itself sends very strong comments to the strategic plans. And what I expect to happen now is that the member states will revise marginally and then put brute force on the Commission to approve, and saying, if you don't approve, you're hijacking the farmers and you're taking them as hostages. There's war, they need the money. Give us the money and shut up. Sorry. Then the war started in Ukraine. It's a disaster not only for people in Ukraine, but also creates a shock, a major shock for food, feed, energy systems. It really is a shock that we have to respond in personally and as experts. What do we do as experts when we notice that the large variety, like the large area in Europe is used to feed cows, pigs, chickens, and cars, not people? We are shouting about food security. We hear it all the time. This is misinformation where the problems and solutions are. Meanwhile, the Parliament, within 2 weeks from the beginning of the war, approved the derogation on fallow land, which is the least productive area, and disregarding the 74% area that they have on cereals and green fodder plants. This is not the right solution. This is like taking the safety belt of our production away and focusing the wrong solutions under pressure by lobby organizations. This is vested interest decisions. This is actually one of the decisions that we can take as seriously a wrong decision under the current crisis we have. To enhance the crisis is not the right thing to do. There's already a derogation on GAIC 7 and 8 for the years 2023. Let's wait. Probably there will be more derogations to come. 5% shift from Pillar 2 to Pillar 1 to support agrochemical inputs to produce more and feed. How is that solving food security problem? Tax reductions for fuels, etc. We are seeing here policy failures to the extremes. We did send messages of warning, and many scientists have tried, but they were utterly ignored as well. So let's compare it. 3.5 years of reform, full of footnotes and exemptions, followed by 2 weeks for derogation. That's where policy will resides. There was no impact assessment. There's no monitoring planned on the loss of fallow land. How is this going to affect biodiversity, ecosystem services, and production? This is a very interesting question to explore, but nobody's going to do that. What can we do under these situations? Each of us has our line of expertise. Each of us is working in our own member states or own countries. And admittedly, they do need our help because the CAP has been nationalized. They do have goodwill, both in the governmental organizations, the authorities that actually manage that, and many farmers do care. We can be proactive. We can offer help. This is why we were invited to so many meetings. We're not saying you're idiots, although some people are not very useful there. But we are offering our help in mediation. This is the power of science in there. We do contact ministries, and we are being proactive in offering help. We should use our science to mediate and moderate in a polarized discussion. We should look for consensus. We should promote win-wins, like organizing our money better or promoting collaborative approaches. I'll talk about other interventions beyond the CAP in a few seconds, and I think we should explore how to address the huge amount of misinformation that we are seeing. I think we need a task force on misinformation, seriously. We need to communicate our own science alone, not only giving it to NGOs to do that. I think the power of science is to be communicated by scientists and not only by NGOs or others, because these are stakeholders. I don't think we are stakeholders. We are not gaining money by talking our science to the public. And yes, we do need to talk about butterflies that people love, or about birds that people like, or about the interest of farmers, about society, about food production, and the risks. It's our responsibility to clarify the risks of releasing the safety belt of production. We need to also monitor the impact of these decisions. There's not enough monitoring. The area is 50%, and if we add forestry and forest areas, we're talking about 70-something% affected by our land uses, but we don't have sufficient monitoring of these impacts. And this is including citizen science. This is including people that can go out, farmers that can collect butterfly data and get more aware of how their efforts or effects are helping. And we need to be able to place demands on making evidence-based policy and taking action. Being transparent on how they're using their money, making sure that they're selecting the right indicators and monitoring the impacts. And we have to have a vision. We, as scientists, need to think what's going to happen after 2027, after 2050, and in 100 years from now. And we should stop working at the periphery of a problem. Look at these two sides. We have very few subsidies, which we can define as harmful subsidies, basically coupled payments. This is the only case where you could really say this is a harmful subsidy based on science. On the other hand, we have the investments for biodiversity. These are still the peripheries. Direct payments are taking the largest amount of money. Without greening, there are other payments, large sums of that. We're talking about 70-something% of the money, which is not even monitored for their impact. They're not working for income. So there's an elephant in the room, and this elephant is sitting on a lot of money and deciding how 1% of the farmers will benefit and 99% are losing from that. My PhD supervisor is sitting here, David Zeltz, I think you're there, was always saying, if you're riding on a dead horse, you need to dismount. I think it's time to give up on the CAP and move on, and we need to explore other opportunities, and we need to think onwards. What happens after 2027? Basically, the CAP has become a playground for vested interest decisions, and there's a ship just going through turbulent water with no directionality, except for objectives which are not met at all. Look at what happened with Brexit. The first thing to do was to cancel direct payments. Somebody had the courage to just say, stop it, and cancel, phase out direct payments, because it's not even an instrument for effective income support. Farmers do help support. They do need support, but those farmers that need support don't get it. Establish a food policy, because we need to address the demands and not only the production problem. So when lobby organizations are saying that we're leaking our problems to the outside, they're correct. If you're extensifying, you're producing potentially a little bit less food, especially for meat, etc. But we need to reduce consumption then. This is a food policy. We need to think of establishing a fund for nature for any situation where farmers are not producing, because they are producing. So if you are asking them to stop producing, sure, fair enough, we need to compensate, but that's not necessarily CAP. And if this is not going to work, then we need to find a way to end the CAP and put other policy instruments instead of that. And maybe we need a farm-to-fork policy, not just a strategy. These are just words. With that, I'd like to thank the many authors and people that have been engaged in this network of great people in collecting all this evidence and knowledge, some of them sitting here, and many collaborators. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Guy, for this for brilliantly exposing the challenges of the CAP and this inspiring talk. We have time for one quick question, and still we have the panel discussion at the end of the symposium, so don't hesitate to stay with us. Quick question for Guy? Yes, mine.
Thank you for the talk. You're saying that you need to choose the right indicator to measure the effectiveness of CAP on biodiversity. What should be the best indicator according to you?
So within the list of indicators that we collected already, the criterion was that they need to be known based on science to be good indicators, like butterflies or other pollinators. They need to be collected already within monitoring schemes that exist with good protocols. So they need to already be ongoing in multiple member states. That's why I mentioned butterflies and birds and others. And we need to have the means already to analyze these data. And the means exist already for several groups. But we also have to have the means for immediate evaluation, which means that we need to take the landscape as well, because you need to know immediately what's happening. So for instance, the high nature value farmland indicator has been cancelled, although the scientists were saying very critically there was no reason to cancel it because all the science and methods are there, actually. It was cancelled for political reasons with the excuse the science is not there. That's not correct. This is one example. The length of landscape features, the area covered by landscape features, these are landscape measures that we know that work. And JRC is already trying to map them, but it's very difficult to upscale. So the local scale structures are very good indicators for large-scale patterns. And we're working on that also in Project CAP4GI and others to really analyze at the local scale and demonstrate how it works. But we both need landscape feature immediate indicators and longer-term impact indicators like biodiversity and how it is being affected.
Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. I think we can move on the next speaker. Thank you. And Lynn is going to take the floor and present us some opportunities from pollinators to conserve biodiversity in farmland.
Okay. Oh, that's better. Hi, everyone. So thank you very much to Karine for inviting me to present in this fascinating symposium. I'm going to, you might be pleased to hear, I'm going to inject a note of optimism and solutions thinking. I still think there may be opportunities in the CAP to do better for specifically pollinators. And I would just say, I suppose that even a dead horse has some resources for some insects that might find food there and other animals, and vultures, for example. So I'm here representing a large group of pollination ecologists who, from across Europe, who worked together under a cost action called SuperBee, the Sustainable Pollination in Europe cost action, a few years ago. And we were working together to try and find out or make an assessment that was useful to policymakers on how the ecological focus areas in the current CAP could provide resources and be used for pollinator conservation. Everything I present was published in 2020 in the Journal of Applied Ecology. So I've given you, if you're interested in this, I've given you a QR code here, which will also appear at the end of the presentation once you've had a chance to decide whether you think it's interesting. The paper was led by Lorna Cole, but some of the main authors who organised this process are here on this title slide. Jeroen Schaper and David Klein and Jane Stout, Simon Potts were important as well in this. So we start from the common understanding that agriculture is the main driver of pollinator decline, and this is well understood to be as a result of the loss of traditional practice, the specialization of farming systems, simplification of landscapes, leading to loss of habitat and resources for pollinators, coupled with stressors from agrochemicals and managed pollinators, very high densities of honeybees, especially in southern Europe. So this we all know, but it's really important now to say that agriculture is the problem, but it's also part of the solution. And so we have to think about the positive drivers. What can we use within agricultural landscapes to support and improve and try and reverse declines in pollinator populations? And there are many things. Voluntary conservation initiatives are important, restoration. Changes to farming systems are a subject of much discussion and debate, integrated pest management, or perhaps organic farming, regenerative agriculture. But here we're talking about the potential in the common agricultural policy, specifically the agri-environmental instruments within it. So we have this regulatory compliance, now called conditionality, or even enhanced conditionality. We have the voluntary agri-environment schemes, and we have the parts of Pillar 1, which was compulsory greening in the current scheme. So in that, ecological focus areas is what we're talking about here, and this also applies to the new eco schemes. So these ecological focus areas are defined by the Commission and selected by member states. They're habitat and landscape features which were required under compulsory greening to be put into 5% of the land on larger arable farms. And they include things like forest edges and field margins and hedgerows, but also some crop options. Nitrogen-fixing crops and catch and cover crops were in there. There are 19 different options. Our aim here is to evaluate the resources that these ecological focus areas might provide for pollinators across Europe in a format that's digestible and easy to use for decision makers. And we brought together a group of people representing 18 countries in the different regions of Europe, Eastern, Southern, and Northern and Western Europe. So everything you see in the methods were carried out by this whole group of people working together. The first thing we did is we held a workshop, and at the workshop we discussed and agreed upon what resources we thought were important. We decided to focus on wild bees and hoverflies. Sorry, Guy and other people who work on butterflies, we didn't include butterflies in this, partly because it's very difficult because they have different food plants, so they have very specialist resource requirements per species. So we then we defined 9 resources. So that's floral resources, different times in the season, open flowers or tubular flowers. It's nesting resources for bumblebees and solitary bees, and it's also resources for some major groups of hoverfly larvae, some of which are predatory, insectivorous, others of which are saprophytic, so they live in decaying, damp vegetation. And then, through a process of literature review and discussion, we defined for each of those 19 ecological focus area options what the standard management looks like and what pollinator-friendly management might look like. So I've given you some little icons. So the bee is just standard, and the heart is pollinator-friendly. For example, nitrogen-fixing crops. At the time when we did this, you could use chemicals on the ecological focus areas, although that was removed later on. But you might have something like a field bean crop that would count, and that's not so supportive of pollinators as, for example, a long-flowering perennial clover crop, which has more nectar, protein-rich nectar. With hedgerows, what you see there is the standard management. Many hedges look like that in the UK. Short, no flowers, regularly cut, gappy. Not so much for pollinators, as opposed to the pollinator-friendly management, which is longer, larger hedges, cut less frequently, loads of flowers, some habitat underneath for nesting and so on. So we've defined these different management types, and then we followed what's called a Delphi process to go through a process of scoring each of the resources in each of the ecological focus areas in each of the regions. So this is fun. It's a process of scoring where everybody scores independently, and then you iterate the scores based on what you see other people scoring and comments and justifications. It's well known as a way of reducing the bias that comes from consensus processes involving face-to-face meetings. So we had 22 experts scoring all these different ecological focus areas, and the scores were from 0, no resources provided, to 3, high resource provision, so quite a small range of scores. And then the experts saw the mean score and revised their scores according to comments, and if we had a pre-decided criteria for consensus, which was 2/3 of the scores for a particular region being at the mode, and if that was met, we went to the final scores after 2 rounds, or we went back and ran a 3rd round. So a standard Delphi process. This is what the results look like. I don't expect you to read these, but I'm showing you the whole set of results because there are some broad patterns that this process reveals. So what you see here is there's 6 panels here, and on the y-axis of each panel is just a list of ecological focus areas. On the x-axis is the set of resources we defined. You've got different parts of Europe, so this is Eastern, North, and South, and then you've got the pollinator standard management on the left and the pollinator-friendly management on the right. And the scores are represented by colours. So if it's no resource provided, it's very low score, it's dark pink, and it's green if it's high resource provided. So the first thing to say is, as you might expect, the ecological focus areas differ in the resources they provide. And there is quite a surprising amount of regional variation in the resources that are offered in the different parts of Europe. Look at how poor the standard management for ecological focus areas look in Northern and Western Europe at providing resources for pollinators, better in Eastern Europe, and we can discuss why that might be if you're interested. And then it's clear as well that there is substantial opportunity to improve the quality of ecological focus area habitats by following these guidelines for better pollinator management. So let's look a bit more closely at this. Now I'm showing you the pollinator-friendly set of scores for Northern and Western Europe. And just a few things to point out from here. The best provision for floral resources, which are these ones at the front of this plot here, is field margins. And field margins in a good pollinator management could provide resources throughout the season. In fact, if you look at the standard management, they don't. They only provide in the middle of the season, and they're not very good at the early and late. But they could be, depending on what you plant, and also some nesting habitat. Whereas, for example, ditches and ponds are very good at providing, can be very good at providing habitat for the saprophytic hoverfly larvae, because they live in those bottoms of ditches, for example, as long as the mud is clean and not full of pesticides, for example. So we've also separated these three at the bottom and called them dominant ecological focus areas for reasons that Guy has just mentioned. If you look at the data we had at the time on the uptake by area of the different options across Europe, it's incredibly dominated by the catch crop and nitrogen-fixing crop. So the farmers mostly chose to do the cropping options. And this is the pollinator-friendly management, remember. Even with the pollinator-friendly management, the crop options don't provide resources for pollinators in most cases. So there's a bit of a problem with the way that the policy was taken up, which has been much discussed in the literature. So how might you use this? There's one way you could use it is to inform conservation of particular pollinator species. So I'm showing you here a landscape in Somerset in southern England, a place called Castle Carey. It's an agricultural landscape. It doesn't really have very many protected areas. And it's a place where one of the remaining 5 populations of the shrill carderby, which is one of the UK's most endangered bumblebee species, is still surviving but dwindling. So it's a priority landscape for the shrill carderby, this beautiful creature. And this is it's a late emerging bumblebee, so the queens come out quite late, so it seems really important that you have late forage for this bumblebee. It's long-tongued, so it needs tubular flowers. And so you can use this analysis that we present to have a look at what common agricultural practices you might use to support the shrill carderby in this landscape. You can see which ones might provide late flowers. Your field margins could, fallow land could. And you can also look at the tubular flowers. But the example also illustrates one of the things that's wrong with this part of the Common Agricultural Policy, which is that the main thing you probably need to do in this landscape is restore the species-rich grassland and start putting more flowers back into parts of the landscape like this, which is not one of the options in the ecological focus areas. What if you're not interested in particular declining species and you just want to support a diversity of pollinators in the landscape so that you have more of a chance of stable, resilient pollination services for your crops and your wildflowers? In that case, what this allows you to do is look for a set of options which provide all the resources. Again, I'm showing you here the pollinator-friendly management in Northern and Western Europe, but we have the same panel for the different parts of Europe that you could look at in the paper. And you might choose to focus on field margins, and that would provide you some of the floral resources, but you would also, if you thought about nesting resources, in this analysis, it looks like stone walls are really good at providing that, which is obviously only going to work in some parts of the landscape. Not everywhere would have a culture of stone walls. And then for the final resources, the hoverfly resources, you might say, well, let's encourage agroforestry. So this is one of the ways that policymakers can use this presentation of information. What are the policy implications for the new CAP that is going to exist, even if it's dead, post-2023? The main messages for us from this work is that there are opportunities to improve the habitat quality of the things that are being incentivized. And we've laid out some really clear guidelines for how you can do that for pollinators. And we would argue that you need to incentivize that positive management. And there are various ways to do that, including through making sure that good advice is being provided. And of course, we need an effective monitoring framework on pollinators, which is coming in Europe, but also on the quality of the habitats. And then the other implication here is that we really need to think about enhancing landscape diversity, habitat bundles that provide complementary resources for different groups of species, and facilitating collaboration between farmers so that they can take part in landscape scale initiatives. So that's all I'm going to say. I just want to thank, this is the Super B team. I want to thank all those who took part in this process. And here you can see, again, a link to the paper itself, if you're interested, and the full list of authors. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you, Lynn, for this very interesting talk. We have time for a couple of questions. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that very, very nice talk. Catch crops. You know, catch crops do have functions different from biodiversity usually. I mean, so they're important in a different respect. Do you see potentials for upgrading catch crops for biodiversity? By kind of getting floral resources into catch crops?
I think there could be potential. So one of the things our analysis shows is that in southern Europe, the pollinator-friendly management, because the catch crops in southern European systems can flower before they get harvested, there is definitely potential to provide floral resources. They could provide nesting resources if they're perhaps, I mean, there's a lot of more research to do on this, but there's emerging information that shows that solitary bees that nest in the ground might do better in untilled fields, so that there's that opportunity as well. They could have a lot of flowers in the weed community underneath. It's harder in northern Europe because most farmers would cut them or plough them in or awfully glyphosate them before they flower. So I think it's possible. And it's a much bigger scale than the small habitat features, potentially.
One last very quick question.
Thank you for your talk, Lynn. Jacqueline, my name, and I'm interested in the variety that we have in field margins. Some of them last for several years, some are mown, some have regional seeds and flowers, others, more ubiquitous ones. And in Germany, we found differences in their effectiveness for hosting hoverflies and bees. How did you account for that in your study? Thank you.
Yes, thank you for pointing this out. Agreed. There is a huge variability in the quality of field margins. So the way we accounted for this in this study is by asking the scorers to score the standard management and the pollinator-friendly management. And the pollinator-friendly management was the best you could get if you really followed the best advice for your local context and you produced a type of field margin that produced flowers for the best diverse pollinator community. So what we show here is the best you could, and obviously there's a huge amount of information which has to be at the local context with the right soil type and the right farming system about how you design those field margins. There's a huge amount of research on sown flowering strips though, so a lot of opportunity to get that information out to farmers, and this is where the need for really good quality agri-environmental advice at local level comes in, which is not supported enough at all by the CAP. Although there's some noises that it could be.
Okay, thank you, Lynn. Keep your question. We have the panel discussion at the end. So, thank you, Lynn. Thanks so much. And now I'm very pleased to introduce Clélia Sirami. We're going to present some new opportunities with new indicators for the CAP.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. So I'm also going to try to look at the positive side of the CAP, either to improve it or to do something else, because actually the CAP is collecting a lot of data, and as several of my colleagues mentioned, there's an issue about monitoring, either on the site, so like the Farmland bird index or other species like butterflies, but there's also some issue about more regular monitoring using the data that we have. So that's why in this talk I'm going to discuss about what can we do with the CAP data or remote sensing data. So that's the set of objectives that's interesting in the new CAP. It's going in the right direction. So some of my colleagues actually are working on some indicators for climate change. Others are working on indicators for nitrate leaching, for example, which is the objective on environmental care. But there's actually a lot of things to do about biodiversity monitoring. So just to give you a very broad presentation of different types of biodiversity indicators, there's either on the left side, which is what the CAP is actually using, a very simple definition like single element in the landscape. So I give the example on grassland, for example. And then on the other side, you have on-site monitoring that basically the Farmland Bird Index is one of them using citizen science. And in the middle, you can actually do a lot in terms of prediction, which is a bit tricky when you work with biodiversity because it's really hard to predict biodiversity very accurately. But anyway, we try to do that, and it's somehow related to the high nature value farmland that Guy was mentioning, which is trying to combine different sets of simple landscape indicators to assess the value in terms of biodiversity. So I'm going to focus on this middle, which can be either very simple, so using scoring systems based on expert knowledge, or it can use more detailed statistical models. And in the project that is actually finishing soon, so it's the NIVA project. It's not a research project, it's more innovation and action, so it's mainly driven by the payment agencies in different member states. We actually tried to, there were different goals of the project, but one of them was to assess how we can use the IACS data, so it's all the descriptions of what the different crops are on different parcels, and how can we use this data to create a new biodiversity indicator. And in parallel, there's also a lot of remote sensing data becoming more available, in particular the Sentinel-2 data. So we also try to think about that, how we could combine the two types of data to build a predictive biodiversity indicator. The challenge that we had in this project, that this indicator would have to be applicable in all member states. So we had to think about what kind of data was available in all countries, and it had to be open source so that other people can actually use it and improve it. Just a very broad presentation of the conceptual thinking. So it's the idea that there is no single species group that's going to be a good fit to predict what's going on for all other taxonomic groups. The fact that some taxa respond to very local practices, that's particularly true for below-ground diversity. So now we're focusing more, because we are thinking about the IACS data and remote sensing data. So this concept is more applicable for above ground and especially mobile taxa, which are going to respond to the landscape level. And also we had to think about the fact that there's a huge biogeographical gradient within Europe. So we had to build a model that would actually take into account that there's a sort of potential maximum biodiversity per region. And the objective of the indicator is to assess whether we are reaching this potential. So very broadly, there are like three components, which is also the same in other indicators. So the semi-natural cover components, what's happening in terms of crop mosaic, and then the practices, especially with the practices in the crop mosaic. But that could also be used for the semi-natural cover. And obviously, you can use different type of variables to describe these different components. And here again, we had to think about what kind of data is available to include in our model and our indicator. So we decided to actually build different levels, like from the very broad tier 1 level where we only use data available, so it's very rough, as you will see. So that's the one I'm going to present today because that's the one that's ready. But we also have in mind that we have to implement tier 2 and tier 3 that are going to go much more into details in order to have something more reliable. So the tier 1 level, so that's actually based on a European project that Thea Chonke actually presented on Tuesday, which looked at biodiversity based on 7 taxonomic groups, so it's all above ground mobile taxa. And we built, based on these 7 taxa, a multi-diversity index. So that's a way to take into account that different groups respond in different way. And it's assessed at the landscape level. So in our project, we had 3 sampling points per landscape, 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. we actually assess what's the potential, what's the biodiversity compared to the maximum that we can find in this region. So that allows us to avoid falling into the problem of the biogeographical bias. And we actually, instead of using a scoring system, we tried to use more like a statistical model, but you will see that we had to go like somewhere in between because presenting a statistical model to stakeholders was actually really difficult. And we had a lot of knowledge based on the paper that was published in 2019. So using 4 landscape variables, so the amount of semi-natural cover, the size of fields, the number and diversity of crop types in the landscape. So as I said, we had this statistical model, but when we tried to present that to stakeholders, like the payment agencies or the ministers, they were really confused and it was too complex for them. So we had to go somewhere in between, and we decided to use this fuzzy decision tree, which is actually quite easy to explain. Somehow it's, I don't know, easier to understand. So you have a weight for different landscape variable, and you have the maximum and minimum value for each variable, and you can also include interaction. So it was actually perfect for us, and then it gives you, at the end, an index that goes between 0 and 100, 0 being the minimum biodiversity according to the local potential, and 100 being the maximum. So now we had our fuzzy decision tree, and we had the landscape variable, and so we had to make sure that we would actually have the data the input data available in all countries. So for everything that concerns the crop, it's easy because it's part of the CAP data, so that's something that we knew we had. But I thought we would be able to find easily accessible data for the semi-natural cover, and that wasn't actually the case, apparently, in all member states. So we had to come up with an indirect way to assess semi-natural cover, which is very, it is what it is. So we actually have the artificial cover layer that's apparently updated more frequently, and it's more precise. So we actually subtract this artificial area and the agricultural area, and the difference actually gives you an assessment of the semi-natural cover. It's very broad, but that's the first intent. So that's something that we know we can do in all member states. So based on this framework, because we actually use the statistical model based on 8 regions, but it's not, it doesn't represent all different kind of landscape that you can find in Europe. So we are very much aware that our indicator might not be ideal for depending on the context. So we also developed an index, which is called a novelty index, that gives you an idea of how far away you are from the set of variables that were used for the calibration. So that gives you an idea whether the indicator is performing well in your area, or if you're too far away from the original set of calibration variable that we had. So yeah, that's quite simple. So it's just gives you a warning if you're too far away from the conditions that we use to calibrate our indicator. So with all this first tier information, we actually developed a tool that is available on GitLab. And it gives you all the explanation, which input data you need, what you're going to get out of the tool. We have started testing this indicator in France, and also other member states are starting to test it in Spain and the Netherlands, I think. So yeah, it's really the beginning of the process, but it's giving really encouraging results. So we've presented the concept or the test, depending on the stage of when we had the meeting, and we got really positive feedback from the European Commission that was really interested. Also at the French level, the minister, especially the Minister of Ecology, so it's not related to the CAP, but they have this project on payment for ecosystem services, and they're actually starting to implement this tier 1 indicator to assess the potential different regions where they want to implement this payment for ecosystem services schemes. We have also more local stakeholders that are interested in helping us to develop this indicator, especially using remote sensing data. But I must say that since we presented 3 indicators at the same time to these stakeholders, so there was the climate change, climate budget, the nitrate leaching, and the biodiversity indicator, it was really interesting to see how different stakeholders are interested in different indicators. So the farmers association, for example, they loved the carbon and nitrates. They were like, yeah, we want to do that. But the biodiversity, like, what's the point? And anyway, if we implement your indicator, nothing is going to change because you can't change the amount of semi-natural cover. Mean field size, we're not going to be able to change it. And the crop diversity, it's not going to change very quickly. So, which is actually funny because people don't realize that once you remove hedges and you destroy natural habitat, yes, it's going to be hard to bring back biodiversity. So that was giving us the opportunity to have some really interesting discussion. And now we have a lot of further developments to conduct. So there's a new project starting now in September. And we want to assess both the stakeholders' point of view and whether they think it's going to be useful for them. So we have like different levels that we want to conduct this research, both at the local level with farmers and national level with ministers and policymakers. And also we are going to continue improving the indicator with tier 2 and tier 3 and trying different methods and different ways actually to include data on practices, especially because that's a critical point. Maybe actually develop an indicator at the farm level rather than the landscape level, which is going to be more useful for farmers. So yeah, there's lots of things to conduct. So I'm hoping that it's going to go well and we're going to have a better indicator soon. And with that, thank you for your attention and thank you for all the colleagues because it requires a lot of data that's not always easy to access. So yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Clélia, for this nice perspective. We have time for a couple of questions, quick questions.
Yes.
Thank you very much for the talk. You mentioned the HNV indicator. I was out last week and assessing HNV indicator, and I see the area that is most prominent. If you look at the total area HNV in the state I come from, is species-rich grassland and agricultural fields with diversity of indicator species. That accounts for about 70% of a high nature value farmland. How do you deal with that in your indication? First thing. Second thing, did you think about kind of gauging your indicator with the HNV indicator for some areas?
Thank you. Thanks a lot. So the first question, actually our set of variables and the landscape that we studied in the European project is actually not in grassland dominated ecosystems. So it's really like the crop mix. And that's why I think our indicator is not going to be applicable to grassland-based systems right now. So that's one of the development that we want to achieve in the next years. Because in our model right now, we give more or less the same. We don't give like a strong weight to grassland. Also because we tried actually to use data on permanent grassland versus temporary, and it wasn't working in the statistical model. This is not a good variable, actually. It doesn't have an ecological impact. So we're a bit stuck on this, so we have to work on it. And then the link to HVN index, I started to look at that, and actually I kind of developed the idea, we developed the concept sort of in parallel, and it's only at a later stage that so that's something that we are planning to do. We haven't really thought about that, and I think that would be interesting because the HVN index was also part of the policy world, so that's something they know already, but somehow it never came in the discussions, which is quite strange. I don't know why. So yeah, we're going to work on that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Can you keep your question for the panel discussion so that we can move on and not lose too much time? And now I have the pleasure to introduce myself. So I'm gonna stay on the kind of the optimistic part of the CAP improvement, if we can say that, with another indicator, biodiversity indicator, that we are trying to implement in the CAP policy assessment. And okay, so just to be brief, but when we talk about FBI, those are not those guys. Clelia mentioned it already, but we talk about the Farmland Bird Index. So it's a composite measure a composite index, that measures the rate of change of farmland bird population at in different regions, depending on the scale you consider. So this is a consolidated indicator that is commonly used and approved by the scientific community. So no need to remind you that over the last decades, substantial declines have occurred in the range of an abundance of animal and plant population in Europe, and this is mainly attributed to agricultural intensification. And in line with the targets for the nature restoration and conservation indicated by the EU biodiversity strategy and also by the farm to fork strategy for 2030, the CAP has included in one of its key objectives the contribution to biodiversity protection, enhancement of ecosystem services, and the preservation of habitat and landscapes. So I won't detail how the CAP is working and all the tools that are used for supporting policy decision making, but one huge model that is used for supporting policy decision making for the CAP is the Capri Model, so the Common Agricultural Policy Regionalized Impact Modeling System. Still kind of a black box for me, but a huge economic model for which the objective is to evaluate ex-ante impacts of the common agricultural policy and trade policies in production, income, markets, and the environment from global to regional scale. So, and as post-model analysis, there is a set of environmental indicators that is used to assess the performance of the CAP policies, assess the scenario of the policies, but among all those environmental indicators, nothing related really to biodiversity. Although we know we have a couple of biodiversity index used and consolidated. And the Farmland Bird Indicator is one of these. So it's produced by the EBCC, European Breeding Bird Census Council. And this is a part of the Wild Bird Index, used also to track the achievements toward the IKE targets, the SDG targets. So this is quite a good biodiversity indicator for which we have very good time series data. So the idea of this project was to develop an integrated, robust methodology by embedding the Farmland Bird Indicator into the agricultural economic model, Capri. So for this, I've conducted the work in several steps. The first one was to find the relationships between changes in farmland bird populations and changes in agricultural practices, first step. Second step was to embedding the Farmland Bird Index into the Capri model. And then, because we needed to check if our work was good, to test the FBI performance in a scenario assessment exercise. So the work was conducted at the European level, but considering the NUTS 2 administrative level. So all our data were either produced at this scale or merged, aggregated at the NUTS 2 level. And as for the bird data, we use this tremendous data set coming from the Pan-European Common Bird Monitoring Scheme, so a major international citizen science project with long-term data. So the data I considered were going back to the 90s, and a lot of species data, observation data in this data set. So what I've done is to select the PEC-BMS sites surveyed at least once between 1990 and 2013, and in the NUTS 2 region with at least 10 sites surveyed each year, so that we could have enough data, try to consider the trends in the relationships between agriculture and bird diversity, bird abundance. And we selected the species that were into the European Farmland Bird Indicator. So initially at the European level it's 39 species, but we had to remove 6 species because of different kind of reason. Gregarious species, mostly because we don't have enough data, or species for which we have a lot of over-dispersion among the count data. So we ended with a selection of 33 farmland bird species. And at the end, the variable I used was the sum of the species abundance at the NUTS2 level per year. So that's the bird data variable I use. And regarding the agricultural data, we considered a set of agricultural data provided by the Capri time series that matched the time series of the bird data. So I aggregated the crop data in different groups to have the crop shares, cereals, oilseeds, other annual crops, and all those groups were defined to make sense with the ecological characteristics and requirements for the birds, the breeding birds. Energy content for food and feed, because we had a previous studies showing the relationship that could exist with the gradient of energy content of those two agricultural production and the bird diversity. Fertilizer was considered, the livestock and crop intensity. So here we used proxy because we were not totally confident with the data provided. So this is, we can discuss that, and we may need to improve that, but this is already here. The land use transition, obviously, were considered in this analysis, and also the area covered by the agricultural land and the different type of land cover within the NUTS2 region. So because we've done previous work in the past, and due to lack of data in some areas, we decided to to aggregate our results at the level of 4 macroregions. It also makes sense because the bird indicators by EBCC are produced at this level, and we selected all the NUTS2 regions for which we had data from both the Capri time series and the breeding bird survey time series. So it ended with a set of 17 countries for which we analyzed the data, and more than 800,000 bird observations. Sorry. Okay. So first step of the analysis. So it's going to be a little methodological, because behind the ending numbers we have some complex models before. So preliminary analysis obviously was to look at the collinearity among all variables. So we did that at within each macroregions to define a set of agricultural variables we could keep at the macroregional level. And then here comes the real tough part of the work, the statistical analysis to define the links between common bird abundance and agricultural variable within each of the macroregion to keep the regional characteristics of the relationship. So I'm not going into too much detail regarding the statistical aspect here, just to give you an overview of the common basis for the model. So it's a habitat model to estimate the regional abundance as a function of the Capri variables and the land cover variables within each macroregion. And so, as you can see here, we have the different sets of agricultural variables I was mentioning earlier, the crop shares, everything related to energy content of the agricultural production, land use transition, and a set of variables to account for the spatial characteristic of our data set, and so on. Second step, to ensure that our statistical analysis were quite robust enough, the cross-validation procedure. So I used a training data set and also a test data set to test for each species within each macroregion whether the model was quite accurate, and repeated the procedure over a couple of iterations. So for species like this one, for example, so Allodarbensis, the skylark, the model performed pretty well. But for some other species, not that much, but few of them, we had quite a few issues, and that's what I was mentioning earlier. The cook, for example, here, this one is a more gregarious species, and we have a lot of over dispersion in the data. So for such species, Those are not a lot of data, but we had to remove the species from the set of species considered. And then comes the step for computing the farmland bird indicator. As I was saying, it measures the rate of change in the relative abundance of common bird species. So here, the relative predicted abundance from our models. And we use a reference. It's calculated with a reference to a base year, depending on how is going your projection. So the first step to calculate is to predict the regional abundances with Capri data from the policy change scenarios. So for that, we use the model coefficient from the previous step, the first step, sorry, and then compute the farmland bird indicator. And this step, so this last third step, this is the one embedded in the Capri tool. So then in their own and with the loop, they are able to, with the model coefficient I transmitted, they are able to recalculate each time the predicted regional abundances and compute the FBI depending on what they want to try to assess. So finally, as perspective of this work, we needed to conduct a scenario assessment exercise to test the performance of our FBI. So those were the 4 policy scenarios tested. So those are not the real scenarios. They do not match with what was, or not totally, with what's expected from the Capri form, and it was kind of voluntary to do that, and to push a little bit the threshold also of the variables to have a better sensitivity of the FBI. So different scenarios that were used, and obviously a baseline scenario use a reference, so that each time we compare, we analyzed one of the 4 scenarios, it's obviously comparatively to the reference scenario. And so do not take pictures, otherwise the commission won't be very happy with what I'm doing. This is only preliminary results, and we need to refine the scenario assessment exercise, but this is the kind of result we can obtain at the regional level. Now they are able to assess different type of policies and regarding the result of the FBI. So here you have the amount of change of FBI, so the rate of change of farmland bird population at the regional level, according to different scenarios, so you can compare here at the regional level. And then we can move up at the upper level, and this is where the Commission was more interested in, the macro-regional level and the European level, when we, after aggregating the regional predicted abundances. And so then we are indeed able to compare the performance of different type of scenarios in the different region and have a kind of a broad overview of the performance of those scenarios at the European level. Again, those are really preliminary and potentially temporary results. Okay, so in this aspect, there are still a bit of work to do for me because we have some caveats. The first one is macro-regional FBI is calculated using the NUTS2 area to weight the species regional predicted abundance. So when we aggregate all those species regional abundance, we kind of use the NUTS2 area for accounting the fact that we have different population size, which is not totally accurate as a measure and as a weight. The second caveat is the fact that when I started the work, Capri time series was only up to 2013, meaning that now when we test the policy scenario up to 2030, we use a reference that is 10 years old, which is not totally adequate either. But now they just updated the time series so we can reproduce the work again with new data and more updated data. So for the first point, now I'm working with people from EBA2 to integrate the population size estimates based on EBA2 to compute the macro-regional FBI, which may be more accurate in our framework. And also update, as I was saying, with the recently released time series. And it could help having more countries that I was excluding before in the process. And finally, the last step of the perspective we are working on is to integrate pesticides variable and to test whether it makes sense to have such data in the model. And this is part of the new project of the European Commission, modeling policy restriction on pesticides used with Capri. And with that, I would like to thank all my collaborators and thank you for your attention. And now, this is my pleasure to introduce Tanya. She's going to present some work she's been doing and some perspective on the CAP, on the context of farmland bird conservation. Farmland biodiversity, sorry, conservation.
Okay. Yeah, so thanks, Corinne, for inviting me and for organizing this session. My job will be to make sure that we still are not becoming too optimistic in this session. So, but I will try to end with some positive suggestions. So in my talk, I will be focusing on the implementation of the CAP and how can we improve mainstreaming of biodiversity into national strategic planning. And this work was conducted in collaboration with Professor Emil Erjavec from the University of Ljubljana in Slovenia. So as you know, the CAP legislative proposals, which were first published back in 2018, foresaw that member states need to prepare national strategic plans. This is arguably a major innovation in the process of policy programming because member states were required to prepare a national assessment of needs and intervention strategy for the full list of the CAP objectives. And now this development, of course, is not something new, but rather a kind of continuation along this recent pathway of CAP reforms, which is increasing the flexibility of the policy implementation and also delegating more and more decision-making power to the national level. Now, the idea here was, that in this way we could potentially make the CAP more targeted, more result-oriented, also adaptable to local needs. But at the same time, the Commission says, this new delivery model also has the potential, to increase the joint environmental ambition at the EU level. However, this idea, of national strategic planning has been met with a lot of skepticism, also criticism, both in the NGO sector and also by the research community. And the reason for this is that, given the experience we have in the environmental field, we know that the effectiveness of the EU policies has often been limited by inadequate transposition or poor implementation in member states. And secondly, given the last experiment with greening in the 2013 CAP reform, which can be considered small scale compared to what we are dealing with now, we see that providing the member states with the task of freely designing the details of the measures actually did not result it did result in a myriad of nationally specific solutions. But the overall environmental ambition in the end was just too low to make any difference. Now, in my presentation, I won't go into analyzing whether this fear was justified or not, although this is obviously something that the research community needs to do at some point. Instead, in our research group, we wanted to understand better why might the member states not produce these, ambitious, targeted, and strategically planned plans? So we focused on one case study, that is Slovenian agricultural policy, which is an interesting case. Although it is, a small Central European country, it's highly diverse. And on the other hand, it is also a relatively new member state because it joined the EU in 2004. So our first research question was, okay, is it reasonable to expect that the member states will produce, these evidence-based strategic plans, given the current experience that we have with programming of the national policy? So we did a quite comprehensive evaluation of the current agriculture policy in Slovenia, and this was based on combining two theoretical frameworks. So one was program theory, from which, as you might know, this intervention logic comes from. And the second was the concept called environmental policy integration, which basically provides the analytical criteria to measure the extent of considering environmental targets in a certain sectoral policy. I will just briefly highlight a few results here, but this study has already been published in case you would like to learn more. So our first result was that, if we look at the individual objectives of the CAP, we can see that, most have major or at least minor gaps in the elaboration of the intervention logic. This here is, for example, biodiversity conservation. And just by the way, this is for the economic objectives, which is, worrying at the very least. So what this means is that if we look at the strategic documents, you often find this very limited assessment of needs, which are substantiated with poor or even indirect data. The objectives tend to be unquantified or quite broad, and there are often unclear links between objectives and the measures. We also looked into the potential effectiveness of the policy and of the specific measures given their design. And we found that, for example, for the biodiversity conservation, less than 10% of the measures were judged to have strong potential effects. And also, when we look at the distribution of the budget, we see that biodiversity conservation, for example, has a relatively low priority, so approximately 5% of the agricultural policy budget, which accounts for both the CAP money and also the national funding. And if we look at the environmental goals as a whole, we see that the share is for about 20 to 25%. Now this result should probably not come as a shock to anyone. The issues with programming, for example, the rural development policy, have been established many times in the literature. They were also highlighted by the European Court of Auditors, for example. Therefore, we can safely say that evidence-based policy making is a challenge for member states. Or rather, to be more specific, the policy system does not seem to provide the necessary safeguards and incentives for better programming. So, therefore, it's kind of reasonable to doubt that, just by scaling up the current RDP rural development planning system to the whole CAP, which is basically what this reform is about, might not provide the necessary space for the change. So in the next step, we wanted to see, what are the key issues for this? What are the key reasons? And now there have been a lot of good studies in political sciences focusing on the policy process. So, basically power relations, stakeholder process dynamics, lack of leadership, and things like that. But in our study, we rather focused on the policy outcomes part. So basically what this means is, let's imagine that for some reason in the policy process, this window of opportunity opens where we can introduce some major environmentally ambitious changes, right? And now the question is, are the member states actually able to operationalize this shift? So we try to address this question by focusing on the introduction of the result-based schemes, agro-environmental schemes. I think this is a very good example because, you need to develop result-based scheme, you need to have clear targets, good data and trained staff that, supports the implementation. And so we chose two Natura 2000 sites in Slovenia, which are important for dry grassland conservation. We did some focus groups with stakeholders, and it became quite clear that more or less everyone seemed to support the introduction of this approach. So then a group of botanists developed a list of indicators, and our research group went in the field. We interviewed more than 500 farmers to really make sure that we understand their preferences and if they and if they recognize the indicators, so all the usual stuff that we as scientists do. And it provided the overall promising results. So we went back to the stakeholders and said, okay, so this approach seems promising for our country, which has no previous experience with result-based schemes. It also seems to have broad support among the stakeholders. So, the next question is it feasible to scale this up in the next CAP? And the answer was no. Or to be more specific, the stakeholders felt that actually the best thing that we can do right now, at least, is to implement a pilot in 1, maybe 2 Natura 2000 sites. Why? Well, first of all, there is a lack of data that is needed to implement such targeted policy interventions. There are several reasons for this, which I won't go into, but the problem is there. And of course, this problem is solvable, but it would mean that nature conservation authorities decide now that what the measures they want to implement in the strategic plan in 2027, and then strategically invest in closing all the data gaps and knowledge gaps that are required. The problem is that the current CAP policy cycle doesn't really include the necessary obligations to make sure that the member states develop this kind of long-term planning and thinking. Secondly, there are still several knowledge gaps. We know pretty well, of course, what is needed and what works in the kind of intensive agricultural landscapes. But when we are dealing with, for example, H&V systems facing land abandonment, it turns out that we actually often don't have the ready-made solutions. And furthermore, you cannot solve this type of problem just by introducing another result-based scheme, because instead you need a kind of strategically and cleverly planned list of different instruments that combine investment support, collaborative approaches, and so on. And again, this is something that member states might have little experience with. And finally, we also need, of course, to work on the capacity of the supporting institutions, such as monitoring authorities, advisory service. And again, of course, this is something that is not impossible to do, but it does require some strategic training and investment at the national level. So to summarize, our key finding was that, yes, we have a new CAP delivery model, which does have some, I think, good steps in the right direction in terms of making sure that we do introduce more strategic planning at the national level. But still, this system is still very much plagued by the old issues and structures. And to ensure this kind of rapid change of CAP at the national level, we definitely need to make sure that we substantially increase resources for data gathering, evaluation, capacity building, and knowledge transfer. Of course, there are several ways to do this. I listed a few of them here. We all know this, but we need to scale this up and make sure that that at the EU level, the safeguards are there and the incentives are there to make sure that member states actually implement this. Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya. We keep the question for the very last part of the symposium, and our last speaker is going to be Juliette Young. She's going to present some good opportunities, or at least a nice perspective in this symposium.
Yes, and I realize I'm very short for this particular arrangement, so I'm actually going to take the yes. It's working. Okay. Great. So I'm going to talk about something completely different, which is a challenge, which is conflict, and I'm going to talk about a potential opportunity, which is conflict transformation. And I'm going to try in this talk to sort of add a little bit of information as to why it's so hard to transform agriculture. So I'm just going to add a little bit of the puzzle, obviously not everything, but we're going to give it a go. Right, so we know that agriculture provides lots of goods and services, that's fine. We also know, obviously, that agriculture is responsible for less positive things, and that can actually lead to social conflicts between actors that have very different perspectives, objectives, worldviews, values, etc., etc. And what we were thinking about when we first started working on this was, okay, so we're asking agriculture to change, often quite radically, often quite rapidly. This can lead to conflict, but actually we're in a bit of a weird loop where conflict can then impact on the changes that we're wanting to make, right? So we're in a bit of a sort of catch-22, and we were thinking, okay, well, what can we test out? What can we do to try and break that loop? And what we decided to do was test out a conflict transformation approach in a project called Transform, not very original when everything is around transformation at the moment, but it's an approach that, on a very sort of theoretical approach, sees conflict as a symptom of unmet needs and also as a process of marginalization, but it is seen as a potential driver of positive change. So conflict isn't just this sort of negative thing that only sort of, leads to negative impact. Actually, we see conflict as something that can potentially drive positive change. And on a very practical approach, it really focuses on the root causes of conflict. It addresses loads of different levels, from the individual to the societal. It fosters social learning, and it has a very, very strong focus on power asymmetries as well. Now, don't be scared. It's okay. So on this figure, we're going to start up, up here, right? So we've established that changes in agriculture can lead to conflict, right? So we could choose to just ignore conflict altogether and continue with the fact that we're not really getting to many changes, but we could try and put in place a conflict transformation approach. And the first step is going to be to try and understand what could help or hinder the move to transformation. And then we put in place a very sort of transdisciplinary approach called conflict transformation, with this focus very much on power. And the idea there is to bring in a wider range of what we call agents of change. So these are people who, or institutions actually, who can operate both top-down and bottom-up, who can integrate science, policy, practice, etc., and often work at the territorial level. And this then opens up a greater amount of solution spaces where the focus is very much on knowledge co-production, empowerment, innovation, social learning, etc. And the idea after all of this is that you get to agricultural transformations that are broader in depth, in scope, over longer time frames, etc., and can potentially start to address the broader social ecological crisis that we're in at the moment. And what we did was our sort of entry point, if you like, was pesticide management, and more specifically a plan in France called Ecophyto, which aims to reduce pesticide use by 50% by 2025. And the stakeholders, it was a very transdisciplinary approach, so it was actually our stakeholders who suggested the case studies that we should be working on. And they included one on beekeeping and agriculture, so very much a sort of intra-professional conflict. There was another one on water management up here in Auxerre, where water quality was being impacted by pesticide use, and local authorities decided to go for a preventative approach, which called for farmers to make significant changes to their practices. And then, of course, it's Burgundy region. So it was very unlikely we were not going to get a case study around viticulture, which actually was the nicest one, I have to say, because we tried a lot of wine, and there's only so much honey that one can eat. And so that was a case study around the use of pesticides by wine producers and conflicts with local residents. So, of course, transdisciplinary approach. So we had lots of transdisciplinary methodologies. And so we thought to ourselves, okay, in order to look at enablers and disablers of transformation, we sort of need to understand what people want to transform to. So in order to identify ideal visions and enablers and disablers, we used something called the community voice method approach, which consists of semi-directive filmed interviews. And they're filmed in the locations that our interviewees want to be interviewed in, which worked fine, except with the beekeepers, where there were quite a lot of bee stings, which does hamper the interview somewhat. And then part of that community voice method approach included what we called a miracle question, which is basically that you ask people to picture that they have a normal day, they go to bed, and they wake up in the morning, and they wake up to a completely transformed agriculture. They wake up to an ideal transformation of agriculture. But nobody tells them that agriculture is transformed. So what does it look like? And so what we ended up then doing was to organize transformation labs, which is a very fancy name for basically a workshop. And there was one in each case study. We had a professional facilitator. We showed them initially our edited films based on the community voice method, and basically they identified solutions to the conflicts. So the first question was, okay, what does this ideal transformation look like to you? And the vision, we identified 5 visions. The one that was most highlighted was that of a recognized agriculture, where farmers are proud of their profession, a diverse agriculture, so really alive in its diversity, one which is really anchored, so where the link between farmers and the rest of the population is restored, a predictable agriculture, for example, with a climate that's always the same, that was the most utopian one, and a technological agriculture where science is the ideal, and that's in a paper in revision at the moment. But what was interesting was that actually all of the different visions had as their primary objective agricultural production. It was in their secondary objectives that they differed. So in the recognized and predictable agriculture, the focus was on farmer well-being. In the anchored vision, it was on improved local relationships. And in the biodiverse and technological visions, it was on environmental outcome. And this starts giving us a first hint as to why it's so hard to transform agriculture. Because these visions are based on the individual's values, on their networks, on their experiences, etc. And when you're asking somebody to shift from a vision that they have around environmental outcomes to one around farmer well-being, what you're basically doing is changing pathways, which actually entails challenging people's visions, norms, and values. But of course, when we look at enablers and disablers of transformation, we also get an inkling as to why it's so hard to transform agriculture. So, of course, we identified these at the individual level, so conviction, willingness to change, etc., etc. But actually, the enablers and disablers identified at the individual level only accounted for 12% of all the enablers, disablers we identified. And it really highlights this disproportionate focus that we have on the roles of farmers and at farm level characteristics, as opposed to the broader political, economic, social, and cultural structures. And actually, this is what we found. We found that enablers and disablers were mainly highlighted at the relational level, at the cultural level, and at the structural level. And actually, all of these enablers and disablers related to much deeper-rooted conflicts, including the lack of recognition of farming, the disconnect between farming and society, and the changing consumer and societal expectations of agriculture at the relational and cultural level. And at the structural level, it really related to issues relating to injustice, power imbalances, and a lack of engagement of rural communities in planning and democracy. So this was also then reflected in the solutions that people identified at the workshops, because actually none of the solutions related to individual level. They all related to the relational level, with a real focus on more communication between farmers and also between farmers and other stakeholders. And at the structural level, the key solutions were linked to empowerment through more collective and collaborative approaches and also much stronger links with local institutions. So where does it leave us in terms of thinking about whether transformational conflict science might be useful? I think it is a challenge, definitely. It is going to be a challenge to fully acknowledge conflicts and also fully acknowledge that there are different worldviews of transformation, and this is obviously going to help towards increased legitimacy. But also we need to take in mind this challenge that initiatives need to cover a broad range of dimensions, from the individual to the relational, the cultural, and the structural. But I really do see this as a potential opportunity as well, mainly through this empowerment of all relevant actors, including those actors that perceive themselves as marginalized. And here I'm thinking very much of farmers and rural communities. And the idea here would be really to develop shared visions with an S for sustainable development, because we're never going to have just one vision that can encompass everybody's needs, but also, really importantly, implement action towards transformation that's meaningful. And I'm going to leave you with a quote from one of the farmers that we've worked with a lot, who really sort of emphasized this need that we need to give meaning to change. And I just want to thank you. I want to thank my colleagues Lou, Irini, and Simon, all our interviewees and our research partners and our funders, of course. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Juliette, for this very inspiring talk. And okay, so I would like to thank all the speakers and ask them to come on the floor. Sorry. And for those who had questions, this is time. You can ask a question to the speakers. But first, right before, yes. Okay, I think we can go there. Just to wrap up a little bit the session. Yeah, you can. Don't be shy. Okay, so just quickly, I would like to ask the speakers, because we were on a overall thematic around the challenges and the opportunities from the CAP in the conservation and farmland biodiversity. What would be, according to you, the main output of the panel of this presentation we had here, and especially, do you think we have more challenges or opportunities with the CAP ahead? Okay, I leave you. Who's gonna first answer? Whatever.
So thank you all for being here and listening. I feel that my initial response to that set of presentations is, wow, we have a challenge. I don't think the CAP is going away. I think it's staying with us. And what I see as perhaps the most important challenge is what's going on at the member state level and below. Because there is this general direction of travel, which is to devolve the decisions, particularly those decisions that are affecting biodiversity, down a bit from the European level to the member state level, and in some countries even below that. And so what really matters here, we have a lot of evidence. We have a huge amount of really good quality scientific research on how we should be doing this if we want the CAP to meet its landscape and biodiversity objectives. I think we know what to do. And what's not happening is that those institutions and governance systems in the member states are not delivering that message effectively. And that comes down to the nature conservation agencies or the government departments that are responsible for that. They are not able to or are not delivering really good quality evidence in a way that actually influences decisions effectively. And maybe that's because we have these big vested interests which are having too much influence, so it is a governance issue. But I think we could change that. We have the science, we just have to focus on getting the science into the right places and bringing everybody with us at member state level and below. That's my response to this session.
I guess it's my job to answer this question in a way. I think there are always entry points. And there's never a question whether there are more challenges or less opportunities or more opportunities, but rather where they are. And I think the opportunity for all of us is really that if the CAP has been nationalized, then there's a lot more room for us actually to come into direct dialogue with ministries and authorities, and they really do need help. I mean, of course, the narrative was that the next CAP is going to be simple, whereas it actually became a lot more complicated, and authorities are struggling, farmers are struggling, because it's so complicated. Now they have to handle both agri-environment schemes and eco schemes and a lot of turmoil in society. So I think as scientists we have an opportunity to become more active as mediators in a place where there's a lot of critique and worries, etc. So I think there are both, and as a scientist I think there are more opportunities than challenges, in the sense that there are so many open doors that where we can actually go in and talk, and people do listen. I think there's a lot more willingness to hear and to seek solutions than there has been before. And a lot of the challenges has been exposed to the level where we can actually address them and talk about them.
Do you want to complete, Ariette?
Yeah, maybe just to talk a bit more about the external kind of context. I think that unfortunately, there is a massive governance issue, and I think that's at the EU level as well. And the most recent decisions that have been taken to further weaken the environmental requirements because of food security is obviously going in the wrong direction. But I think at the same time, if you want to see it this way, I think there's probably an increasing wake up to the impacts of things like climate change on food security and production, and I think embedding also the impacts of biodiversity loss as well, and soil degradation, etc., on production. I think those impacts are becoming so obvious. There's an opportunity there, if you like, to change the food security narrative to actually kind of make it work for arguing for protection of the environment. And that's something that IEP has actually been working on, looking at what happens if we don't act, and what are the costs there also for food production itself.
Okay, go for it, Dania. Quick words.
Yeah, so maybe I would just I agree with what the others already said. Maybe I would just like to add a few thoughts on, what we as scientists can do. I really like this in the guy's presentation, that, as researchers, it's really time, it's really, the last time, and it's very important for us to, come out of our, silos and go into this society, deal with misinformation, act as a bridge between the, polarizing parts of the society, try to, bring some facts into the discussion. And on the other hand, I think also within the research community, we really, I think the ecologists have done great job so far. So we actually have a lot of knowledge, a lot of data, and basically, if you want to create good measures, there is knowledge there. It might not be in your particular country, but it is in the neighboring country. So this should not be too much of a problem. What is an issue, I think, is the whole socioeconomic part of the question. And I see the major challenges here. So what can we do to, I was mentioning the case that we were working on. This is, an H&B system where you have this small landscape structure. People are abandoning farming for, a couple of decades now. And, just to expect them to, and people are, this is the kind of lifestyle that people are just not willing to lead anymore. And then when we think about, okay, let's say we have the, ecologically sound knowledge on the measures that should be implemented in terms of biodiversity. The trouble is that I'm not sure we have the, the suitable alternative agricultural systems that could be implemented that provide at least similar conservation outputs. So I think this is, an important challenge where we definitely need ecological science, conservation biologists, but of course also economic and social scientists.
Maybe we can take a couple of questions from the audience. I know
a colleague was before me, but perhaps we can collect questions.
Yeah. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I had other questions, but on this discussion, I think it's very interesting the different time scales. Like there is this what Guy is often working about, like the whole structure of the CAP and the objectives, and this needs to be improved. And the other issue is in the momentaneous situation of how the CAP is now, and it is how it is. What to do best out of it in terms of implementation for conservation, in terms of research, data monitoring. And I think it's two interlinked fields that can learn a lot one from the other. And I think it's an interesting point. But I also have one specific question for you, Juliette. But first of all, thanks a lot for these very great talks and this great session. It was really wonderful to listen to all of you. On your talk, at the end, you had this 41% related to institutional issues, and you mentioned that the farmers are so marginalized and that they are not represented well or something. But I remember a study from Austria that the farmers are the group of the society which since World War II are continuously the most overrepresented persons when you compare share of population versus share of members of parliament at the national level. So how this mismatch, how you can explain why this mismatch is existing?
Yeah, so I said on my last slide that they perceive themselves as being marginalized, which is obviously not quite, well, it's very much how they see themselves at the moment. And I think, from the interviews that we gathered, they've seen that change over the last sort of maybe 5 or 10 years. It's quite a recent change. Because I think from the interviews again, they seem to be saying that until sort of 5 or 10 years ago, they were seen as the providers. They still had an important place in the local community. They still, for example, in sort of local councils and things like that, they still were represented. They felt that their voice was heard, etc., etc. But they were feeling that over the last few years that had changed, and that was also linked to the changing societal expectations on agriculture, not just as providing food, but providing a whole range of other services which they're not used to. They're not. That's not what they've been doing for generations and generations and generations. Now that doesn't mean that they're unwilling to change. It doesn't mean that they don't welcome potentially some of these other roles. But it just means that for them, the perception of them has changed to being polluters, for being people that aren't providing what they should be providing to the society, and with that comes this frustration that they feel that they're not involved in the new directions that agriculture is taking, and I think that's where the marginalization comes across. I hope that answers your question.
So I just wanted to, there's something I feel is really important to say in this panel discussion, which does link to what Juliette just said. If you are interested in watching farmers transform and watching agricultural policy be transformed, you should all be watching what's happening in the UK at the moment. Because we have taken out the direct payments. We are basically walking away from what the old structures of the CAP, and we have an Agriculture Act for 2020, which says there's a transition period of 7 years, which the clock starts ticking in 2021, no more direct payments. And farmers have changed their thinking completely as a result of this. It remains to be seen how well it actually plays out, but the current structure is still sitting on a public money for public goods platform entirely. We have money going to sustainable farming practices and local nature and landscape scale recovery in pretty much equal measure. I'm sure it will be watered down. It always is in agricultural policy, but please watch what happens because it's very, very interesting, and farmers' mindset has changed a lot.
I think through this question you've exposed one of the most interesting elements. I mean, the CAP is a sectoral policy, and that's why there's an interest of selling it as a polarized debate, whereas it actually isn't. So when you actually talk to farmers, and we talk to people, and from various interdisciplinary projects, people realize most farmers actually care for the environment. They're fully aware of the problems. They're striving for sustainability, both economically and environmentally, in the real sense of sustainability. And so we do have shared interest, and there's a majority of population that supports the set of solutions that actually exists. Just that in the level of representation, farmers are misrepresented by those that claim to represent them for securing the CAP in the way that it doesn't work. And that's, I think, where we need to expose the majorities. We need to democratize democracy because they're being misrepresented by those claiming to represent them. And that's happening to our democracy at the moment in many senses, that politicians speak not for those that actually they're supposed to be speaking for. So it's really interesting. I found it also really interesting to think about how to use these conflicts and to use science, interdisciplinary science, to actually expose the realities compared to what we are hearing in the media. It's fascinating, I think.
And sorry, can I just add a quick caveat as well, which is that farmers are not a homogenous group, right? I mean, I think we're talking about farmers as though they're this very homogenous. Obviously, they're absolutely not. And I think relating to your question as well, the farmers that we interviewed in this study are usually reasonably small scale. They're not huge, industrial farmers. So I think that's just one thing to add as well. That it's obviously a complicated landscape in that shape, but the marginalization was seen very much from the sort of small farmer perspective. Yeah.
Okay, we can take the next question.
Mitzvah University, just adding there are so big differences, particularly in countries with marginalized areas like mountains and flat areas among farmers. There are huge farmers, rich farmers, there are small farmers, marginalized farmers. My question is, we have in many landscapes the overuse is the main problem, like forests. But in farmland we have overuse and underuse, like was explained with abandonment and so, yeah? And these are totally different policy approaches, policy mixes, instruments mixes, tools which are needed here between overuse and underuse. And I wonder, what do you see for the gap? Where are the bigger challenges? In the overuse issue or in the underuse issue? Thank you.
Who wants to reply?
I think, well, Stefan can testify from the Birds in Farmland project that we kind of agreed among the scientists and with stakeholders through the stakeholder engagement process that the bigger opportunities are in extensification. In intensively used landscapes, the land is so productive that actually you don't need the CAP at all. They don't need this support. That's not, of course, completely correct, but I don't think it's either or. The problem is more deep, and it's a global problem that as a farmer you're forced to operate within a business model of intensive agriculture in general, because otherwise you just don't survive. So you have intensification or abandonment. These are your chances in life as a farmer. And so I think we should abandon this question towards more of the question of how do we use the set of many instruments that you have to support farmers that need help to do the right thing. And I differentiate between these two parts of the sentence. So those that don't need help don't even apply to the CAP, for instance. If you're a big producer of apples, etc., you don't need the CAP money at all. And people who own huge areas usually just don't need this. So first, you need to make sure that you really help the farmers that need support. And this is the majority of farmers, they don't get this money. This is the direct payments problem. And secondly, to do the right thing, which is exactly the idea of public goods, public money for public goods. And this is what they are trying in the UK. It's an interesting experiment. I see Lynn already holding the microphone, so she has maybe even a better answer.
No, I don't. I was going to agree with you. I think that if there is subsidy money in agriculture, it should be supporting those farmers that can't easily make a profit. And the low-intensity farming, the extensive farming that goes on is a nature conservation issue in Europe, right? There's a need, if you want to support the most species at landscape scale, it looks like, from analyses that we have in Poland and in the UK, like you need you need to support that low-intensity agriculture that isn't necessarily economically viable in order to support a set of species which have evolved to rely on that kind of management, which is no longer economically worth doing. That's where we should be subsidising. There's a massive debate in the UK at the moment about rewilding, because what's on the table is looking like we're going to just stop farming on big areas of upland, for example, and there's a cultural set of interest groups there who really want to keep the farming. So these are the debates, and this is where the subsidies should sit. I completely agree with Guy. We shouldn't be subsidising very intensive, large-scale farming. They can make money.
A quick question over here, and now we approach the end of the session, so we can continue being outside of the room. Okay, go for it.
Okay, very quick observation, Lynn. It's a very interesting example, of course, with Brexit, and it does confirm what Guy is saying, that sometimes you have to step from the dead horse instead of kicking it. That's what you have done, basically, hasn't it? And the question is, again, if you would like to comment, especially you, Juliet, it seems that the CAP actually is kind of deepening the conflict there, because there is obvious need for transformation. We have seen it all the time, for example, animal production or peatland use, really big conflicts there. And CAP, instead of trying and offering alternatives of land use to people who are on the land and have livelihoods from that, it's only sort of deepening their through the investment costs that they encounter, they're locked in that situation. So they can't go out of it because they have invested so much. So there is this conflict, and what do you think CAP can do, and whether it can do anything?
Irene, that's a really difficult question. Small question, that's fine. I do agree that some farmers definitely feel locked in, and it's not just a sort of technical lock-in, it's definitely a mindset lock-in as well. And that, at the sort of individual level, can be a massive disabler of transformation. But actually, when we were talking about conflicts, in our case studies, what was apparent was that, yes, we could see polarization of views, but actually the conflict was an opportunity for those views to come out. And I think part of why the solutions that were identified are now being implemented in the case studies. So they're implementing what they know they can implement within the system that is existing now. But what happened in those workshops was actually farmers seeing that there was more room for maneuver than they thought. And that I thought was very encouraging, because the initial discussions were very much around, okay, well, there's nothing we can do, and we're locked in, and the system is like this, and there's nothing else. But actually, through the conflict and through the perceptions of the different people in the conflict, it opened a little room for maneuver. And the activities and initiatives that they put in place already are actually helping towards some of the key conflicts that they could identify, particularly around communication and empowerment. So I'm not sure it's anything to do with the CAP at all, actually, because it's going to be local solutions at local scales that can potentially be scaled up. But at the moment, in our case at least, it's very much local solutions tailored to the local context, but they're wider than the stakeholders initially imagined.
One last quick comment from Mariette on this.
Yeah, I just wanted to really quickly say that we've been speaking with people in the European Commission, and they're already thinking about the next CAP reform, and they said that it's the time to come with bold ideas. So I think there is a real opportunity for the scientific community to come together from all the different disciplines and put forward some bold ideas for the next CAP reform. Yeah.
Thanks, Ayet. I think there were more questions, but we could stay here for the entire day, and we can't. So we can move on outside and continue. We would be very happy to answer other specific questions. And before that, I would like to thank the speakers for this very interesting panel. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Thank you.
And we would like to thank you for compiling this group and this event.
And thanks for staying until the end. Thanks for your attention. And we are just outside going for lunch also if you want to continue the discussion. Thank you. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, there's a presenter.
And the batteries are in good condition. Possibly not. You have told us. I mean, can you see the screen?
Yeah, give me the hand.
So I will pass it to you when I. Just when you.
It's been there for a long time.
Oh, it's been. Okay. Okay, I guess we can start. So welcome everybody. In this symposium we will be discussing forest policies and how they impact biodiversity and ecosystem services, and what we should do to make policies more efficient. And it's an honor to have as our first speaker, Helga Pützel, she's assistant director of European Forest Institute, and she's responsible for the policy support facility in EFI. So welcome.
Thank you very much for these kind words, Daniel. I'm very happy to be here today. I cannot stand here because seemingly I'm not tall enough. I should have put high heels to give this talk. Today I would like to talk about the European Union forest and biodiversity governance. I have to say, I would like to talk about targets, synergies and trade-offs, but also ways to overcome that. Here, as you see, the situation till 2020 was quite complex. And don't worry, I will not go through all the policy areas, but this should just give you an overview of what the Commission had provided in terms of policies, policy instruments, whether they're legally binding or not legally binding in terms of forest policy making, but also in terms of environmental policy, of course, including biodiversity objectives. And we have done an analysis and found like more than 500 documents that show that forest policy governance in the European Union is much more complex than a forest strategy might suggest. But what we can also see from this picture is that there's an increased importance of forest, because over the year more and more policy instruments were added. And so with this adding of more and more policy instruments, there's also more forest-related policy objectives that were added. This was the situation till 2020, but a lot of these strategies or even policy instruments, they used to go till 2020. And since then, the European Commission was quite, I would say, busy in suggesting new objectives, new targets for forest, but also for biodiversity governance. And of course, you all know about the European Green Deal with its main objective, non-net emissions from greenhouse gases by 2050, the economic growth decoupled from resource use, and that nobody should be left behind as the three major aims. But rather to implement these Green Deals, the European Commission has suggested a new biodiversity strategy with these targets of putting 10% of the EU land strictly protected, 30% protected, including ecological corridors, and also this 3 billion tree planting idea. But besides the biodiversity strategy, it has added more. It has, just in June 2020, suggested a new nature restoration law, where 20% of the EU land should be restored by 2030, and all should be restored by 2050. So quite ambitious goal in terms of biodiversity and forests. Of course, the forest strategy, actually issued in 2021, there's a mistake, I'm sorry, is about bioeconomy, but at the same time promoting bioeconomy, but at the same time preserving biodiversity, but also it aims to, or it suggests to protect primary and old-growth forests, increase the resilience of forests, increase stored carbon in forests, and also to make forest monitoring a more systematic European approach. Besides this, there's also a new proposal for a deforestation law that puts a definition for deforestation the first time in a legal instrument. And this is because the European Union does not want to contribute to deforestation or degradation outside the Union through its consumption patterns. Of course, this deforestation law and also the nature restoration law are heavily debated now. In the context of the Fit for 55, which is a plan for the green transition, or let's say an implementation tool to the European Green Deal, more objectives are suggested. including achieving climate neutrality by 2050, cutting the emissions at least by 55% by 2030. So as you can see, there's a lot of different targets coming on. The Fit for 55 initiative has put forward 12 legislation rather recently, and among them is the Renewable Energy Directive, which suggests that the target for renewable energy should be higher, so it's not anymore 32%, but 40% by 2030. And the LULUCF is also in revision. So now it's suggested that 3 million tons of CO2 equivalents by 2030 should be stored by forest, or this should be the degrees, and then stored in forest. I could, of course, now be going on enumerating other policy strategies and other policy instruments, like the Taxonomy Delegated Act, or like the bioeconomy strategy, or the circular bioeconomy strategy, strategy. So there's many more, the CAP that we have heard about this morning. But I think I'll stop here. My main argument is basically that there's a lot of forest-related objectives, including biodiversity objectives, that issued in the last couple of years, but all these objectives are not integrated with each other, and they're also not integrated along the value chains. While some of the policy objectives and targets might be synergistic, like climate and biodiversity targets, others may not, and I just want to point at this Renewable Energy Directive, where it says that 40% of renewable energy should be produced. And this means also that biodiversity can be put under stress when new renewable energy sites are opened. So let me just very briefly go back to the decision-making process in the European Union. You, of course, know that there's 3 main institutions, the European Commission, the Council of Ministers, coming from the 27 member states, and the European Parliament. Those are the 3 co-legislators, and those are the 3 that together accept that the legislation is put into action or not. The European Council only suggests, basically gives guidelines and suggests this to the Commission, while the Commission is the one that has the right of initiative, so it's the one that proposes the legislation or not. And the court, of course, judges about non-implementation. So this is the general decision-making process in the European Union. But if we look at the forest-related decision-making process, then we can see that in the Commission, there's quite many expert groups and committees that deal with forest-related aspects. We found in a more recent study, 91 of these committees that on the one side help the Commission to develop policy targets and goals. On the other side, they also help the Commission to implement them. And in the Council of Ministers, we found 27 expert groups and committees that helped the different ministers to implement forest-related objectives, or also to discuss them as proposed by the Commission. And a little smaller number in the European Parliament that also deal with these proposals or strategies that the Commission puts forward. So as you can see, it's quite complex. I could, of course, show you a much complexer picture of all these committees, and then also of all these stakeholders that are involved in decision-making. But I think you got this idea that I would like to put forward here. What we find in European governance is, however, this ideological dichotomy, what we call ideological dichotomy between the forestry timber perspectives and the nature conservation perspectives. And we have tried to distinguish those 2 perspectives by how they perceive forests, what the management paradigm is, what the main policy focus in the Union is, and who is actually involved or putting forward these perspectives. So for the forestry and timber coalition, they see forest as a resource to be used sustainably, and sustainable forest management is the management paradigm, the preferred one. The main policy focus is on the one side to support forest owners and producers, and to use market governance or also incentives to help them doing this. And the coalition that we have found here is the DG Agriculture, forest-rich members like Austria, Finland, and Sweden that are part of this, and forestry departments. If we go to the other side, the nature conservation side, then we can see the perspective of forest is on ecosystems with irreplaceable biodiversity to be conserved, while the management paradigm is conservation, or the new concept proposed by the Commission rather recently on closer to nature forestry, and the main policy focus is, of course, to conserve forest, conserve biodiversity through regulation and incentives. And here the actors group that we found is the DG Environment, forest poor and urbanized countries like, for instance, the Netherlands, Denmark, Belgium, environmental NGOs and environmental departments. And as you can see, there's quite, I would say, a scissor between these two perspectives. So coming back to what I said before, there's so many targets and so many policy objectives that we find in the European Union, and some of them are synergistic and others not. We could say that actually this is a sign of societal progress, because politicians put forward more objectives and they seem responsive to the demands of society. But this comes along with two challenges. The one challenge is we get more and more target, and decision making and also implementation becomes more complex. But the other challenge is that the implementation capacities at the national level, but also at the local level, does not increase. On the contrary, there is less and less implementing agents. So there's quite a gap between the rule making and the implementation, as we can notice. And this is what I call creation of a responsiveness trap. And now I have only 2.5 minutes left, so I would like to tell you how I suggest to overcome this responsiveness trap. My argument is that policy integration can help us to overcome this responsiveness trap. On the one side, with horizontal integration, so meaning an integration of these different policies and policy objectives to define the synergies, but also the trade-offs between the policy objectives, and decide also on European level what is it that wants to be integrated and should have priority across others. But I would also argue it needs vertical integration across levels of governance, so between the European Union, the national, and the local level. But it also needs integration of actors' perspectives, so public actors from the governments, but also private actors like companies. They should engage in co-regulation ideas. For instance, they should include biodiversity objectives, forestry-related biodiversity objectives, also in their governance documents, and implement them. Just one idea. So coming to the end, I would suggest that policy integration, as I have just mentioned it, should really also be seen as a vertical coordination form between policymakers in the European Union. So all what I have addressed before, the Commission, the European Parliament, the MEPs, but also the members of the Council, they should get together with implementers and would say improve this vertical coordination. I haven't talked much about the policy implementation part, but in another study we actually also found that non-legally binding instruments can be equally important than legal instruments. It's not the legality that makes a difference, it's the objectives and the wish to implement it that might make the difference. And finally, what I would like to highlight here is also that the science policy practice dialogue and the stimulation of the public debate maybe is the most important. We need to get out with our research, get together also with practice and policymakers to stimulate the dialogue, including with the public. Because tackling the problems together and increasing the legitimacy is obviously important. With this, I would like to thank you Sorry, I still always pressed the wrong button. Thank you so much.
We have time for 1-2 questions. Bege?
Yeah, thank you very much for clarifying how to say the policy landscape. It's not easy, to navigate in all these sort of levels. Policies are based on words, and I have a sort of a specific question. You mentioned the reforestation law, and that it also included the term degradation. Has that been defined? Because I can imagine that that is a term that different persons would consider different forests being more or less degraded.
That is a very good question, and I believe the policy process is ongoing on this policy instruments. I've just read recently that the Council has made up his position, but these definitions, also what is deforestation, are clearly heavily debated. So without knowing the exact details, I would say it's still ongoing. But it's definitely, you pushed right topic.
Thank you very much, Helga. We can move on. Just to remind that we had a cancellation, and we have a free slot at the end, and we will have an open debate at the end of the session. Next one, Marta Brazicarapa.
So, thank you, Daniel, for the introduction. I'm Marta Brazicarapa. I'm a postdoc at NIBIO. Today I'm going to talk about incoherence of national forest policies in Europe with some examples from Norway, Finland, and Germany. So, as you probably know, to limit the global warming, the countries of the European Union are working to promote a bioeconomy strategy through the definition of clear mitigation targets, such as the increase of timber demand. However, this increase of timber demand will conflict with other ecosystem services provided by forests, as we have observed during these days. In addition, there are more strategies, both at national or international level, that cover these forest resources. One example on the biodiversity strategies of the national forest strategies. At this point, it is expected a lack of coordination or coherence between these strategies, because, as I say, while this bioeconomy strategy tries to promote the increase of timber demands, the biodiversity strategies, for example, are recognize more the importance of the biodiversity conservation and try to promote, for example, the increase of the species resilience. So we understand, or we say that some policies present incoherence when they have competing objectives, instruments, when the implementation of these policies are not coordinated or the impact are not monitored. Therefore, this policy incoherence can negatively affect the sustainability and multifunctionality of the forest, as we will see later with the presentation of Astor, or for example, Clemens. So, during this project, during the multi-forest project, we have evaluated these policies incoherent in 4 countries: Finland, Sweden, Norway, Germany, represented by Bavaria. However, for this presentation, we have selected just 3 of these countries: Finland as a representation of the most productive country, Norway, the less productive one, and Bavaria as the most multifunctional country. So the research question we try to answer here is how we can translate this policy document into scenarios that we can evaluate in a quantitatively way. So what are the management requirements of these forest policies? How these policies produce incoherence, or which management activity can reduce this incoherence? So this is the workflow we have followed in all of these countries. First, we use data from the National Forest Inventory for the different countries, and we simulated the dynamic of the forest under different management regimens. In some countries, we repeat this under different climate scenarios. Later, we calculated different indicators that represent a common set of forest ecosystem services. After that, we selected 3 common and representative forest policies: the National Forest Strategy, the Biodiversity Strategy, and the Bioeconomy Strategy. We translate these policy strategies into national policy scenarios. That is, each scenario is represented by a different set of forest ecosystem services. After that, we use a multi-objective optimization, and we try to find an optimal solution for each of these scenarios in each of the countries. This slide represents how we include these different ecosystem services in the optimization framework. For example, here we see, for example, that in Finland, the National Forest Strategy, that is the first column, have more number of forest ecosystem services, have a width coverage than the other 2 scenarios. Here, the blue color represents the objective, and the red color represents a constraint. Then we observe here, for example, that Finland was the country that have the more detailed documents, the more specific objectives, since, for example, they specify that for one specific year they should have a specific carbon storage or a specific amount of bioenergy. However, in Norway, we observed that the documents were less explicit in setting this target. The objectives were a bit more fluffy. We have to maximize, for example, and at the same time, the documents say that the recreation value of the forest don't have to decline. However, we were able to analyze all of these forest ecosystem services using this optimization framework, which is a mathematical optimization approach that tries to use to solve land use conflict by finding compromise solution between objectives and constraints, what is also called the Pareto optimal solution. So the objective here was to find an optimal combination of the forest management regimen in each of the country, minimizing the incoherence between the objectives and the constraint I showed you in the previous slide. So this is, for example, this is an example of the bioeconomy scenario in Norway. As you see, here the inclusion of the indicator is not very complicated. In most of the cases, we have to maximize or minimize. And this is the output we have after optimize. Here we have some constraint, some indicator we have to fulfill, so we can't move, but we have other indicators we can play with. So the idea here was that we and the stakeholder can go here and see, okay, I have some indicator, I can move, or what is it, but what happens if I maximize a bit more this indicator, these forest ecosystem services? What is the effect? There is some trade-off or some synergy with the other indicators, so they can observe their response on the other ecosystem services as well. And here's some results for Norway. This represents the optimal solution. This is the distribution of the management regimen under the optimal solution for the forest strategy, the biodiversity strategy, and the bioeconomy. We observe here that the business as usual, the extensive and the set-aside was the most representative in the forest national strategy. In the biodiversity strategy, there is an increase of set-aside, the extensive and continuous cover forestry, that is in case have sent, because these management regimens are more compatible with the biodiversity indicator that we have included in this biodiversity scenario. In Finland, they observed that the share of this management regimen depends on the policy focus. Here they found that the business as usual didn't have a big presence in the optimal solution, and taking into account that currently this is the main management alternative in the country, they were expected higher percentage of this management regimen. Here the main management regimen were for intensified continuous cover forestry and set-aside. So they observed that these scenarios could suggest a change, because currently this percentage, the percentage of this management regimen applied in the country is a bit lower. In the result of Germany, we observed also the effect of climate change, as we know that in some regions climate change might improve the growth, so this could leave more room for set-aside regimen that could have more positive consequences on biodiversity indicators. They observed an increase of continuous cover forestry and intensification in bioeconomy scenario, and as the forest strategy in this case was the multifunctional scenario, they observed that the regimen of the management regimen, the distribution of the management regimen were more distributed. Well, these scenarios will be used in the next presentation, so I don't have time to present more results. But if someone are interested in the results from Germany are already published. However, the results from Germany and Norway are still under review, but we hope to have it soon. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Questions? We have a couple of minutes for questions. So, okay, Marta, what do you think, how generalizable are those results to other parts of Europe? Do you have a guess about if this can apply to other countries as well?
Yeah, because once we use the national forest inventories and the national policy, so this type of analysis you can apply it in each country. You have both things.
Yeah, and at least this tool it's quite flexible. At least the one that has been developed in this multi-forest project. So at least that's a nice output that could be applied. I understand, right? Quite openly to other countries' contexts and so on.
Yeah.
Questions? If not, we move to the next speaker, Clemens Blattert from University of Jyväskylä, also following the same project.
Yeah, hello, also from my side. My name is Clemens Blattert, and I will present today a work what I have done during my postdoc at the University of Jyväskylä. And the title of my talk is Climate Change Mitigation Targets, Compromise Forest Ecosystem Services and Biodiversity. And as you can see, this talk I have done together with a lot of people from different institutes over Europe, and a couple of them are also sitting here today in this room, which is very nice. Yeah, as many of you know, is that the recent IPCC report highlighted that there is a climate crisis and that we will soon reach this 1.5 target if there are not immediate and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. To mitigate climate change, the EU has actually defined several targets that should aim that we stay within this 1.5 degree target. And one target of his, for example, that they would like to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030, which is stated in the Fit for 55 package, as we also have seen at the beginning in the talk of Helga. Another target is also that they would like to become a climate-neutral continent by 2050, which is, for example, described in the European Green Deal. To reach those targets, they have actually released several legislative proposals that aim to align the climate, energy, land use, transport, and taxation policies. And one part of it is actually the land use change, and forestry sector, the LULUCF. And according to this, forests and the harvested products have to play a strategic role in achieving greenhouse gas reduction targets, for example, by carbon sequestration or by substitutions. Thus, we can say dampening climate change actually very much depends on how we utilize our forest resources. But the questions are coming up then, and these are also our research questions. How will actually those climate change mitigation policies impact the future demands of timber? So how much it might increase or decrease. Another question was also how consistent are those mitigation targets actually with the targets of sectoral policies, for example, on national levels, that guide the demands for forest ecosystem services. Here I brought the examples for Finland, for the biodiversity strategy, the forestry strategy, and the bioeconomy strategy. Another question is then, and what is actually the impact on the forest ecosystem services and biodiversity if we must achieve those mitigation targets? And last but not least, there's also every time the question around, okay, and what would be the optimal forest management to achieve those different policy objectives? To answer those questions, we have actually started, and that's now maybe a little bit overlapping what Marta has presented. We have started from simulation. So we used national forest inventory data and different climate scenarios and have simulated the forest development under different management regimes, kind of rotation forestry, or kind of with even-aged and clear-cut, intensified and extensified versions of it, continuous cover forestry, set-asides where no management activities are taking place, and regimes that aim to adapt to climate change. And those simulations provided us a set of forest ecosystem service and biodiversity indicators and their future trajectories. Further, we also have, like we have seen in the talk of Marta, we have actually analyzed what is the demand of national forest policies for different ecosystem services. So looking at those 3 strategy papers in each country. And further, we also have modeled the timber demands, the future timber demands that are related to those climate mitigation ambitions of the EU with the model Globium, which I will explain a little bit further in the next slide. Those 3 informations we have used to create optimization scenarios. So first we did start to create scenarios in the bottom-up approach where we aimed to optimize the forest management regarding the targets for forest ecosystem service and biodiversity as stated in the national policies. And then in a top-down approach, we further tried to optimize the management when we put on top of those national targets also the timber demand targets related to the EU mitigation ambitions. And this gave us different scenarios, and for each of them we got the optimal forest management. And under those forest managements we have seen the future potential harvests and the development of ecosystem services. And this information we have then used for kind of a cross-scale analysis, where we have looked at, okay, how have we now actually achieved the timber demands under those different scenarios? What is actually the management requirements to achieve those different objectives? And what is the impact on forest ecosystem services? And this we have done in 4 study regions, in Finland, Sweden, Norway, and Germany and Bavaria. The mitigation ambitions we have therefore modeled with a global biosphere management model of our partner EASA. And that's a global land use dynamic model that allows to cover the competition between different land use-based activities in the agriculture, forestry, and bioenergy sector. And within this model, our partners have kind of created 2 scenarios that reflect the future timber demands related to the EU mitigation ambitions. And in the first scenario, we are aiming for a climate neutrality by 2050, and in the long run for this 1.5 target of the EU. And that's kind of related to a climate trajectory of the RCP 1.9. And in a second scenario, we have kind of targeted 40% greenhouse gas reductions by 2030. And with this we call the national determined contribution scenarios. It's kind of the contributions from each nation. And for each of those scenarios, we got the future expected timber demands for sawlogs, pulp fuel, and for residues. And how do the results for those 2 scenarios look like, which we have simulated, or our partner EASA, with the model Globium? As you can see here, we have the timber demands for those 2 climate change scenarios for the different countries. And as we can see, the highest demands have been forecasted under this 1.5 degrees scenario, which increase in each country from the current situation by the end of the century. Under the Andes scenario, which is linked to the RCP 4.5, the ones with lower climate ambitions, the demands are on opposite more modest. And when we, for example, look at how the demands develop in Finland and Sweden, then we see that they are almost twice of the ones in Norway and in Bavaria. However, when we look at the demands related to values per hectare, then we see that actually Bavaria has to contribute quite high amounts of timber demands, as it is in the more productive region. And now it becomes a little bit more complicated graphic, but I try to guide through. Now we were looking at, okay, and how have we those demands achieved under our policy scenarios? In the first step, I would like to show the ones for the bottom-up. So when we have optimized for the targets of the different sectoral policies. And here we have the 4 countries, and for each of us, for those we have the 2 climate ambitions, and we see how we have achieved the demands for different assortments of residues, pulp, fuel, and sawlogs. And presented is here the difference between the demands, what we have gotten from the Globium, and what we have optimized in our scenarios. And what we can see is that in Finland, Sweden, and Germany, we have not been able to achieve those high demands arising under the 1.5 scenario, if we at the same time want to achieve the targets of the national policies. In Norway, on the opposite, we have been able to achieve this 1.5 demand target, but only under the national forestry strategy. When we look at the management, kind of, okay, and how have we, what was the contributing management to achieve those harvests, then we see that in Finland and in Germany, large contributions have come from intensified rotation forestry and continuous cover forestry, whereas in Sweden and Norway, different variants of rotation forestry were contributing to it. Now, in the same game for the other approach, our top-down approach. So when we were looked at, okay, and how does the results look like when we now aim for those EU mitigation ambitions on top of the national scenarios and targets? And there we have again the difference between our simulated demands and the optimized harvest under our scenarios. And what we can see now is that the demands for the 1.5 scenario are still only met under the forest strategy and the biodiversity targets under the case of Norway. However, Sweden and Norway would then also be able to provide enough timber for the lower climate change mitigation targets which is by the NDC scenario. In Finland, we had the situation that we very much exceeded the demands for sawlogs, which could somehow be used to contribute to compensate for the gaps under the lower assortments. And when we look at the harvest management under this optimization approach, then we see that there happened actually an harmonization in management under each of those different countries. And we see that in Finland and Sweden, in Germany, large harvests were contributed by continuous cover forestry management and intensified rotation forestry. Whereas in Sweden and Norway, still rotation forestry was kind of contributing mostly to the demands. And then, as mentioned at the beginning, we also have been interested in what is actually the impact then on the forest ecosystem services if we really would like to achieve the mitigation ambitions. And how have we calculated it? This I would like to present first. So based on our optimization scenarios, this top-down and bottom-up, we got the provision of different indicators over the time for the non-woody ecosystem service and biodiversity, as well as for the woody ecosystem services. Those we have simply normalized to make them comparable. And based on the normalized indicators, we have calculated simply the difference between the achievements under the top-down and the bottom-up, and have grouped them by ecosystem services. And if there was a negative effect, then we say, okay, there is a loss if we aim for the climate mitigation ambitions, and compared to those ecosystem services what we would achieve under the national policy scenarios, and vice versa. If they are positive, then we see, okay, there's actually a gain in the ecosystem service. And how do those results look like for the different countries? Here we have the 4 countries again. For each country, the policy scenarios, and then the 2 mitigation ambitions. And then we see how they are affecting the ecosystem service provisioning under the national scenarios. And how does this look like? In the first step, we see that generally there have been a loss in the different ecosystem services. And that's particularly, we can see this for ecosystem services which are related not to timber. So, for example, for biodiversity, water, climate, recreation. Vice versa, quite often we had kind of a positive effect caused by this climate mitigation ambitions for this woody-related ecosystem services. And this we can, for example, particularly see in Finland for the biodiversity strategy, and in Germany for the national forestry strategy and the biodiversity strategy. And when we look at Sweden and Norway, there in comparison, the effects on this mitigation ambitions on the ecosystem services provided by the national policies have actually been lower. And this, in Norway, this is partly caused because, as you have seen at the beginning, their timber demand targets have been much lower in comparison to other countries. And in Sweden, we had the case that actually under the national scenarios, we already had quite some high timber harvest. And with this, I would like to conclude the presentation. And what I tried to show based on our study here is that key timber-producing countries like Finland, Sweden, and Germany were not able to provide the increased timber demands for material and bioenergy that would arise under the mitigation ambitions which are related to the 1.5 degree target. And what we also could see from our results is that the EU mitigation targets are actually conflicting with several national policies, and they also cause quite some adverse effects for multiple forest ecosystem services and biodiversity. And based on these results, we argue that the role of forests and the timber resources in achieving the mitigation targets and the social decarbonization should not be overstated. And with this, I would like to say thank you. Thank you also for your attention, and I'm happy to answer questions. I also would like to say thank you to Forest Valley, who was financing this work.
We have time for 1 or 2 short questions. Vega is always reliable.
Yes, and I'm not sure I can frame the question so it's understandable, but something here that I don't really follow, because the demand of timber and forest products is based on the assumption that the substitution of the use of those products actually leads to climate benefits, which in my worldview is not necessarily true. So I guess my question is, when you have climate in your graph, what does that represent? Does it represent sequestration, or does it represent something else? Is it a calculation on the climate effect of under the different scenarios?
You mean in the simulations of globium, or in our forest growth simulations? Because our forest growth simulations, the effect of climate is included in how the forest might grow under different climate trajectories. So in the boreal case, it mostly leads to, when we are having increased temperatures, that the growing season might be extended, and actually forests might grow better under climate change compared to the current situation.
Okay. We shouldn't discuss this here, because there's something here which I don't fully understand in the basic assumption. I'm not criticizing the work you've done. That's great. But there's something in how this timber demand is actually, the assumptions behind the timber demands that I am sort of concerned about, and I don't fully understand. But we can take that at a later point.
Yeah, and maybe this can be answered later on by Fulvio in a later talk, in a couple of talks.
Exactly. Fulvio, he's actually our expert in the simulations of globium, because he has provided us the simulations for these different scenarios, and I think he knows best how this works in detail.
Okay, thanks, Clemens. Next one, Astor Toraño Caicoya will talk about policies and multifunctionality.
So thank you, Clemens. So yeah, my name is Astor Toraño, and I am a postdoc or a research associate in the chair of forest growth and yield, Technical University of Munich. And today I'm going to give you a little overview about one of our FAIR tasks, targets in this project, which was the evaluation of multifunctionality, and how to evaluate the cost of implementation of forest policies in the multifunctionality service of forest ecosystems. So we have three main objectives or research questions here. First, we want to see and to estimate which is the actual maximal potential multifunctionality that these countries or object of a study can have. And then we will evaluate the impact, or what's the same to say as the cost of the implementation of these forest strategies, policy strategies, or sectoral policy strategies on the multifunctionality or the multifunctional provision of services. For this, we have already heard about it in the presentations of Marta and Clemens. We are mainly evaluating the forest strategy, the biodiversity strategy, and the bioeconomy strategy, or their translations into the country's object of study. So again, Germany represented by the state of Bavaria, Sweden, Finland, and Norway. And based on this study, we will also try to evaluate which is the actual impact on the management regimes, or the management in terms of forestry of the landscape and the consequences in the subsequent provision of services. For this, we have six ecosystem services. We chose the ones that we could simulate in common the best. We have 6 management strategies already introduced by Clemens before, which try to tackle from traditional forestry or more rotation forestry to other regimes that include variations of continuous cover forestry, adaptation to climate, and of course are non-risk set-aside type of simulation. And on top of this, we will also try to evaluate the impact of climate due to 2 climate scenarios, the normal so climate as usual, or also an RCP for 5. We also do a type of multi-objective optimization here, but this one is a bit different than the ones that were used in the analysis done by Marta and also by Clemens, because in those ones the objectives were translation or an interpretation as direct as possible of the objectives that were contained into the different strategies. In this case, what we're trying to do is a multi-objective optimization of the ecosystem services directly using certain indicators that try to represent as objectively as possible these ecosystem services classes, and that they can be as comparable as possible between the different countries. For this, we use a multifunctionality metric. I forgot to include it here, but it was developed by Davidson et al., published in Land Use Policy. And yeah, this optimization first estimates an indicator that is based on an ideal and anti-ideal value for each of the indicators. So you take the whole range of possible values, and you optimize which will be according or normalized according to the best and worst possible value. Then we will group these indicators in ecosystem services classes based on 2 criteria, which is to be either averaging, when we consider it's the best aggregation possible, and or a minimization, which is the expression on the bottom. And I mean, if somebody knows about a bit of optimization techniques, this is kind of straightforward, just for you to know this. And this will do the same for all countries. So we are trying to get all the results as comparable as possible here. So since we have a lot of methodology in the previous presentations, I'm just going to go directly into the results. But first, a little bit. This is a big table. I mean, we also don't have to go too close through it. But so yes, you have an overview that we have used indicators for all these forest ecosystem service classes. And if you go a little bit in detail through it, you will see that they are relatively similar. Sometimes, especially, for example, if you concentrate here on biodiversity, we tend to use different deadwood indicators, forest structure indicators. In the German case, we have a FAST indicator also published, but at the end, this indicator also kind of use the same structural or analog structural indicators to make it. So these are the classes in summary: good production, bioenergy, then we have biodiversity, water protection, climate regulation, and recreation. And the combination of these classes will give us this value or multifunctionality metric to evaluate, on one side, the maximum multifunctionality possible, and on the other side, the multifunctionality achieved by each of the policy scenarios, and therefore their distance to the potential maximum multifunctionality. And this is what this plot here tries to show, which is, let's say, so to say, our main result, or it will be the main result of the coming publication. The first thing we see here are these dotted lines or dashed lines on the top, and these ones, in a normalized scale, show you the potential maximum multifunctionality of each of the countries. First things we see here is that they are rather similar to all of them, just a little bit lower for Norway. Our interpretation for this is that since the overall forest production of Norway is relatively lower than the other countries, if you try to achieve services like good production or bioenergy, they wouldn't be able to intensify so much without sacrificing the rest of the services. That's why it's a little bit lower than the countries. You don't see much of climate sensitivity. If we have here in this direction non-climate, and then the RCP for 5. For the maximum potential multifunctionality, especially in Finland and Norway, there is very little sensitivity. However, you see more sensitivity in Germany and Sweden, probably due to also a stronger increase of productivity, especially in the German case, since we don't consider risks here. And then what we also see, it's like if we take the bars, and we have the red one is the National Forest Strategy, the green one is the biodiversity, and the blue one, the bioeconomy strategy. And we see 2 very clear patterns here. On one side, Germany and Sweden, for which the forest strategy is the one closest to the maximum multifunctionality. So you can already say the forest strategy, as also Marta introduced before, tends to be in these countries the one that has the most, or the inherent maximum multifunctionality, while the biodiversity and the bioeconomy tend to be lower, tend to be more concentrated on certain targets, therefore not as multifunctional as in the forest strategy. However, in Norway and Finland, we see different patterns. Interestingly, for example, in Finland, they have analyzed themselves that the bioeconomy strategy is the one actually showing the highest multifunctionality. In Norway, the differences are a bit lower, but also slightly better for the forest strategy in terms of multifunctionality. This will be, as you saw also before, like a compilation of the actual optimum shares of the management regimes, so the optimal management of the landscape to achieve maximum multifunctionality. And yeah, the main differences are that almost all countries, a large set of set-aside is needed to achieve maximum multifunctionality, while in Sweden, actually, they tend to have relatively strong intensification in order to achieve these services, which tends to be due to an increase of fertilization and higher volumes on ground. Yeah, in Germany, there is a strong influence of climate, and in Norway also, but in Germany, this productivity allows for more set-asides, while in Norway it tends to be the opposite. Thanks to these results, if we go a bit deeper into them, we can kind of give management recommendations, and these kind of heat maps here show that. And what we mainly see, I mean, just to explain them a bit, we have the biodiversity in this column, bioeconomy, and forest strategy. And the important one here, for example, is if you see the set-aside, and you see kind of different trade-offs. In order to achieve this multifunctionality, for all the strategies in Germany, for example, they will need more set-asides, and quite strongly. Same thing in Norway. But for example, you don't see this in Finland, where set-asides tend to be decreased, and then the management regimes more distributed within the rest of the classes. Probably due to the strong proportion of rotation forestry that you already have, giving more to continuous cover forestry and adaptation of climate, especially in the lower end, might have more potential to increase multifunctionality. We have evaluated a lot of ecosystem services, but there is no need to go through this. It's very complex to analyze these plots, as we have for all countries. So for this reason, we make a little picture at the end, and we get these spider plots to analyze that. Just very quickly through it, what you mainly see is in the magenta line for all countries, and you see that, of course, the multifunctional scenario gets the closest or has the most evenly distributed distribution of ecosystem services. While others, for example, very clear in the German case, we get the bioeconomy strategy having a very transversal provision of services, which means it's very concentrated on certain targets. That happens also if you analyze them a bit more in detail in other countries, like, for example, as well in the biodiversity strategy. If you only concentrate in certain targets, then the result of that strategy will be a more segregated distribution of management. Just the last result will be something about the climate. Here we haven't seen much influences. The country that has the strongest influences is Sweden. And yeah, in the other ones, which improves in RCP 4.5 for all services. But this has not been the case in the other countries. It's a bit more complicated to analyze climate here. And the very last, and it's like a message, I mean, this is also, it will take a lot of time to analyze here these results. But the main idea is that in order to plan this kind of management, we need to have a very strong, or we need to look close into which are the trade-offs and the synergies between the ecosystem services. They are correlated. So then if we have positive correlations, we might ease the way into creating multifunctional landscapes. But if they are actually negatively correlated, it will be more complicated to achieve those. And just a general result, we have observed here, we don't have Sweden, we didn't manage to produce the results yet. But you see that in terms of biodiversity, in Germany and in Finland, we do have quite strong correlations. In Germany, lower. Finland is the one that to achieve biodiversity targets will be more tricky. So you see you have some positive correlations, surprisingly, with wood, negatively with recreation and water, and also with climate. In the case of Germany, it's only a very strong positive correlation with water, while for the other ones, they are relatively independent. And in the case of Norway, it will be it's one of the ecosystem services that has the lowest correlation with the other one. So you could theoretically target biodiversity without hindering the provision of bioenergy, climate, recreation, and so on. And so just to conclude, since before Daniel gives me the stop, policies that have strong sectorial targets can harm multifunctionality. However, diverse management strategies at the stand scale, like continuous cover forestry, adaptation, climate, and also diverse strategies at the landscape level. For example, like as you see, producing by the forest strategy in Germany that distributes clear cuts with continuous cover forestry with set-asides over the territory, will have the largest potential to provide with multifunctionality. In most countries, we have not observed strong climate influences on potential multifunctionality, but climate, if it improves productivity and does not give, which is probably not the case, too much risk, it might also help. And last but not least, and what I have just said, more research into, we have seen also some presentations here, synergies and trade-offs between the ecosystem services will be very useful to understand how to improve landscape multifunctionality. And that's it. So thank you for your attention, and if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them.
we have time for 1-2 questions. Astor, you said that you did not include here disturbances. How do you expect to affect these results if you would include the potential disturbances?
The thing we have discussed in many projects and meetings is that will definitely impact the results based on set-asides. In our simulations, we use set-asides, which is just mainly based on natural mortality. And if you add climate, which improves productivity, this will also give more space for set-asides. However, if you have risks, this will change the whole story. The productivity induced by the climate will not be translated in more volume at the end because it will be reduced by those risks. And therefore, and they will also induce much more mortality on set-asides, which at the end will probably reduce these big shares of set-asides that we see.
Maybe then you can set aside the disturbed forests.
Yeah, but if you leave, then we'll see what the barbital does with it. But yeah.
Okay. Any more questions? If not, we move to the next speaker, Niels Droste from Lund University.
Hi. Thanks. So I'll present kind of insights from a project that's Nordforsk funded. We are trying to assess forest policies from a comparative angle. And that is to say, I'll give some of the context, right, of the project to begin with. But what we're after is kind of how do these regimes differ? Yeah, and what I'll present is kind of preliminary insights from how we try to get at that comparison. The kind of paper that I'll be presenting is joint work with quite a few people. I will not go through all of them here, but it is kind of like how we can understand governance shifts in space and in time between these countries, right? That's the core inquiry. And that's, of course, based in this context of a twin challenge between climate change and biodiversity loss. I like this figure because it very accurately represents my own ignorance. I struggle just understanding, societal systems and what we need to do to tackle a global pandemic, and the economic system is complex enough. People behave weirdly sometimes, but when it comes to climate change, that's at a scale that I have difficulties understanding intellectually fully in its consequences, right? And then biodiversity functions at temporal scales, or evolves at temporal scales that are unimaginable in a way. That's so far beyond my own kind of horizon that this kind of represents that. But that's nevertheless what we're trying to tackle. To understand what can we learn about differences in policy making when it comes to both climate change and biodiversity. In Swedish forest policy making, the idea is a bit that we can have more of everything. But that's, well, not how I think, because it's a kind of there's only so much a forest can produce. We can't maximize timber extraction and cultural ecosystem services at the same time. When you clear cut, then there's maybe not so many cultural ecosystem services left. So I think they're inevitable kind of trade-offs that we need to tackle or deal with in a way in policy making, because there are different interests legitimate interests in how forests can be used. Yeah? So the kind of overall project is designed to capture these trade-offs through an approach that we call integrative policy assessment. In the climate domain, it's integrative assessment, so we kind of insert that policy to emphasize that it's the changes induced by policy making that we're interested in. We have kind of a theory of change that captures our core kind of, let's say, belief, yeah, about the causal mechanisms, or attempt to capture the causal mechanisms that we're interested in, and that starts with, you know, the governance system or the policy interventions in that kind of system. Yeah? And that governance means it's not just governmental policy, but also, you know, private sort of self-regulation and softer approaches. But that then determines the behavior of forest owners and users, or could potentially influence their behavior, right? And then their behavior determines land use patterns. That is to say, the forest system is being changed by actors in that kind of system, yeah? And they are influenced by the policy, and then depending on how they interact with the forest ecosystem, different ecosystem goods and services are then produced, right? That's kind of the general kind of causal chain that we try to model, and we focus on trade-offs between timber production, biodiversity conservation, and carbon sequestration. And it's kind of, so it's a multi-modular kind of approach that we pursue. We start with policy interventions, and that's actually what I'll be talking about mainly today, because we need to understand which kind of policies matter, right? We need to understand which ones are the important interventions in the system that then have all sorts of effects along that kind of causal chain. But as I said, the kind of agents, right, we try to capture behavior of landowners and users through an agent-based model. That is to say, the behavioral responses of people to incentives and direct regulations and all sorts of things. Certification, yeah? And then that has outcomes in terms of timber production, for example, and well, we also try to capture the carbon embedded in the trade that's then, you know, coming out of the export of these timber or forest products, and then the carbon is shipped somewhere else. So we'll also use some sort of life cycle assessment or multi-regional input-output modeling to trace that. We have a dynamic vegetation model that's called LPJ-GES, with which we try to quantify the carbon embedded in the ecosystems above and below ground, because only then can we make a kind of comprehensive carbon balance, with the carbon extracted and traded, carbon remaining, yeah, in the ecosystems. And then biodiversity we approach that through joint species distribution modeling of bird data. So maybe I shouldn't say biodiversity because it's, you know, it's birds, because the data is the best kind of. It's there since a couple of decades, so there's like a time series available in these countries. Yeah? But it's of course not a full representation of biodiversity as such. But yeah, I'll leave it there. And then we try to kind of capture the whole. Do I have? Yes. There. So structural equation modeling is the current idea how we can then capture, you know, all these movements and variations along these different variables. Yeah. But that's the very last step. So that's kind of what we are attempting with the project. But what I'll be talking about today is the policy, right? Because it kind of all starts there. So we need to understand kind of the policy changes. And we are just starting to understand the policy changes. So I wanted to run that by you. We want to understand this kind of qualitatively first. We want to, like, sort of based on, and I'll be talking about that, the policy and regulations, but also based on expert knowledge. Which is a step that we have not yet done, and we kind of pursue a comparative politics angle here. Because we have different countries that we look at, and they, well, it's all Phenoscania, right? But there are some differences. So I think if we want to compare them, we need to be aware of such. And it's just a kind of summary of some of the differences here. Well, the forests in itself are one, right? So that's the ecozone or main ecozones. Type of forests that are growing are just different. Denmark is kind of the outlier. And it is also like who owns the forests that is different. In Denmark, for example, it's much less individual forest owners than in the other countries. So the state owns more forests than further up north. They all kind of have a strong property index or property right index. That is to say that the protection of individual land ownership is comparable. But the forest cover are substantially different. Denmark is just not very forested. And, well, neither is Norway, but a bit, it's because of the mountains, not so much because of, like, all the deforestation, I would say. But, yeah. The forest types are also, so past, the current forest types are, of course, a product or result of past land and forest use. Yeah? So that's, I think, very important to consider. Yeah, and I have to speed up a bit. There's all sorts of like important governance aspects, such as protected land and so on and so forth, where Finland has protected most. The kind of, and then the value added, right? So the economic importance of these sectors, all these factors, I think, matter for how forests are being used. But it's, so we need to kind of take this kind of context into account when looking into policy. And yeah, we think it's a system, right? And context matters. What we've kind of done so far is we've built a database of forest interventions since, you know, the 18th century, and then looked into what they kind of address. So the so-called qualitative content analysis we have not systematically coded, but we've dealt with what the policies address, yeah? And started to look into the evolution of these policy approaches, and that's what I present now as a kind of preliminary result. What we still have to do is to double check that with experts. Yeah, and today is also one of these chances where you can say, well, you know, that is not quite how I see it. So I would welcome such comments, you know. And well, I'll not go through the details here, but that's kind of like some of the key policy, the legislation, so it's government policy here. But what I want to place an emphasis on is that we think there is some sort of shared evolution of the policy approaches in the Nordic countries. And I'll try to kind of explain the narrative, explain narratively what we think has happened in the past. That, you know, like there was, in the 17th and 18th century, like large and intensive deforestation happening, so that the emerging kind of state has then started to regulate. So there were like the first kind of forest acts, and that there's a bit of variation over time, but that there was any formal regulation of forest use, that's what started in the 18th century. And then the focus in the beginning was on how to use these forests, right? Which was then further specified. So when they said you can't just cut down the forest, you also need to afforest, you need to regenerate and replant. Yeah. So there were kind of, they wanted I think intention of the policies during that time was to make sure that there is a forest cover that's not just decreasing, right, but that is kept, at least in its current size or so. And then there was a focus on the production system. So when the Forestry Act, when principles of management principles were prescribed, so to say, by like top-down policies, right? Like this is how you need to manage your kind of forest. Focusing on the emerging industrial forest use with for the first time, this kind of principle of freedom subject to responsibility, which I think is still a kind of a paradigm in Nordic forest policy. That, to my knowledge, happened for the first time or was introduced in Norway for the first time. And then cutting it short, because I'm running out of time, is, and you're possibly also more familiar with recent policy changes, it's the ongoing industrialization, mechanization of the forest use, yeah, was then further regulated up until kind of the second half of the last century, when other interest groups started to organize. For example, outdoor recreation, they were like, you know, it's not just companies that started to form then, but also interest groups that started to make their voice heard more, which I think led to a stronger focus on multifunctionality of forests. So a bit a shift away from this kind of like intensive industrial sort of forest use, while sustainable in the sense of we keep at least the forest cover there, right? That there's also other things that the forest should produce as a principle introduced into the government policies. And then I think what's kind of the current topic, and it's still ongoing processes. It's none of these has really ended, right? It's still an ongoing debate, but the focus, I think, currently has shifted more towards also considering, you know, ecological aspects in forest use and forest conservation. So to sum up, I think there are some sort of shared megatrends, but we need to double check that, right? So it's kind of preliminary finding here that the state has at some point started to regulate the forest more intentionally, focused on the industry, but also with a focus on, you know, efficient and industrial forest use, with the principle of freedom and responsibility, and then slowly, as society also organized, included other interests in the formulation of these policies, and the last of these is kind of the needs of non-humans, so to say. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Niels, for this interesting historical perspective and comparativeness. Questions? Mick.
Hi, thanks. Thanks a lot for this very informative talk. One question: the results, preliminary results that you have gotten seems to suggest that these policies have much in common among Nordic countries, and there's some sort of a similar trajectory in time, this is a kind of a main conclusion. So this raises a question: how much in isolation Nordic countries are from the rest of the world? So I wonder if this is a kind of a more global pattern that is happening at least in OECD countries, or are Nordic countries different?
That is a very good question. And maybe the Nordic kind of forest policy also represents an even broader sample, right? What we looked at is the Nordic countries here, and kind of this conclusion is based on those observations. And we're not 100% sure that, like, how far, you know, that is actually true, because there are, of course, differences, you know, but we think we can see such similarities, yes. In Brazil, I think for example, yeah, it may have the kind of same sequence, but at a different time scale. I mean, yeah. So I'm not sure the whole world has gone through that kind of all of these steps yet, or so. would be my spontaneous take on that. Thanks.
Yeah, but that's something to look into, dig into, yes. How general. Okay, thanks. We move to the next, Fulvio, Di Fulvio from IASA. Remember that we can continue the discussion after the last talk, after Yanni's talk.
Yes, thank you, Daniel, for giving me the floor, introducing. And I'm Fulvio Di Fulvio from IASA. I will present this work, which was, it's still under development under the Multiforest project. I, until now, worked closely with my colleagues, Nicolas Forcel, Per Calauri, but all the Multiforest people which were presenting today are part of this work in designing the scenarios which we will present, and also commenting first time the analysis which come out from our models. First of all, what I will speak today is about how national timber harvest projection will change under the EU Green Deal, and especially considering what are the implications of the EU biodiversity strategy at the European level on the timber demands and also at the national scale. For doing that, of course, we need quite much of integrated modeling, and that is what I will present indeed. So, what is happening is that in Europe, as we have seen at the beginning of this session, there is a very vibrant policy environment. There is a lot of policies, revisions, or new policy instruments. We know we had a biodiversity strategy, I think was from 2013, which has been revised in 2020. And now we have from this biodiversity strategy objective for the year 2030. These objectives clearly state that we should strictly protect 10% of the land surface and the sea. And this will have a strong implication also for the forest, where in many member states in Europe, we are at currently a 5% strict protection or similar percentages. And we should also increase the total protected land to 30%. Including the 10% strict protection. That means that we will have a 20% of land where we should do a closer to nature management compared to what currently we apply there. And for the forest, it's very important, and in the strategy, we have also the strictly protection of all the EU remaining primary forest and also old growth forest. And this last term is still under debate, indeed. So there is a need to understand how this policy will be implemented, how the member states in Europe will take up the strategy, and if they will do an equal effort sharing, or if some countries will follow more strictly the strategy, some other will follow it in a more loose way. So we think that there could be a series of policy options for implementing the policy on the ground, and we translated this policy option into scenarios. At the same time, as we have seen, there is also an increasing climate mitigation demand from the EU forests, especially there is increasing bioenergy demand. And in our model, that's a very relevant driver of wood demands in the future. And this for reaching, of course, the 2050 climate neutrality and for aligning in 2030 to the Fit for 55. So the main objective has been to project these timber demands. We did it at the European scale, including also the UK and Norway. I will show today the results for EU27 and the UK. And these scenarios will show this increasing protection compared to the current level. And we will look at how the harvest levels will change at EU scale and the national level under the scenarios, how the location of the protected areas will change when reaching the different scenarios fulfillment, how the reallocation of timber harvest will need to take place within Europe, but also possible leakage of timber outside Europe due to trade. And all of this was done with an economic model, which is GloBiome, which is a land use optimization model, which was run at the European scale with a special version, which is named the GloBiome Forest. What is relevant to consider is to consider where we stand currently with the strictly protected and other protection in Europe. So for the strictly protection, we have this 10% objective. For the other protection, we have this 20% objective. If you look at the total forest area in Europe, we are at 162 million hectares. If you look at the current protection at the European scale, under what we define the baseline, we are at 5% strictly protected forest area. And if you look what is the other projection at the European scale, we have another 18%, which is under other form of projections. This is an harmonized percentage which took together WDPA, FRA, MSPFE, so different reports, because already when, and also mapping, spatial explicit mapping from FRA and WDPA, which has different resolution, of course. So WDPA is a spatial explicit mapping, FRA, we have more national scale aggregated, MSPFE, more national scale aggregates. So already when you look what is reported in terms of projection in the different maps or reports, you have different shares. So already you need to try to harmonize, and this requires quite much work. But we try to calibrate to what is currently stated, that we have in total 18 plus 5%, so 23 or 24% of the European land already protected. And we need to reach this 30%. So you see much of the effort should be in the strictly protected area. And the percentage are different, as we have seen also at the national scale. There are some countries where we have already quite high share of protection, like France or Germany. Other countries, even if they have quite high share of strict protection, they have very low share of other protection being implemented. And all of this has an effect on results. So we had, as I said, this high mitigation scenario to be aligned with 2050 climate neutrality, so the RCP 1.9 under SSP2. And we consider this different scenario of implementing the policy from a baseline where the protected areas will stay as in 2020. We have an EU objective where the protected forest area will increase to 30% for the whole EU. So in this case, the model will allocate the protected areas within the EU according just to an economic criteria. So if it's less convenient to harvest, or you have a low wood demand in a country, this one will be more affected, and the model will allocate there more areas than in other countries. We had a scenario where we implement on the top of the EU also the biogeographical region objective. Then another scenario where we define a country objective. So each country then should reach this 30% with the 10% strict protect and 20% close to nature. We have one scenario which combined the previous two, where we have the objective defined for each country in each biogeographical region. We have one which put on the top of the country objective also an equal distribution of area across increment classes. And we have a green infrastructure final scenario where for each grid cell on a 50 by 50 grid, we implement the policy. So we force the model there to reach the equal protection. I will show the early results, and we can see that for the harvest of roundwood, we have an increase under the baseline due to the SSP2 demand growth and the RCP 1.9. When we consider the different scenario of implementation of the policy, we will see a decrease of, in the future of the harvest levels. However, in all the cases, we can see that the harvest levels will be higher than the current ones. And this decrease will be between 6 and 12%, depending on the scenario. Of course, the green infrastructure scenario will have the most relevant long-term effects. And this scenario says also a different spreading of the protection across Europe. In the EU scenario, the model tried to concentrate in countries where it has less economic convenience. In the country scenario, the green infrastructure, of course, you will spread it over all Europe. And you have different impacts at the country scale. In Finland, in the long term, you could still maintain the current harvest level even in the most demanding scenario, while if you look in Germany or Sweden, you can see that in the most ambitious green infrastructure scenario, you cannot maintain anymore the current harvest levels. But also, we have a different prices we have seen depending on the country, like in France or Romania, most of the impact will come when you do this allocation, just considering the EU convenience in the model. While in Germany, Finland, or Sweden, you see an ordering where you have on the top the EU scenario, then you will have the country scenario, and then the green infrastructure. And for Sweden, will become important also to consider increment classes, so spreading the areas across increments, because currently the protection area is not equally spread across different classes of increment. And we'll have also some implication of the EU net trade, as I said, which could cause some possible leakage. In general, the EU will remain a net exporter of wood in terms of round wood plus harvested wood product, semi-finished one, which we could capture in our model. So generally, EU, which is currently a net exporter, will remain a net exporter in most scenarios, but this green infrastructure could a bit push it down in the area where become a next importer. And we started to look at also some sensitivity to see. We have a lot of debate in Europe for what is closer to natural silviculture. So if we set aside totally the areas, so we implement this 30% complete strict protection in Europe, we will end up in this new solution space. So we see that this dashed line are all below the current harvest level. So if we will strictly protect 30% of the land, we will lose competitiveness internally, but also the net exports after 2040 will become negative for all EU. So what we can conclude is that currently the implementation of the biodiversity strategy could have a quite relatively limited impact on the European forest sector. We are speaking of indeed 12% on the roundwood harvest. It will go up to 15% at the national scale in some countries, but we have seen in the long term the countries could recover. The scenarios including equal spreading across the countries or for each grid cell in this green infrastructure, of course, have more impact than the European scenario, but the level of harvest will still be able to preserve the EU competitiveness. And we have seen also much depends on the interpretation of the closer to nature silviculture, because if we end up in this 30% of complete set aside or close to that, then EU could become a net importer of wood and lose its competitiveness. So with that, I conclude, and thank you for your attention. And if you have questions.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a reflection comparing your results with the other presentations earlier. So the EU objective is 10% set aside and 20% additional. And it seems that in the optimizations from Clemens or Astor or Marta, multifunctionality will require more than that. And in some cases, have seen 50% of set aside or something. So, what can you reflect on that? I think this might be a question for the whole group.
Yeah. Okay, I end up just on the right slide to reply to this question now. By chance, because I was messing up, as usual. Now we see under the baseline, so if we look at the current settings in the model, and we just drive this in the future with the current protection, we don't do anything. We have like 5%, which is set aside. We have this close to nature, which is another, as I said, 18%. And then you have this multifunctional forest, which for us is another class. And then we have a high intensity management, let's say clear cut with very intensive management. What we have in the model is represented is the mean annual increment. So how much we take of the mean annual increment. So if you go for this high intensity management, you take 100% of the increment. If you go for multifunctional, you take 75. If you go for closer to nature, we take this 50%, which is the very sensitive one. And then set aside, you go at this 0%. So in any of this scenario, which if you look at the figure, they look all quite similar. So it's difficult to see any difference between EU, country, or green infrastructure if you don't look very in detail. And you see that what is doubling is this set-aside area. So it's passing from 5 to 10%. And then you have an expansion of this closer to nature. In this scenario, you see here we have the jump in 2030 when you implemented the policy. So you see it's then going up to 20% of the area. And then you will create a trade-off with the area which goes under multifunctional and intensive management. But still, most of the area is under multifunctional management in the model where we take, according to how we define the forest management in our model, 75% of the increment. So that to tell that still this multifunctional and close to nature management will become the most relevant if you take them together classes, and there will be more than the intensive class of management where eventually you could harvest all of the increment in the model. But this, of course, is very sensitive what we set down here. Of course, when you do such explorative analysis, you have to take a decision of this percentage. And what is very funny to do is, okay, you can put on close to nature 25%, or you can try like we did, you put 0%, and then you see immediately what will be the extreme of your scenario, because then you will try to set aside all that area. And that's what I was showing in the slide. But still, yeah, to show you multifunctional is there, and it's still the most large area in Europe, according to how we define it.
Thank you, Fulvio. Jani Lukkarinen from Finnish Environmental Institute.
Okay, so hello everyone. Thank you for all of you who still have endurance to stay here. It's an honor to be the last speaker of our multiforest team and of this session here. I'm from Finnish Environment Institute and a social scientist from a background, so my speech is going to be a little different from the other ones, but hopefully helps to contextualize some of the stuff of this evaluative policy analysis to actual policy making side. And I hope also to make a bit of a link to Helga's awesome presentation in the beginning and showing these three policy wishes or policy solutions of building more integration, improving implementation, and bringing actors more to the policy making. So I'm bringing this back into this because I hope you can also relate these wishes to the other talks that were here already. But let's get going. So I'm gonna talk more of the policy coherence now from like I said, from social scientist perspective, and why this is important now. This whole concept of policy coherence is that we have all the transformative policy agendas into play, like learned throughout this seminar and through last couple of years, the European Green Deal and accompanying biodiversity strategy and so forth. They are bringing stronger transformative goals that encompass different policy areas. And today our focus has been on forests, because forest environments are in the nexus of several different policy demands. Okay, in the morning we learned that agricultural landscapes and the CAP policy could be in a similar position, and that's totally fine. It's another area where these transformative policies are bringing the different policy domains closer to each other. Here we have looked to these different forest functions as a source of analyzing these dynamics. However, my point here, which I will return in the end, is that when looking into the policy coherence, there are two different animals in this zoo. One is this evaluative policy coherence, where we have found today several nice indicators in forests, but the other one is more of the constructivist policy coherence, and how this policy coherence is actually approached and brought into the policy making and policy areas. Because more and more we are hearing these demands that we need policy coherence and we need integration, but oftentimes they are taught from the specific angles. And what we have been looking now are these three policy areas as kind of indicators of this policy coherence, and I'm following the same thread here. Like, again, a little bit of repetition, but that's good. We not to learn the stuff. So we have these 4 countries. We have 4 forest functions or ecosystem services. We 10 ecosystem services we have been looking at. And then different types of coherence dimensions, horizontal between the policy domains, and then the vertical coherence between the different governance policy-making levels, and how these policies are interacting. Rather than directly looking into the trade-offs or synergies, like done here, I'm more focused on, and my group, we have been more looking at the concrete links between the policies and how they are tied together, and I'm building on that and showing some of kind of conclusions. And this is building on semi-quantitative analysis of these policy documents shown here. They are all old, and most of them have been already replaced. But it's also worthwhile to learn from the history and not to repeat the same things all over again, but rather find ways of putting things into the perspective. So. And now I have 2 figures I'm going to show, not more than that. First of all, thinking in terms of horizontal coherence and what we learned when looking into across the countries and all these policy domains, looking into the policy targets, we have come with this kind of a spider graph of how these policies are interacting and where they are focused on. And here, there are 3 things I think of importance. First of all, there are 3 areas of specializing in these earlier policy strategies. And strategies are specifically important because they are the ones who most explicitly set the targets and objectives and also integrate the different stakeholder views of the specific domain into the policy making. And here, the wood and bioenergy are, not surprisingly, the areas where the bioeconomy strategies and the forest strategies are setting the most explicit targets. But on the other hand, also the biodiversity conservation is an area where both forest and biodiversity strategies across these countries and in the European scale have been identifying targets, and they have not necessarily meant that there are synergies between these as we learned already today. But these targets might be also leading in different directions. but these are the areas of specialization of these strategies. On the other hand, we have the climate, and climate is becoming bigger and bigger, and the impacts of climate can be approached from different angles, and Clemens already unpacked that rather nicely. And all these strategies are bringing their own kind of ontologies or heuristics and thoughts regarding the climate, and that's an area of most potential conflict or most potential synergy if we can align these policies together. And finally, what we can see in this figure is that there is also quite a lot of ecosystem services without actually much of a goal setting, and our scale isn't linear, but rather that when reaching 4 or 3, there are actually objective targets. So all these, for example, erosion and water protection related areas, also resilience is another area of kind of provisioning ecosystem services, or then looking into the game non-food forest products, and to some extent and to cultural heritage. There are areas which haven't been yet put into actual implementable or acknowledgeable objectives. So those are areas where these different policy domains could do a lot of work to kind of fill these gaps and actually create links. The other figure is here to show these concrete connections in these different countries and the policy levels where this horizontal and vertical coherence is being acknowledged. And there actually are very little actual concrete horizontal links between these documents. There is rather surprisingly little attempt of building joint area between the different strategies. Well, Norway stands out there quite nicely, but also the other policies there are quite little identifiable links. Vertical coherence, on the other hand, it's area where especially these federal systems, like maybe we can think of European Union as a federal system, and then Germany have done a lot more, and it's usually vertical in the sense of dedicating responsibilities down. And that's natural in the policy making, but maybe this vertical coherence links in the means of constructing policies could be talked to upside also. And the biodiversity strategies are the ones doing best job in going all the way down to the implementation and dedicating responsibilities there. It's not visible in this figure, and I don't have that one, but just to acknowledge it. Bioeconomic strategies, meanwhile, are very hesitant in doing any of the sharing of responsibilities and building these links. And then finally, the forest policy domain is very nationally centered, and Finland stands out there a lot, and it maybe is visible also regarding these other policy domains in Finland that have been lacking the ambition in setting the vertical coherence. And I already shared that point. So a couple of more general thoughts on this kind of social sciences constructive analysis of these old policies is one, that many of these strategies, as seen in the spider diagram, they are usually mainly signaling different forest functions, showing that they exist, but there has been lack of setting these concrete policy targets and maybe thinking in terms of multifunctionality that could help also thinking of coherence to focus on this. Links between these policy domains are, at least according to our analysis, pretty scarce, and how to construct these links is maybe not to think that there are targets that are always equal, but rather to think in hierarchical terms and setting these policy objectives to certain kind of kind of relation with each other that's been missing in current discussions, and I think that's something that this coherence thinking would really benefit. In addition to what's shown today, that identifying these synergies and benefits is at the core of this approach. And then thinking in these constructive terms of what coherence is, that it's not only a quantifiable feature of policy interaction. It's not something that can be only something that can be identified and quantified and made visible, but it's also a process of developing these shared goals that shared goals and targets that then can be put to this hierarchical relation. So that should be kept in mind when doing policy coherence, that there's always and talking of policy coherence, there's always this work of also constructing these new targets and not just showing where we are at. There are two sides to the coherence coin. I hope that's what has come through to this presentation, and also a little bit in today's discussions. On the one hand, we have the alignment of these domains, like in previous slide pointed out. There are different audiences in policy domains, and they need to be brought to dialogue, and that needs policy innovation, and that's where Helga's points of bringing actors and creating these interactions, and also identifying these 2 points are relevant. And then the implementation point becomes relevant on this other side, which is the need for us to utilize this more evaluative policy coherence knowledge effectively in the policy making to make these indicators, and also many of these perspectives shown today as kind of a regular feature of policy feedback that is available there. So this both needs to be acknowledged, and that's where I'm going to close this small speech. So thank you.
Thank you, Yanni, very much. Questions for Yanni?
Thanks, Yanni. I was wondering if you would be willing to speculate a bit about so if there are these different kind of signals that different policies send that can, I don't know, cause confusion or so, but is that then that actors just pick kind of the policy they would, or what is it, the outcome of such an incoherence? Thanks.
Yeah, so making the talk more concrete, you wanted that how to. Can you still reiterate a bit to actors?
Yeah, so I do acknowledge that this is beyond just seeing the incoherence, right? But thinking from an actor's perspective of
yes.
What do you think, like how forest users would then respond or so? How to really respond to those and how to do the dialogue. I think that's a good kind of a future research point of how to do this in practice. But also I think there are several dynamics here in play that if we thinking through this figure is that if we focus on this kind of thick policy areas with most conflict and most alarming pace, we might end up in more problems. So I was suggesting this adding also this easier this kind of less focused policy areas to the dialogue and less focused ecosystem services, and this kind of targets as a lower hanging fruits to build shared view between these areas, and that way to bring in those different ecosystem other functions also. That might be one strategy here to help these dialogues better. But of course this whole link between these, if we take this seriously, this evaluative and constructive view, is that when
when showing where the incoherences exist and where the goals, objectives objectively cannot be met. That's of course the opening of the box of refiguring these different targets.
Thanks. I think we could open to more general discussion, and I think this has been really nice to kind of closing the loop to Helga's starting talk. And picking up on this discussion, I think it's, well, as I see these national level strategies, I mean, they are more of a wish list, and that's very easy to just dump in there, until now at least, ecosystem services, targets, and so on, when there's not that much communication or obligation to, you know, really meet them. But I guess now that the really hard thing, it's this kind of a horizontal coordination of policies. Do you see it happening, or is it maybe Helga has some thoughts or experiences from what's going on in Europe in forest policies, or what mechanism, how should we reach that?
That is of course a difficult question, but I would argue it needs political attention. Because if it's high up in the decision-making process, like the Council of Europe, the European Council, the heads of state take up forest and their relevance, and if they would agree on guidelines for the European Commission in terms of forest and biodiversity protection, forest and biodiversity use, then most probably, as an example, it could change the landscape in that sense that horizontal policy coordination or coherence like Janne said, could be improved. But of course, it's a question of the willingness of the countries in the European Union to increase coherence or not. I mean, this topic of coherence is not new. We are talking about coherence like at least 20, if not more years. And if you open the strategies, and I think Janne said that, it's nearly in every strategy nowadays, the coherence and coordination is the top things. But the problem is policy making is a messy process, and it's also about interests, and actors have different interests and not necessarily the same. And it's hard to coordinate. But what we also know from policy science is that in cases of crisis, coordination, coherence suddenly is possible. The other argument that I would make, if it's connected to the human being and human needs, it could also be something that is more easier to increase coherence, policy coherence. But you could, of course, say, well, biodiversity crisis and climate crisis are very much connected to human needs, but maybe it's not communicated enough yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan Kreff, Natural Forest Academy, Germany. Isn't there a white elephant in the room, which is a EU policy on forest? Can we talk about that? I mean, that could solve problems of lack of policy coherence if we had one central policy beyond just a nice strategy, but a real directive on forests and, well, helping us to reach a minimum level of conservation of forests, which is actually not happening.
Thank you for this question. It's one of my favorite. I would argue, yes, there is a white elephant in the room, but the question is, what do you regulate there? Because a lot of topics have been regulated by now in other policy instruments. And it's not that, well, there might be a few things still open, like forest management, but I'm not sure whether member states would agree to this. But I would argue, or at least this is also the, from a legal point of view, it's not that one regulation can tell the other regulation or policy instruments what to do. It's not hierarchical in that sense. So they're all on equal level. That's the one problem. The other problem is the content.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Well, in terms of hierarchy, there is a hierarchy, of course, between EU and the member states. If we have a directive, then the member states are obliged to implement the directive in their national laws. And in terms of maybe, well, competition between controversial directives, I wouldn't be I'm a conservationist by training, I wouldn't be too pessimistic, because actually if it's well done, if it's a strong directive, then actually it can have an impact without being outbalanced by other directives that are maybe competing in the direction that they're going. Taking the example of the Habitats Directive, which has really had a strong impact. Not enough, I would say, still, but a strong impact actually on, and has changed the game in conservation. Although there are other directives, like economical ones and other goals of the EU manifesting in directives that are adversarial.
I'm sorry, this is one of my favorite questions. I just want to add here that maybe I haven't been explicit enough. A new forest regulation that would be immediately law in all member states would not change a new nature for the proposal for the nature forest law or the LULUCF or the renewable energy directive. They would stay, so it wouldn't solve the problem that there is different targets in different legislation. It would just maybe add on top. But in the end, you could always argue, in the end, it's the implementing agency that needs to decide. For instance, in the example of the Natura 2000 location is a prime example. For instance, a Spanish policymaker once told me that I have a Natura 2000 case where you cannot do certain management or no management at all in this area. Well, they had a bark beetle pest. And by legislation, they actually have to do something. But the Natura 2000 legislation told them that it's not possible. So they had to discuss this in the European Committee, whether they're allowed to do this. And if there is a European forest law, similar situations can take place or will take place. But anyway, there have been waves of wanting a legally binding instrument since the beginning of the European Union. And so far, it was not successful, like 3 waves at least. But I'm still optimistic. I'm not saying it's better or not. It's just a research topic.
What? Last comment from Mikko.
I have one a little bit more specific question, perhaps also to Helga. As Fulvio showed, there are many alternative ways of allocating this 30% of protected areas within Europe. Have you seen, or anybody else in this room, have you heard of what is the intention of the EU Commission about this allocation? Is it totally, Commission is happy if the total number is 30 at the end of the day without any coordination, or is there some sort of a fair distribution of the additional protected areas that is in mind of the commissioners?
So I can only kind of guess, right? Like transferring that, like lessons from other policy arenas, like for example,
reductions in emissions, I would expect that there is some sort of negotiations about fair shares involved, and that is not going to be equal everywhere, but that there will be like, how's that called, the shared but differentiated sort of responsibilities or something like that. That's just a guess.
I think it hasn't been decided yet so far, but I know that, for instance, Romania is very concerned because they have high-valued forest, and somebody might say you have to protect more because you have this beautiful forest. But what I know for sure is that there is in the working group where they discuss the definition of closer to nature forest management, and is, of course, member states are very critical. And they hope it goes away, but it is still ongoing. The Commission actually wanted to have a definition by now, but it seems there's no consensus yet. Because it's very difficult. It's also difficult because closer to nature forest management could be very different in different parts of Europe, also in the understanding.
Wonderful. Thanks for the comments. Thanks to the speakers. Big applause to all the speakers and participants of the symposium.
Good afternoon, everyone. Could you please take your seats for the final plenary session of the Congress. Thanks, everybody. We're going to start the session now. The Europe Congress for Conservation Biology 2022 is celebrating 2 decades of the Europe section of ECCB and its achievements. But this session will conclude the Congress, looking ahead to the next decade or two. What are the new challenges? What are the future opportunities? And how can and how should we change in response? The session today is going to begin with a keynote presentation by Professor William Sutherland, followed by a panel discussion where we discuss future visions for change across fields from politics to policy and conservation science. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Professor Bill Sutherland from the University of Cambridge. Bill gave a visionary plenary talk at the 2009 ECCB in Prague. And today Bill is going to give us a presentation entitled The Future of Conservation, the Future of Us. So, Bill, I'd like to introduce you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. I'm delighted to be here. I'm delighted to be part of this meeting. I'm delighted to be given a pointer. And in that conference, 2009, I rather startled people by producing 2 plays. The first was a sort of parody of what medicine was like in the 1970s and how dreadful it was being done. And then it was a parody of how conservation was being done now, where we weren't looking at evidence, etc., to sort of show what could be done. So, and we've moved a long way since there. So, and particularly on Wednesday, we're going to finish this book, Transforming Conservation, A Practical Guide to Evidence and Decision Making. And I'd briefly like to talk about some of the lessons we've learned, the 75 authors, as to ways in which we can transform the subject. And I just want to start off, I'm going to be pessimistic about some things. I just want to say there's also a lot of good news stories. There are species, there are areas we've restored from carrot fields, there are species we brought back, there are species we're no longer overexploiting, there are species we're no longer persecuting, we've stopped organophosphates, we've stopped the ozone hole. You know, there's all sorts of successes in the world, and those are taking evidence and applying them. But the 2 lessons I've got to have, and the 2 lessons from the book, is that we're not really strategic. We need to be strategic if we're going to deliver change. And the other lesson is we need to change the culture. We need to change the culture in which it just becomes unthinkable not to use evidence if you're making a decision. So here's a list of some of the studies that look at various measures of effectiveness. So the first is an experimental test looking at evidence-based medicine, where they carried this out. They had a hospital, they had a wing that moved to evidence-based medicine, and it resulted in a 19% reduction in deaths, 29% reduction in hospital stays. Marine protected areas, there are many studies saying that some are effective and some are not, and it depends a lot on the way in which you carry them out as to whether or not they're effective. The Common Agricultural Policy, very mixed results, and the evidence showed that some actions work, some actions don't work, and that some actions were carried out, even though the evidence suggested they wouldn't be very effective. Wonderful thesis by Santingeli, looking at the cost effectiveness of different conservation measures for raptors, saying some worked, some didn't, and if you put that into practice, you could get the same gains for 20% less. Orangutans, paper came out a month or so ago. Some measures are very effective, some are expensive but not very effective. Looking at journals, papers submitted to Conservation Evidence Journal, about 31% seem to be unsuccessful. And again, paper recently out by Watchop and Julia Jones and people, looking at protected areas, showing very mixed measures. A lot depends on how it is done as to whether or not the protected areas are effective. So the message I want to have is this variation in success, and there are many examples where we could clearly do a lot better. So I did this on Twitter. I said, if you're a practicing conservationist or conservation policymaker, I'd be intrigued to hear your thoughts. And I asked this question, and I'd like you to think of the answer. The question is, imagine conservation practitioners and policymakers knew the lessons from the literature, from each other's successes and failures, and from routine testing. From your experience, how much money do you think could be saved to deliver the same outcomes? So supposing you didn't do the things that didn't work, supposing you carried out the more effective measures, how much money could you save? Have you all thought of your answers? I know from having asked some of you what your answers are, but so then asked on Twitter, got a range of responses. The median response was 30 to 40%. And this is Twitter. I know I'm followed by bots. It could be that this is filled by bots. Who knows what's happening here? But that's kind of interesting. Since then, I've asked over 30 actual humans, who I can verify are humans, the same question. I don't think any of them, and they're all experienced practicing conservationists, not one of them gave an answer below 30%. Most of them say we could have sort of 50%. So the consensus is that we could just do this a lot more efficiently if we could learn the lessons from each other and the lessons from the literature. And that's kind of a bit worrying. Unfortunately, it's not that good. It's worse than that. If you, Jessica Walsh has shown that practitioners when making decisions know about 60% of the options. And that's my experience. Whenever I ask I'm discussing a practitioner, I say, so what do they do in Japan? And I can't think they've ever said that they know. You know, we have blinkers. We just say, here's a range of options. All the work of Mark Bergman showed the ways in which you use experts makes a huge amount of difference. The two worst ways of using experts is to ask a single expert or to ask a team of experts. Decision-making, all the evidence and structured decision-making shows there's effective ways of doing that, which is just never done. Costs, Tom White has shown that in a review that there are different ways of measuring costs, but we don't explain, we very rarely describe the cost, but if we do, we don't say what it includes. And if you don't know what it includes, you can't actually make sense of it, so you can't use the literature on costs to determine cost effectiveness. Other sources of information, local indigenous knowledge, practitioner knowledge, tends to be used in a fairly haphazard way. And there's very little learning from failures, as Ian Dixon has shown. If you are taking photos, I noticed someone taking photos. When I have my last thing, I have a full stop. So that's a tip if you are taking a photo. I noticed someone taking halfway through. And there's, as Paul Ferraro points out, there's very little effective learning from decent experimental designs being embedded into practice. And we could do that much better. So, we could do this whole thing a lot better. So the aim of this book, the aim of our thinking, is to start off by saying, who are the stakeholders? Who should be involved? Who should be consulted in terms of providing information? Who should be making that decision? And then thinking about the nature of the problem, what the issues are, what the threats are, diagnosing the threats, what the possible options are, what the evidence says. Then making the decision, and then embedding that into practice, into policy, into management plans, and then learning from practice. And all of this is sandwiched between collating the evidence and thinking about ways in which you can collate the evidence and creating a culture of evidence use. And the sort of thing we're interested in, this is our conservation evidence. This has 3,500 reviews of the effectiveness of action. Earlier this week, Andrew Bladen produced the butterfly and moth synopsis, and that gives the evidence for 152 actions related to butterflies and moths. So we read 1.5 million journal titles. When I say we, I confess I didn't read many of those 1.5 million. The collective we have done this on a global scale. with a team of 1,100 people on this whole project. So, in this talk, I want to say, how do we create a culture that embeds evidence and effective decision-making? And then after that, I'd like to think, what would a strategic plan look like? What is the bits of information we want if we're going to transform the world and transform conservation? And I hope you're going to provide suggestions as to what we need in order to be more effective. Okay, so we can embed evidence in practice. Medicine does it, engineering does it, aircraft safety does it. And what I'd like to do is talk through these. You thought you were coming to a talk on conservation, didn't you? I'm going to talk about aircraft and my great uncle instead. I'm going to go through these examples. So medicine, famously, this is James Lind, who had 12 patients suffering from scurvy, divided them up into 6 groups. I hope he sliced up this lemon. It looks as though he's feeding the poor guy a whole lemon. But then looked to see what their fate was. And then he compared it with people giving other treatments. I have a horrible feeling that this was the guy that was given concentrated sulfuric acid instead. But it showed oranges and lemons were much better than being given sulfuric acid, for example. And the depressing thing about this is that there's 3 messages from this, and it's the 3 messages that are messages of the book. The first message is that if you do experiments, then you get the answer. The second message is that if you collate the information in a strategic, in a logical way, removing opinions, but just looking to see what you know, you also learn a lot and you get the answer. And the third thing is that even if you get the answer, very often people don't take any notice and it doesn't make any difference. So they're the messages of the book, and that's the message from James Lind 2.5 centuries ago. So what does medicine do? Medicine, they have these experiments, and they're taught evidence-based practice, which is taking the evidence, taking your clinical experience, working out what your patient wants, and combining those to make decisions. And they're given, they're trained with books like this, and this training is to enable them to make sense of the, to find studies, make sense of the studies, find systematic reviews, make sense of the systematic reviews, and convert that knowledge into decisions. The other big trick that the medical community does is that they come together to produce guidance. So and what they do is that they pick a topic, in this case COVID treatments, and you pull together the evidence, and then you have a group of researchers, a group of clinicians, some members of the public, some people with other social interests, etc., and put that together to say what's the best thing to do under these sorts of conditions. And guidance, and this is what your practitioner uses. Your practitioner rarely goes to the literature. It's the guidance that makes the difference. And that's really a big thing we should be doing. Aircraft safety. So this shows the dramatic decline in the total number, not per passenger, the total number of passenger flight accidents that have taken place. Amazing declines. And on the right-hand side shows that we're flying a lot more. So we're flying a lot more, but the number of crashes is massively less. Huge success story. And they have 2 main tricks. One trick was shown by, I didn't see this rather, I apologize for the sexism on this slide, which I hadn't noticed until now. Don't look at that slide. This is the B-17. And the B-17, the problem they had was that pilots, well-trained, fully functioning pilots, would come to land in a plane that was fully functioning, and then get to the aircraft and then crash it. And the owners got kind of a bit irritated by this repeated crashing of these planes. And so they brought a psychologist in, Alfonso Chapanis, to work out what the problem was. And the problem was that there's 2 levers. There's a gear lever, and there's a landing gear lever. There's a flap lever and a landing gear lever, and they're next to each other, and they look the same, and they kept pulling the wrong one and crashing. I'm not actually sure why you need 400 crashes and a clinical psychologist to find that out. But anyway, they did. And this process of taking mistakes, of taking incidents, and then working out what happened, and then improving the processes is critical. The second, this is a discovery I made a couple of days ago. I don't know if anyone else made this discovery. This plane is also central to the other big change in aircraft safety. So it's also called the Flying Fortress, it's called the B-299. And it was invented by Boeing, and they're terribly proud of it. And they took it to their company they're selling it to. The test pilot went out, flew it, and then tragically crashed and died. And they said, this is just too complicated. We're not going to fly, we're not going to buy any. And Boeing very nearly went bankrupt. But then a group of test pilots were feeling a bit brave, and they said, I think we can work out how to fly these things. The problem is that it's complicated, but if we write a list of all the things you have to do on a little index card, then when we get in the plane, we can do all of those, and then it'll be much safer. And this business of checklists has revolutionized plane safety. So I'm sure you all know the Miracle of the Hudson, fantastic story. There's Sully Sullenberg and Jeff Skiles. Before they set off, they went through a safety checklist. When they hit the Canada geese, Sully Sullenberg took over the plane, Jeff Skiles got out the starting the engines checklist and went through it in 2.5 minutes, record time. When they clashed, they went through the evacuation on water checklists. So it's all about checklists. And the advantage is you don't have to think about it. You don't want to think. You just want to say, what have clever people thought what you should do under these circumstances? And you just do it. So here's the two of them in a reconstruction. I'd like to think that's a checklist there. It might just be the contract for the film that they're making. But who knows? But checklists underpin everything. And this... I've looked at some of the checklists and incomprehensible, but here's a medical checklist as an example of what it looks like. And I really like the first question. The first question is, have you got the right patient? This is for surgery, which is it's a good thing to check. The second thing is, are you doing the right operation on this patient? And then there's a whole series of other issues. Really simple, obvious questions. They did an experimental design. If you use this checklist, the chance of a serious complication goes down by 17%. Amazing stuff. And so in the book, we've got lots of checklists. So here is, if you're a leader and want to adopt evidence-based conservation and want to do it tomorrow, here are 8 of the things that you could do tomorrow to transform your organization. This is my great-uncle. I wanted to share a picture of him. Called Lawrence Beasley. And at the beginning of the last century, he decided it'd be quite fun to go to North America. And this is him on the boat on the way to North America. He had quite an interesting journey. In fact, he wrote a book about it. So he was on the Titanic. I'd just like to stress, there's lots of stories about people on the Titanic getting dressed in women's clothing. My great-uncle's the one at the back, not the one at the front. So this is probably the most boring slide of the conference, perhaps ever shown in this lecture theatre. This is some of the work towards producing standards in engineering. And engineering is all about standards. They have clever people getting together, looking at the evidence, and saying, if you're going to put up this type of a wall, create this sort of a tunnel, these are the engineering conditions which you have to obey. We've done all the research, it's a huge bit of work, and then all you have to do is follow those standards and obey it. And that embeds evidence into practice without you having to think about it. So how do you embed evidence? There are 5 methods we've talked about. You can just embed it into processes. so it just happens. Oh, I didn't say, so the solution to the B-17 crashing is that they put different levers. There are two identical levers. They put one that looked like a wheel on the landing gear, one that looked like a flap on the other one, and they were different shapes, so they weren't confused any longer, and pilots stopped crashing. You can have it so that you've routinely evaluated the collated evidence. You can have guidance or decision support tools. You can have checklists. You can have standards. And what I'm saying is we should convert conservation so that we use these sorts of techniques pretty routinely. And why should you do it? And the problem at the moment is there's no consequence if you carry out some measure and it doesn't work, if there's some building site and you put in some mitigation measures and it's a disaster, as they often are, there's no consequence at all from that happening. There are actually some other ways in which there can be. There can be review, which is what happens in medicine and engineering and aircrafts. When there's a problem, they look at what happened and why it happened. Funders could be involved, which I'm going to talk about. There could be independent verification. There could be liability, which, as I gather at this conference, there's people talking about EU legislation and UK legislation where prosecution could take place. For some, if you've got industries or businesses, you could have regulators. And if you have government, you could have auditors. Auditors saying, is this money being spent effectively? Is the money on highway mitigation being spent cost effectively? I can tell you the answer, and it's got 2 letters in it. But they could, you could check that. So all of these could be ways in which it would ensure that evidence is used. So let's talk about 2 of these methods. One is funders. Our thinking is that if funders wanted evidence, wanted practice to be cost effective, they could change the field almost immediately. So Danny Parks is the CEO of the Whitley Fund for Nature, and they used to routinely, when they had applications, look to see what the evidence base was for each application and then see whether or not it seemed to be a good idea. We then had discussions with them and then came up with the idea that they'd just now include a box in which you describe your reflections on the evidence, and of course, allowing for things like the evidence is mixed, allowing for things like we want innovation, but what we want is to stop people doing things that we know don't work. That's the big gain to be made. So with a group of 25 other funders, they've got together and created 10 different ways in which evidence could be embedded in funding decisions, because funders work in different ways. And these are the organizations, the 25 organizations that are involved. The paper's coming out in conservation biology. All of them have set up or setting up processes whereby applicants for funders are asked to reflect on the evidence base and why they think it would work. And another example is AmeriCorps, which is a US organization in which funders can then do things that are good for society. Some's environmental, but a whole range of different things. And they decided to have a commitment to be evidence-based. And so they, each year, they evaluate the percentage of the actions they fund for which there's good evidence that it works and is effective. And that has encouraged them to do more studies, encourage them to do things that are effective, change the field quite considerably, and as you can see, that figure has kind of more or less doubled. And the US Fish and Wildlife International section have committed to doing the same sort of thing, that they want to fund things that they know will work, and they want to increase on that percentage year upon year. The second example, and this is kind of slightly weird, is public verification. So I don't know if you know about Bellingcat, an astonishing organization that discovers who shot down the Korean airline. There's a horrendous torture of a Ukrainian person. Well, apparently I haven't seen the video, but it's apparently an appalling video. And they worked out where it was, who it was, from all sorts of very clever techniques. So public verification has kind of been interesting. Their idea is to identify and verify. They do a lot of fact-checking, and then amplify, tell the world about us. You can kind of imagine that there might be more of this in conservation. When people are saying, oh yes, I developed that site, but I curated this grassland site, I planted these trees, increasingly there's information from space, there's information from eDNA, there's information from all these other methods, so we can publicly verify and see what people have done and whether or not they've really done the things that they said they would do. So, what I want to do in this process is say, we can improve the way in which we use evidence. We desperately need to do so. We need to change culture. We need to build it into processes. And we really need some means of oversight to ensure that it's being done. What I'd now like to do is talk about the second part of this talk and think about what an agenda for conservation would be. What is it? What's the information that we as a community would want to store, would want to collect in order to be more effective? And I'm hoping all you bright young people are going to provide lots of suggestions afterwards when Tony's chairing this. So, what's the narrative? What do we want to have? I'd say we want to have the global concern for the state of nature and its consequences for society, and the determination of global leaders and businesses to deliver change, whilst working in an inclusive manner. It means a skilled and sufficient workforce, focusing on the priority issues, and the understanding of the challenges and opportunities, can adopt the most cost-effective solution to deliver transformative change and contribute to knowledge, so furthering the strength of the case for further government, business, and philanthropic support. That, I think, is that what we want to be? I think that's probably, the world we want. So if we're to have that, what are the stages we need? The stages we need are things like there's a sufficient skilled global workforce, there's knowledge of status and trends, the problems we identified. These are the elements we need in order to deliver that narrative. So if we then accept these are the things we need, we can then ask, what are the things that we want to set up in order to deliver that? What is it, the sources of information, the training, the skills, etc., that we as a global community need in order to deliver that narrative? And this is my go, having a first go. I started this on, were you in that meeting, Tom? I can't remember. Yeah, Tom can verify that this was an empty whiteboard on Thursday, and we started thinking about it then. So this is very much work in action, and it's not a finished product. So I hope this is a discussion as to how we should transform the subject to make it effective. And I'm just going to rattle through these. Oh, no, the little, to stop people getting irritated, I'm going to talk about these as though these are novel areas. And of course, to varying extents, people are working on these subjects. So don't get too irritated when you say, I'm already doing some of that. I know you're already doing some of that. And sometimes you're doing quite a lot of it. And sometimes, very often, I won't acknowledge that. But apologies, but you understand where I'm coming from. So society recognizes and appreciates values and services. And obviously, we need to start off by working with the global community to co-create relative framings to understand biodiversity. We obviously need to, not just do it from this meeting. So I'd say one of the key things we want is we want a database of services and their financial consequences. Evidence is inclusive. I'd say we want to find ways of collating local and indigenous knowledge and ensuring equal inclusion of non-English information. I'm going to discuss both of those. So local and indigenous knowledge has rattled up the agenda. There's been a lot here at this meeting, lots of very interesting talks. And the IUCN meeting had this one of their key issues. The idea of using local knowledge to improve conservation practice. But in doing so, we need to find culturally appropriate ways in which that information can be stored, of the information that those groups want stored, and so it can be used in appropriate ways by people. So we need to think a lot, and Maud Quinn-Zinn is very much tackling this problem with a global group of people. We need to think about how that could be done so we can be serious if we're going to deliver on this. The second issue is this is Tatsuya Amano, who's showing his daughter his paper in Nature. His daughter's going to be as clever as him, I can tell. Showing that 35% of the literature on biodiversity is not in English. If we just look at the English literature, not only is it offensive, but we miss a lot of it, and we miss a lot of it over a lot of the planet. For half of the planet, there's more literature not in English than there is in English. And just as one example, for conservation evidence, they read 500,000 journal papers in 17 different languages, and here's just a list of some of the papers, some of the journals that they've searched, and then this is all on the database, freely available to anyone. And this is a key concept. This is something we developed called metadata set. And this is a database of effect sizes with a set of tools for you to use. So it includes, got 15,000 effect sizes. This is the information on the invasive species we have. And let's look at all invasive species. And let's decide we just want to look at Japanese knotweed. So we're going to select Japanese knotweed, and we've then got this graph here, and we're going to look, we could look at the abundance of the invasive, or its condition, or its fecundity, or all these sorts of things. We're going to look at plant abundance as a result. We're then going to look at, we've selected that, we're then going to look at what means of control. This shows a forest plot of, no, it shows a plot, meta-analysis of different means of control. Let us go for physical control. And then we might want to see, does this vary between different countries? And we can pull that out. So you can do the analysis you want. You can decide, I only want to look at this region. I only want to compare these sorts of sites. I want to look at this precise herbicide versus this one. You can do all of that. And we offered this on Twitter, whereby 20 minutes later we gave people the results of the meta-analysis, and that process would normally take months to do. By having that data collected, you can then review it quickly. And the underlying philosophy is that's what we want across the board. We want information sitting there so that decision makers can look it up for the way they want it. Not this is what I think is important. I want to know what the effect of glyphosate is on earwigs only for studies in Europe. And I want to know that in an hour's time. That's the way we should be working. That's the way we should be thinking. And that underlines this philosophy. So the next thing is I think we need to ensure that there's a sufficiently skilled global workforce in order to deliver change. And what are the things we could do? So for evidence-based conservation, we produce a set of lectures in, I think, 6 different languages and applied ecology resources. We should really be doing this on scale, I suggest. We should have a database, a catalog, a library of teaching material. So if you want to set up a course on conservation biology, the barrier to entry is much reduced because you can just go and use that material and modify that material and deliver that. That would just make such a change, I think, to improving global conservation. We want online courses. I know they're doing this in Finland, but can we spread this out? So online courses on a range of subjects so that you can learn and find out how to improve practice. I think another suggestion is that the master's courses and the training courses should come together in a collaborative way. I know E.J. Milner-Gullard's thinking a bit about this. Rather than everyone doing it on their own, why don't we all come together and work out collectively how we could work as a large body And I'm sure then that's very attractive to funders. Rather than funding one master's course or one bachelor's course, if you're actually funding a global network, that seems immensely more attractive. And then we want intensive training available on particular topics for particular influential people. I think we want for ministers, finance ministers, done in attractive places with interesting people present so that they'll come and learn about the world. And you might think all of this stuff is a fantasy, but if you accepted that analysis I gave you earlier on the fundings we could save, supposing we can save 30 or 40 or 50% of our money on conservation, supposing we do spend $100 billion a year on conservation, that means we've got delivering a more effective process has a great budget. You know, if we can do all of this and deliver things more effectively, surely that is a sensible, cost-effective thing for us to do. And then we want knowledge on status and trends. I think we've gone quite a long way with this already. It's a database of status with easy tools for answering questions. GBIF, eBird, and things have developing fast in that sort of area. But I want it so I can say, what's population change of raven across all European countries, and just be able to look it up straight away. We need to be collating change so the messages are there. IPBES and people do some of this, which is great, but we want those messages really clear and readily available. And then we want to work out what the global priorities are. So the Red List does this. The Red List is horribly underfunded. It doesn't take much money to fund the Red List properly. We kind of want to make sure we do that. We want to be able to identify the problems. We do horizon scanning, but really there's a lot of horizon scanning on things like invasive species. We should be able to pull that together so you in a particular country say, what are the likely invasive species that are going to hit my country in the future? What's likely to be effective? We want threats mapped and such. Well, I'll come back to that. We're doing quite a lot on saying this is the evidence for the effectiveness of actions. There's not an equivalent set of information for the effectiveness of threats. Why can't I look up what the consequences are of oil pollution on different sorts of species, or the consequences of wind farms? Why isn't all of that readily available and ready to look up? That wouldn't be that difficult a thing to set up. And then finally, I like the idea of a demographic database. Pull together all the studies that look at how things die, how often they die. So I want to know, what are the major causes of loss to ravens? How often do they fly into windows, get run down on the road, get hit by wind turbines, etc., etc.? Why can't I just look all of that up and have that readily accessible? And just for the mapping, very nice study came out last year showing the mapping of threats, but really we want to take that and then be able to look at it. You can look at your country, look to say what the threats are in your region, and then look on the database to say what the consequences of those threats are, and then link that to the databases to say what's the possible actions. We want to work out what the solutions are. So a number of suggestions here. We really want to get the experience from practitioners in the sort of practical details. You know, the fact that you put the pointy end of the nail into the tree and hit the flat end. You know, all of that sort of stuff. You know, you speak to experienced practitioners who are creating a peat bog or creating a tunnel. There's all sorts of tricks that don't get in the literature. The evidence of action effectiveness database. Of course, we've got conservation evidence, but other things like CEDA and other sorts of evidence. We really want comprehensive decision support tools so you can just work through the processes and work out what to do. Tom White's shown the problem with costs. We don't have a database of costs, so you could just look up to think, I'm thinking of doing this action. How much is this likely to cost? They have it in farming. Why don't we have that in conservation? And as part of that, we also want to have an agreed taxonomy of terms, and we want to have standard methods in how we record things. One of the big problems in synthesizing evidence is everyone describes things in different ways, and everyone measures them in different ways. And sometimes there's a good reason why people measure them in different ways, But often it's so people just obviously go along and think, I know, why don't I do a 7-minute survey rather than a 5-minute that other people have done? And, you know, and that means that things aren't comparable. And then we really want to link with other subjects. So if you look at climate, there's a whole range of possible solutions. If you look at nature, there's a whole range of possible solutions. And these lead to a whole set of actions. We really want to be linking together all this sort of information so that we can deliver actions that are beneficial to climate, beneficial to nature. And doing this in a range of areas. What are the actions that are beneficial to nature and beneficial to health, etc.? And this is the sort of decision tree I talked about. This is one done for crassula. If you take the evidence from, in this case, from conservation evidence, and you can then put this into a decision tree, rather like the decision tree that was for COVID. What do you do under what circumstances? How good is the evidence? How effective does it seem to be? I think we probably want a whole host of these. So in making decisions, this is how medicine works. In making decisions, you can decide what to do in your particular area. And then we want a skilled local workforce, and a lot of conservation action has to be at a local scale. So I think we probably want means of funding local scale conservation and providing guidance to enable that to happen. And just, there's something called the Bretland Floral Group. Its budget is trivial, doing lots of fantastic work in diagnosing problems, identifying where species are, identifying what the threats are, carrying out experiments, carrying out management, a trivial amount of money, taking the evidence and putting it into practice. That's the sort of way I think we're often going to deliver change, and we need to have the sort of funding mechanisms and guidance to allow that to happen. And then, getting to the end, we want learning to be routine. We want the embedding of experiments into practice to be a standard element. The problem is that, I know many of us here are researchers, and experiments are just kind of obvious if you're a researcher. If you're not a researcher, experiments are really weird things. You know, the idea of, you know, comparing it with sites where you haven't done it and only doing one thing, and all that kind of stuff, which we do routinely, is difficult to grasp. So we kind of need the right sort of training, but also I suspect we probably want guidance. We probably want people to be able to say, I'm thinking of doing this management. What sort of an experiment could I do in order to make experimentation more attractive, and so we could learn from conservation practice? If practitioners aren't going to experiment, we're unlikely to learn much and improve the database, and they are key to delivering change. So we have to find ways of financing that and encouraging that. And then finally, upscaling. We want to have it so that we get a lot more money into conservation. I think we need to work much more with funders to work out what their concerns are. Why aren't they delivering money to conservation in the way that's consummate with the needs? So, what I've tried to do in this slightly weird talk is to say we have a narrative as to what conservation might look like. If you accept that narrative, then it leads to a number of stages of elements that we need to happen in order to deliver that narrative that will allow conservation to happen. If those stages are to happen and we're going to be effective, we really need a set of these elements in order to deliver on them. And this is the first go at thinking of what those elements might look like. And I think it'd be interesting to think a bit more and, you know, work out how we take this forward as to what we want the structure of conservation to look like in order that we could deliver more effective conservation. And we've learned earlier that there's almost certainly huge financial gains in doing so, because we can be a lot more cost-effective. And I think also, by being more cost-effective, we're more attractive to funders by showing we're a more professional, more effective way of working, and with a bit of luck, we could then get a lot more money into conservation. I'd just like to finally end up with a positive note, and that is that It's the one where I spend my weekends restoring rivers. This is a group of practitioners out on a Sunday restoring rivers. There is, across the world, a large army of people who really care, who really are obsessed by wanting to make a better place and will do stuff in order to achieve that. And then finally, I never thought I'd be with Michael Gove, one of our major and rather contentious politicians, releasing a beaver. But this is Michael Gove releasing a beaver in the Forest of Dean. There are lots of concerns, but there is also a certain amount of political will, high-level concern for nature. And there are lots of other issues in the world, kind of understandably, but there is that issue too. So I think the challenge is that we have to take the public concern and the political concern and look at ways in which we can deliver conservation much more effectively so we can really make a difference. So when I give my next plenary here in another 12 years' time, I can give a message as to how we've solved all of this rather than say this is something that needs to be done in the future. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Bill. We're going to break now into a plenary discussion panel, and I would like to now invite Bill and Juliet Young, Anders Weichmann, and Professor Anne McGarren, and Ladislav Miko to the stage to join the panel. Well, first of all, I'd like to welcome you along today and thank you to each of you for giving us your time to share your knowledge and perspectives. And your presence here and the talks that you've given during the week have sparked a lot of thought and discussion. And in this session, we're going to bring you together together with our members and participants of the Congress to engage in some dialogue about the future of conservation and how we can participate in the transformative change that's going to be needed to address the challenges facing us. So I wanted to start by with the talk from Bill. So we've talked a lot about transformative change in conservation, and what is the structure of conservation that we're going to need to deliver that change? What do we want to see? What is the role of science and academics in creating this change? Maybe I can start with Bill, and we'll go through the panel. Do we have a mic?
It's on. It's on.
Yeah. I could give my talk again if you want. I could give you a good book to read. Or should we, can I pass this off?
Yeah, sure.
And I suggest ladies first.
Okay, so that was a great talk, Bill. Lots of food for thought. I see it as a very much European focus. I can see that the suggestions that you're putting forward are something that will work in the UK or Europe. My experience of other places like Brazil, it would be a bit different. I think there is much more, probably negotiation. If I think about the Amazon, there's much more negotiation with the local people first to try and bring them on board and persuade them. And the Mamurawa Reserve, where I've been fortunate enough to go to, is a nice example of that. It's very much an interactive collaboration with the local people, and over 30 years now since it's been founded, they have benefited greatly from the conservation interventions, which have improved their quality of life, they've improved the fish stocks, that they've increased awareness, they've provided education. So I guess that was one reflection. I mean, what you said was great, but I think possibly there need to be different ways of doing things in different parts of the world, and we have to be careful, I think, of us as Europeans and North Americans telling other people what to do, which is not a criticism at all, it's just a reflection.
Thank you. A great talk and lots of details to look at more specifically. As a matter of fact, William sent me his book last night. It's 480 pages, and he asked me at breakfast, have you read it? I said, I started to read chapter 8. No, you should just read chapter 9. So much of what you bring to the fore about evidence and to be evidence-based in the interest of doing things right and to lower costs, of course I buy into that. And I think it's very important. Maybe the comparison with aviation and air flights, I wouldn't say it's simplistic, but I think it's easier to make progress in such a field as compared to conservation. Because conservation is not only a question of collecting data, it has to do with the whole system. Secondly, having spent part of my life in politics, most recently in the European Union and the European Parliament, I think I told somebody this morning that when I was a member in 2009, we did a check, and there was 1% of the more than 700 members of parliament who had a natural science background. So you can imagine that for them biodiversity is very abstract. They don't know about it. It's not in their education, it's not in their background. So that's why whenever you try to convey a message, the gap between science and policymakers is very large. And I think you have to be as concrete as you can and specific. And in my talk yesterday, I made the point that materials are much more important than we normally think. The climate debate has been about energy systems, full stop. But it is as much about materials. Cement, steel, plastics, ammonia, etc., etc. The extraction and processing of all these materials, including, of course, industrial agriculture, lead to a lot of carbon emissions and a lot of biodiversity loss. So if I were you, looking ahead, I would focus enormously much more attention to those areas where we know that there is a lot of extraction going on, which affects nature. So it's not only a question of looking at global challenges in general, but also more specifically, where are the drivers? And consumption, of course, is the main driver. And that's another issue that politicians don't want to touch, because they don't want to infringe on consumer choices, etc. But there is no way we can deal with these issues unless we realize that consumption and human needs can be addressed in different ways. And incidentally, I'm working together now with Janusz Potocznik, who was Commissioner for the Environment. during many years on, in particular, this issue. We have had a tendency to look too much on the supply side. We need to look at the demand side as well. Thirdly, I would like to refer to the Dasgupta review, because there are things in the economic system that we have to address. Natural capital, or however we label it, ecosystems, biodiversity, are undervalued or not valued at all. And I know that there is quite a lot of hesitancy among scientists like you to put the price on nature. But as long as we live in a market economy, if we don't put the price or try to make a valuation, we know that those values will be gone. They will be destroyed. I remember Pawan Sukhdev, who was chairing TEEB, the Economics of Ecosystem Services and Biodiversity. That was a very important report in 2008, 2009. He was asked that question. He said, I know it's controversial, but as long as there is no value, no price, it will be destroyed. And he happens now to be the chair of WWF International. So I think that the Dasgupta review has to be looked into very, very carefully. Not that everything is right, but he's moving us in a direction where we have to value nature in a different way. And we have to start looking at how we can manage protected areas better. It's a question of efficiency. We have, of course, to stop measuring progress in GDP growth terms. We have talked about it since the 1990s, and we are still not there. That indicator deals with quantity, and we are interested in quality. And Dasgupta brings to the fore inclusive wealth, which I think is a very good measurement, but we could probably do more. Finally, and I think you mentioned that towards the end, relate to climate. Whether we like it or not, climate change, climate mitigation is going to be the #1 priority for most policymakers in the foreseeable future. A bigger priority than biodiversity. I think we should try to merge these agendas as much as possible. Maybe even merge the conventions. Because right now we are working on parallel tracks, and we miss many of the synergies and also the trade-offs. And I think that is very, very important. I stop there in the interest of time.
I have another microphone. First of all, many thanks for the speech. Very comprehensive and very inspirational. And I think this is one of the steps we have to do for the next decade, as you mentioned at the beginning, to sum up the experience and to go for the solutions which prove to be working. So I like that. What I want to add to that is actually to comment on the first 2 lines of your table, which you provided at the end. Because it looks like, and maybe I am wrong, but in many discussions with scientists, and here just a small comment, I'm always invited as a politician or policy maker, despite I would like to declare I am scientist as well, soil biologist, but I'm somehow always invited for the other part of my life. The scientists believe that if they get convincing evidence, clear numbers, and show that 1 and 1 is 2 and this is the way to go and the solution will be there, that this is sufficient to get the 2 first lines of table secured, which is society recognizes the problem and society is committed to do something. But it's not so, unfortunately. It's not enough. It is a necessary precondition or base, but we need to do more. And I want to bring to this discussion this element. First of all, how to get society to buy the problem, as you mentioned, because I believe that many people first don't know. And I will quote now the 2 former presidents in Czech Republic. We are in Prague. One, the one which is views on the nature conservation I really don't like. but who expressed the view of many, many people, was Mr. Klaus, who, when we were speaking about the biodiversity crisis, he answered, you know, last week I was traveling from Prague to Brno, it's 2-hour drive, and I was really carefully looking around, and I have to tell you, I didn't see your biodiversity crisis anywhere. And this is a view of many people. So just to be sure that we can get people to understand that they have a problem is a big issue. And the second issue is that when finally someone accepts that there is a problem, they say, okay, we have a Ministry of Environment, so put it there. They are responsible, they should do it. If this will be the approach for the next 10 years, we will go nowhere. This is an issue which should be cross-political across all sectors. And here I will quote another president, whom you would be not surprised, whose views on the nature conservation I like much more, and that was Václav Havel, who at the conference in Brussels we organized in 2006 for the biodiversity, came with a very provocative proposal. Basically, he started to say, we need to protect biodiversity, but I believe actually at the end we have to abandon Ministry of Environment. Or we need to make it something what could be called a Ministry of Decency, which will be checking that all the others understood that the environment is their problem in all sectors. And I think that for these two first lines of your table, we could create another big table with similar or even more complicated structure. And we have to think as a scientist, as a biologist, as a conservationist, also about the fact how to approach society. First, to get it. Second, to commit to it. And third, and this is the last point I want to mention, is to sustain it. We see today, I mean everywhere, so many, let's say, populistic movements which aim basically to gain the political capital from negating of what was already achieved or agreed and getting people on. I am personally very afraid with both the climate change agenda but also biodiversity that at the end we will mobilize the society in the global sense. We will start to implement, to follow all the evidence, etc. But because of the long-termness of the processes, the results will not come in 3 years or 5 years or 10 years. And then the populists will come and say, you see, we are 10 years just like, you know, getting less and less money, getting problems in our lives. There is no result. Let's stop this bloody thing and go for something else. And this is what we have to address and know how to deal with that. And this would be what I really see as the major challenge for the next 10 years or next period before 2050 to be successful. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I'd now like to open to the audience to ask questions of Bill, reflections on Bill's talk. Do we have any questions? Questions for Bill?
Okay, Bill, first a comment, and that is that biodiversity is also genetic diversity. Right. And then I have a question for all the members. You are from different countries, and my question is, which ministry in the government office would you say is the prime black hole for biodiversity in your country?
So, absolutely agree, of course, Per. And within our database, if there are studies that look at ways of enhancing genetic diversity, we have that. So we have quite a lot on ways of maintaining and restoring genetic diversity, and that's super important. And we need more practical studies as ways of achieving that. Who's going to answer this?
Well, the particular question, which minister, I think that the answer has already been given, because it's not one minister, it's a number of ministers, because you have to bring in all the sectors in the, both the climate issue and the biodiversity issue, because it's a horizontal issue, and that's why it affects every sector, every activity. At the end of the day, I think the Minister of Finance will be, of course, very, very powerful. But you need some kind of task force, maybe at the Prime Minister's office, that deals with these kind of global challenges, which are horizontal in nature. Second, if I may, one thing I didn't mention, which has to do with the Dasgupta review and the fact that everything in nature is undervalued. I mean, one way of dealing with the problem that 5 years from now, when people don't realize or recognize that any of the policies have really made any effect, because warming is continuing, etc. Well, one way of dealing with it is, of course, to, on the one hand, make things more expensive, the use of nature. On the other hand, lower taxes on labor and income. The tax shift, it's an absolute must. And I mentioned it yesterday, you know, the circular economy, we have talked about it now for 15 years. Well, even longer than that, but as a concept for 15 years. And we are not moving much forward, simply because it's cheaper to source secondary materials or recycled materials as compared to virgin materials. And you can only deal with that if you address the cost structure in the economy. And so far, politicians have been very, very, very vague about this. And I would say cowards. They have to do something and lower taxes on income. By the way, it would also be good in a situation where jobs will disappear because of automation. So jobs will be cheaper. So I think this is very, very important. We have to make the use of nature more expensive. And that will lead to resource efficiency, that will lead to lessening pressure.
Sorry? Okay. In terms of political structures, I think it has to come from the top. And because that governs or influences the whole culture of government and the priorities and so on. And I think one way to achieve that is to find ways that political leaders will get international credit for doing the right thing about the environment. We know that they like to go to these little meetings, G7, whatever it is, and they like to present their credentials as being a great leader who's going to secure the future of their country and somehow one of the best amongst this group of equals. So if we can find some way of persuading them that it's in their self-interest to promote the environment, then I think that might be an interesting way of sort of concentrating a few minds, you know, flatter them, I think might be an interesting strategy.
I will be pretty short because I already answered in a way, and I will answer by saying that 10 years ago, or when we were here in the conference, I would never believe that the top representative of the European Commission, coming from CDU, CSU, will be someone who will be pushing as a top one priority something called Green Deal. And this is what I would like to see everywhere, also at the national level.
So reflections on Bill's talk. How do we take this forward? Up the back there. And then here.
Oh, guys, I don't know if it's a comment or it's a question. I think it's a question. I apologize in advance for the question. I don't want to open the Pandora box, but I think it's a massive elephant in this room. The elephant is going to keep on being there. No matter if we close the eye and pretend not to see it or give it the back. And, well, I assume that at least some of you have seen the news in the past days, weeks, months. I don't know. We are experiencing drought conditions completely unprecedented in human history. Much.
Can you speak closer to the microphone?
Absolutely. I don't remember the numbers of heat waves that Europe have experienced this year, 40 degrees in England for the first time since we have records, the Mediterranean Sea, the water in the Mediterranean Sea, first time since we have record that hit 30 degrees. Massive season of wildfires, unprecedented in France, in the Iberian Peninsula, in the US. I mean, I guess you get my point. And my question is, we, as conservation scientists, or for the matter, whatever type of scientists we consider ourselves, are we gonna keep on exclusively doing what we've been doing so far, that we are brilliant and doing it, but things like, describing the extinction of a species or building scenarios for how things gonna look in 50, 100 years' time, when actually, I mean, if we keep on the path we're going, I mean, we might not even make it to the next ECCB. Are we keep on doing exclusively that, or we gonna actually engage with the root causes of biodiversity loss, and for that matter as well, climate change? And if we are properly honest to ourselves, I mean, we really know what it is about. I mean, we know a lot about the local threats, for individual species, for ecosystems, but, we know what it's about. And, just to put it simple, I mean, it's the predatory economic system that we have upon us. And, I mean, it's a question I don't expect any single of us in this room to be able to reply. I don't have an answer for me myself. But just as I said at the beginning, I'm really sorry to make this point, but I couldn't stop myself.
Do you mean to say that we have not in any way addressed the root causes? And please don't talk long now, just say yes or no.
My point is that, the problem we have, it has a name, single name, it's capitalism. I'm sorry. I mean, it took me long to understand, but what are we going to do about it? I mean, I'm sorry.
Thank you. And I think to some extent the Dasgupta review does cover some of those issues. The Dasgupta review is about ways of rethinking the financial system. And I'd like it to be more talking about the actual actions, but I think that goes a long way to consider what the root causes are and what could be done about it. Thank you. Let's move on to another question.
And if I tell you that consumption is a main driver, and that there is a lot of overconsumption in this part of the world, wasteful consumption, that we have to move towards sufficiency, our material footprints have to be reduced over time, and footprints of the poor people in Africa, etc., have to be enhanced, and we have to meet somewhere in the middle. That must be the objective or the dream, but I don't think we can come closer to the root causes than that.
Right.
Okay, we're
my
going to
very
move on
final
to the
point.
next
Just
question.
put it in another way. I think the speed and scale of changes we are seeing, we are not catching up with them as a discipline and as science as a whole. And that's it.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next question. Volker?
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to add to this discussion, because yesterday when Anders was speaking, I was thanking him for addressing the drivers of biodiversity loss. Yeah? And your talk was really about going beyond assessing impact, but going to the drivers and thinking what the drivers should be like addressed. Yeah. So, but my question was different, and I would first thank to you, Bill, that you have made really a plaidoyer for evidence-based approaches that explains these causal relationships. And like Ladislav said, these are really the preconditions for going then to the administration, going to the policymakers, and asking them to make the right decision. And you mentioned also that conservation is inclusive, and that's very important. We saw at the beginning this change from conservation biology to conservation science. Yeah, but I see a white elephant, which is that not all, but perhaps not even the majority of decisions is not made on empirical evidence and not made rational at all. Yeah, and as a policymaker, I think this is quite often an experiment that there is a chaos in the parliament, in the office, and something comes out, and that's then the reality. Yeah, that's the decision. So I would like to add that besides the empirical research which you represented, yeah, we need perhaps also hermeneutic research, which does not explain, but which describes how decisions perhaps come into existence. And so an argument for history, philosophy, psychology, parts of political science, and law, which really is not that evidence-based, but in another way contributes to science by explaining, not by describing, sorry, now I mixed it up. By describing, but not explaining with causal relationships, because, as I said, many things are more complex, and often decisions are really just based on chaos. Yeah. And last comment, I would argue for non-monetary valuation for decision-making to be strongly included into conservation science. And we have it already with multi-criteria and social multi-criteria decision trees and so, yeah. So we don't need to monetarize everything, but we can also, with non-monetary methods, do decision-making conservation. Thank you.
If I may shortly to react, I already mentioned the importance of the social behavioral science, political science in the process. It's at the beginning. But I just want to comment on the evidence base, because you said when you observe the decision of policymakers, it is chaotic and out of evidence. But I would like to tell that the logic of evidence in political circles is not the same as the logic of evidence in conservation science. And the weight is given to different evidence, which is same quality evidence as ours, but speaks about something else. Politicians decide about the impacts of the steps they do, for example, for their career or next election. But it's also evidence. They have clear numbers, they have clear support, and they follow that. So it is not about evidence versus non-evidence, but it is different systems where the weight of evidence may be different. And what I was pleading for is actually to get our evidence to be taken as the more important one, because it is influencing more of the society. But I do believe that without the societal demand expressed, for example, in elections, this will never happen. And I am afraid many people, if you ask, should we protect nature, species, conserve, whatever, almost everyone will say yes. But if you then go and check what was the way of the preference for the political selection in elections, how many people really transform this desire for the nature conservation in the political selection in the election? I think it's a very tiny part of the society. And this is where we need to work. In the moment when this will be pulling power for being elected, if you are conservation positive or not, immediately the evidence will be heard by political system very well.
Up the back.
I have a question for Bill, but I can't resist commenting on one of the audience members' questions, which had to do with which ministry, and I will say ministries of defense. And even under populist Trump, if you looked at what the US military was doing, they were expanding use of renewable energy out of necessity. So perhaps if we look, we need military despending, but if we look at what some militaries are doing, I think that they're actually very evidence-based at times, such as under Trump. But my question for Bill is as follows. We may not have air safety checklists in conservation, but we do have best practices manuals. So I wonder how many people in the audience have used best practice manuals, and how Professor Sutherland thinks we can improve this resource. Thanks.
Thank you, and I spent quite a bit of time thinking about military. In fact, I was chatting to some people heavily involved, and they obviously use evidence very seriously. but also they have some weaknesses in the way in which they think, and there's some quite obvious ways in which they could improve their processes. And they seem to accept that. Oh, the manual, oh, sorry. I can't think of two things at once. Harriet Downey has done a review of the guidance in the UK, and she's looked at 200 pieces of guidance. And I'm afraid they're terrible. So some of them, well, they're mixed. Some of them are quite good, but an awful lot of them, they don't have references. But very rarely does it say, this is, you do this because it's based on this evidence. And so that group came together and suggested ways in which you could create evidence-based guidance. And the key idea is that you know where you stand. So it says, this is based on substantial evidence, this is based on one study, from what we know of this species, that might be true. On a bit of a guess, it's quite likely this is true, all of which are fine, but you know where you stand. But at the moment, most best practice and most guidance just says, you should do this. And we know, if you compare different bits of best guidance, you see that often they differ. And if you look at in the UK some of the horticultural guidance, it's actually the exact opposite of what the evidence says. So, so the idea of it is great. The practice so far is seriously deeply flawed. And they've also done it for, so most of the consultants, when they're providing advice, is work by Zuam Gassam, which looks at this. They largely use guidance, and the guidance they use tends to be old, and the guidance they use tends to be based on other guidance, and there's very little insertion of the evidence into the guidance. So I think best practice is where we want to be, but it needs to have to be done in a very different way.
I have a question for the panel, and then I'll go back to the audience. So, Bill, you've set out the change that we want to see, the transformative change, the narrative, and the stages that we want to see, and the needs for each of those stages. I just wanted to ask your perspective, your thought on the role of the Society for Conservation Biology. How can we organize ourselves to deliver this change and participate in this transformation?
I really enjoyed Anders' talk yesterday, and the thing that really impressed me is that there was a plan. And I don't think we have a plan for conservation. I think we need a similar plan. And I think at this meeting, we should be arguing over the details of that plan. We should be arguing as to what the best way forward are. So for SCB to think about how you could contribute to creating the sort of mechanisms I discussed and the ways in which we could think about creating a plan seems to me really important. And that's very different from the target, the sort of CBD 30 by 30. It is saying, what are the processes for delivery?
When I looked at the statement that's coming out of this meeting, and I said that already yesterday, it's very general in nature. I think you have to be much more specific. Mm-hmm. You have to map out priorities for your organization. You have to develop a long-term strategy. And that would give the board a real purpose, I think. And I would, one thing that is related to the fact that biodiversity is abstract is that we have to educate people so that they understand that what is at stake is the life-supporting system. If we continue to erode biodiversity and ecosystems, vital ecosystems are on the decline, the future of mankind will be very bleak. And we have to really, really educate people, and we have to educate policymakers. So it's the life-supporting base, and I think that should be really a message from this organization. Finally, I was quite close to Yolanda Cacabatze, who was Minister of Environment in Ecuador. And 10, 15 years ago, she traveled around Europe and tried to mobilize support for European countries to pay Ecuador for not exploiting gas resources in a pristine forest. Unfortunately, she failed. It was not hers. she couldn't get a package of donors together. But that's, of course, the right way to go. By the way, it would be the right way to go with some of the oil producers also. They sit on an asset. If we don't want them to use that asset, well, pay them. And we have to take the cost. And I think that principle in terms of not only forest, but primarily forest, is something we should really explore. And you could be very vocal in the debate, and you could tell policymakers, this is the way to do it.
Yeah. Short comment on this, can I?
Oh, yes.
Just let the panel respond
So
first,
I completely agree with Bill about the evidence-based approach to conservation. Now, in science, generally, there's what we call the file drawer problem, which is when people do bits of work, the results turn out not to be very interesting, they're not worth publishing, and so they don't get into the public domain. But that sort of information is actually quite crucial in building up evidence for or against particular interventions. And there's also a tension in an academic society, particularly one with a very high-ranking journal, which likes to promote publications which are, groundbreaking. But in actual fact, a lot of the stuff we need is actually quite straightforward and actually rather boring. And sometimes these boring studies are the ones that turn out to be much more influential in the long run. So I think that's something that the society might grapple with in terms of how to present this more universal nuanced view of what works in conservation and what doesn't.
I would like to comment on plans, because I agree that this is important and this the society can do. Setting up the longer-term strategic plan is one thing, but I will add one element, which is also translated into individual steps on the way to the strategic goal, which could be checked on the way, and this may help to overcome the problem I mentioned at the beginning, that the people don't see the progress and therefore lose the willingness to support it. So when you have something what could be checked after 5, 10, 15 years, it may be tools, it may be methods, it may be not necessarily the real final results, but something what could be checked so we see the progress. I mean, I liked your very first slide with the wolf and we aim to get people to support conservation by showing all the troubles, problems, and the world going into hell. We forget to show that if you do something positive, it is bringing a result. And I think this should be part of the story.
Reflections on that question?
Yeah.
How can our society organize itself to be involved in this transformative change? Olivia?
Okay.
And then up the back? And then in the front here.
Yeah, my question, my reflection was more directed to Anders. You were giving the example of Yasuni in Ecuador. Yasuni is the name of that national park that you were mentioning. And you're bringing up the debate of whether or not we should give a monetary value to nature. I'm a tropical ecologist, and I once heard at a tropical ecology conference someone say, I don't like this idea, because if you live by the sword, you'll die by the sword. And by that he meant that as long as that value, monetary value that you're giving is high enough, we're good, but what if that value drops? We have the example of, in the 2000s of the price of the ton of carbon that collapsed and didn't have any value anymore. And actually, I don't have any opinion on the question, but you're giving the example of Yasuni. Ecuador was saying, okay, we're not going to drill in the national park, as long as you give us the money, like the value of the oil that we would drill. And they didn't get the money, and they did drill in the end. So in that case, the example is actually, the opposite. They didn't get the money, and they did drill because they gave a monetary value that didn't work. So they, instead of getting the money from the EU or wherever, they got it from the oil. They could have said, okay, this is a pristine forest, invaluable, we're not going to drill, whether or not we get the money. But they didn't get the money and did drill. So it's, do you get my point? No. Okay, giving a value is fine, but what if this value is very low and lower than the money you would get from drilling?
Well, the whole valuation issue and the monetization, I agree it's complex, and there there may be other ways of assessing the value than using monetary terms. So that was not my point with the forest. My point with the forest was that if we expect countries which are very poor, with low income takers, to not benefit from selling natural resources, we have to compensate them. That was the simple point. So I don't think we should mix it with the overall valuation issue.
All right. You were going to respond to the question.
Short comment, because I am a journalist. You know, I am living in the other side. A part of this that I am sharing the life with brilliant scientists. But you know, the problem with communicating science is this, that we as a society or as a media, we are getting very unclear message. And this what we need is a straight message from science. Do the salvage logging is good or bad for forest ecosystem? We don't need to advocate you for the wood industry or local communities or something like this. When we ask you about do the wolf make any danger to people, we ask you exactly about wolf. We don't ask you about human fears. So this is what we are lacking. It's a straight, clear message. Exactly like in B52, which trigger we should pull or which trigger we shouldn't pull. And my advice, and maybe ask favor, don't hide so often behind the word maybe. That's all.
I'm going to defend maybe. I think science is often complicated, and you have to portray it as it's complicated and say this is how it is, and guide people through it. But I think we've got to be very careful about providing simplified answers when the answer is not simplified, when the answer is not simple. That's my view.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think that it will come back to haunt us if we provide oversimplified answers to problems. And the skeptics will use that to do conservation science down in the long run.
All right, we have time for, let's have just a couple more questions. One up the back, and one here, and then one here, and then we'll finish up.
It's up. Okay. So hello everybody, thank you very much for everything and all the organization. Well, I'm a university professor in Greece and a member of the society, so I have two reflections / suggestions, tasks for the society. Well, the first great problem is the discrepancy and the gap we have in our language, as Adam said before, how to communicate science and how to reach politicians. And for me, a task for the society, and especially for the Global Education Committee, is, and I'm also volunteer to help, as many other people here, is to produce popular texts for primary and high school children and use our focal points in order to introduce biodiversity in all biology and whatever environmental books, at least in Europe. You can start here and afterwards in the other parts of the world, because there is a huge gap and a great heterogeneity, I'm confident. So this is something that you would discuss as a society there.
Thank you.
This is for everybody, I mean, to reflect on it. The second issue is that we talk very often about conservation scientists and how to make a difference, blah, blah. It's a very, very difficult issue. Why? How the society can foster that the conservation endeavor of academics, researchers is credited by the system. This is a very important point, because from my experience, and maybe I represent many people here, 50% of my professional time is administration. Another 30% is teaching. And the rest 20%, including weekends, is research if I'm lucky. So there is no time to communicate science. I do it personally. I write popular text. I go to politicians. I do all the work for the journal, media, and so on. But I do it at the expense of my career. Because when I am ahead and I have to be evaluated, it is age factor, citations, and not if you have conceived, if you have fostered policies, and so on. So my reflection to everybody is how we can make an H factor or something, okay, an indicator to evaluate and to enter this academic system active conservationists and not only paper writers, because often paper writers, they have nothing to do with nature, it's very often.
Thank you. Would the panel like to respond to that?
No, absolutely. In terms of education of kids, fantastic. That's exactly what we want. The more of that, the better. The SCB should be involved in that. In terms of, you're exactly right that the system we have incentivizes the wrong thing. It incentivizes the detection of problems because that tends to be the more glamorous. And as Anne said, the solutions often is less glamorous. And we need to find ways in which it's not just the pile of papers you've got in nature and science that's what's important, but the difference you made to the planet. That's kind of, we want to find ways of doing that. And I think, and there are, impact statements do a bit of that, but kind of we want more sophisticated ways of doing that.
I was for some years Director General of something called the Swedish Agency for Research Cooperation with Developing Countries. It was an independent agency like IDRC in Canada. By the way, we did wonderful work, but we were then merged with SIDA, and then that stopped. But anyway, we did allocate a certain part of the funding for each research projects to go for information and dissemination. I don't remember whether it was 8 or 10%, but something like that. So we made it really mandatory that research projects should include that. This is now almost 30 years ago, so I don't know whether it's still there, but I think it's so important that you spread the message, absolutely.
Very short comment on your first issue. Education, I mean, everyone would agree, but I would like again to see education about these problems to be somehow translated in all subjects rather to have it as a separate subject which is a bit kind of dissident of the rest. This is the point. We have it today. I mean, in the courses of biology or ecology, it's all there, but it is still not embedded in, other things. And this is something what may be a kind of way of thinking for future education.
Thank you. We've gone over time, so we're going to finish up here. And I'd just like to thank the panel for joining us, giving us your time and your experience and your knowledge and your insights into how to do conservation and sharing that with us today. Thank you very much for your time, and we really appreciate it. And hopefully some of you will be staying for the banquet.
12 years and listen to William again.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to move to the final session of the Congress. We're going to move to the closing ceremony. So I'd like to invite Dr. Bengt Johnson-Gunnar to lead this process.
Thank you, Tony. Okay, we are closing up our conference. We have now, after 4 days, listened to a large number of presentations. We have taken possibilities to learn more. We have heard some brilliant science being presented. I also think we have had quite a lot of fun. We had a welcome reception, we had a barbecue party, and I'm sure you enjoyed Prague in various ways during the conference. There's nothing wrong to have fun on a conference. It's actually also a part of getting the energy and the motivation to move on. But before closing the conference, there are a few things we have to do. And first of all, I call on Gabor Löbey, who will present the prize for the best student poster.
Thank you very much, Bege. So, dear colleagues, my name is Gabor Löwey, and on behalf of two of my colleagues, Michel Henley and Katalin Papp, we were tasked to look at 60-plus student posters and try to decide which one would be the best. What we did, simply without reading, we thought that a European topic is preferred, being a European conference. We said field work is important, so we gave extra points for these, and practical recommendations made. So these were some of the things, rather than looking at them and say, I like this poster, I don't like that poster. There were some other things, but I don't bore you with that. A piece of advice, many posters had too many words. And I think you should consider for the future that the poster is a tool for the people to have discussions. So if you look at that, a poster should not perform without you standing there. Yeah, as a piece of advice for the future. And after some discussion, then the student who we would like to sort of mention, Olof Tramborg from the Swedish Agriculture University, and his poster was a Habitat on the Move, which is a practical way of improving or increasing biodiversity. So I understand he is still here. Then please come up and accept the So here is a certificate, and with it comes a free registration to the next European conference, whether it happens in 2 or 4 years, and also a free membership to the society. So congratulations and good luck for the future.
Yes, congratulations, and thank you, Gabor, and the committee for your work. I call upon John Piccolo as the president of the Europe section to say a few words from the section side.
Thanks, Peggy. I'm going to make this very, very short. I just want to thank again all of you for being here, the local organizing committee, and all of the other people who made this happen, particularly the local people who really made this work, to remind you that the Society is a member-activated organization, so please consider being active in the Society. And remember, we're looking forward to 2024 and 2026. Yeah, those 2 years. And lastly, remember this, that we wouldn't have an intergovernmental panel for climate, we wouldn't have an intergovernmental panel for biodiversity if it weren't for the hard work of people like you for the last 50 years. So conservation is not a failure, it's a success, and it's something that we need to keep working on. Thank you very much.
And also Tony Linham from the Society of Conservation Biology, is it called the global president, perhaps?
Thanks, Bengt. I wanted to thank the organizing committee for putting on a really great conference here in Prague, and they deserve a round of applause. Thank you. Also I wanted to congratulate the ECCB Europe chapter for being a really great network and encouraging participation from students and from early career conservation scientists and practitioners, and also people who are mid or late career people. Everyone is represented in this room, and I think it's a great tribute to your section that you've brought everybody together for this conference. So thank you very much. And finally, I wanted to congratulate you, the participants in our Congress here. There's clearly a really strong network of conservation scientists. And I want to encourage you to reach out to your colleagues, students, academics, practitioners, and bring them into our SCB network. We need more of you. And I just wanted to remind you that the way we're organized, we have the Europe section, and it's also possible to form local groups or chapters of members. So if you're interested, if you have colleagues and friends who are in a country or in a university and you want to get together under the SCB banner, you can create a chapter. And we'd like to see more chapters of SCB in the Europe section. And the global SCB is transforming. We are trying to adapt to the future. And as part of that adaptation, we are going to provide more support to the section and to the SCB chapters in Europe. So expect more support in the future. And just to remind you that our global meeting, the International Congress for Conservation Biology, the next one is in Rwanda in 2023, in July. The dates are the 23rd to the 26th of July. And if any of you are able to join that Congress, it's a really fantastic meeting. It brings together all SCB members from around the world. So thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation to me to join this Congress. This is my first ECCB, and I'm really looking forward to participating in the next one. Thank you.
There's going to be many thanks. And I like to thank all of you first. I mean, without your interest and your contributions, there would not have been a conference. So thanks to all the participants. And I also want to thank the plenary lecturers during the conference: Luigi Boitani, Esther Kellerman, Anders Wikman, Susanna Minsberg, Anna Goran, and Bill Sutherland. It's been really great that you have taken the time and contributed to the conference. And also all the panelists that has participated in various discussions. We need to direct a thank also to our sponsors. They're on the wall behind me. It's always, we talk about monetizing things, but you cannot arrange a conference like this without some financial support from sponsors. Okay, I have to check my notes because it's quite a long list, but I hope we can do it rapidly anyhow. Actually, and he might not know about that, but perhaps guess, we want Andras to come up on stage as the chair of the scientific committee. I can assure you that he has put a lot of time to getting the scientific program together. So please, Andras, come up front. And I'll get support with all handing out flowers and whatever is going to come here now.
And one special thanks to Begge as chair of scientific committee for your very important contribution to the organization of this Congress.
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very
much. I will not open the bottle now, but maybe later. In the local organizing committee, a lot of people have been working, and some of them may not have been visible, but I think we should really bring these people forward also. And then I first want to, if she is here, I would like to check my notes, that Clara Ten Donkelar, who has been our diversity officer, she should step up front here. This is, please come. This is something that has grown. I think our awareness of the diversity issues in our meeting has grown tremendously, and I'm very happy for that process, that we not just talk about science, that we also talk about behavior and how we interact with people. So thank you very much, Clara. We also have had a Congress Secretariat that has supported us and leading that work is Elena Alexandrova. I'm not sure if you are here, but if so, please come up. Another very important function to run a good conference is all the support staff that we have had. You've seen a lot of red T-shirts running around, and in that respect, I'd like Mikael Rerika to come up front if he's here, as the coordinator of all the volunteer work. If he's not here, we give him an applause anyhow. Another more visible person who is actually invisible right now is Karolina Madarova. She has left us, but she has been our housekeeping person for all mornings here and keeping track of many things for you. But she has left us, so we do again. Actually, I see some red T-shirts here. I'd really like you, I know, I'm sure not all of you are here, but all of these support staff, the volunteers that's been here, you should come up front also and show yourself, at least as representatives for a much larger group. But I've saved the most important to the last. There were issues about finding a host for this conference. I will not bore you with the details. But in some sort of hopeful, but perhaps, as we felt, a bit naive attempt, we called Peter Zasadil and Vendula Ludvikova and asked, could you take this conference on once more? And to our big surprise and happiness, they actually accepted. And without Peter and Vendula, there would not have been any conference. I don't think anyone can imagine how much work they have put into organizing this and how much work they have done this week. I can almost see in the back of my head how tired they are, but they need and deserve a very strong and long applaud for their work.
Thank you for all of us.
Now I sincerely hope I haven't missed anyone. At least I think I've called upon everyone that's on the list. So then I've been given the honor to close this session and close the conference. I hope to see many of you at the banquet tonight, which is sort of the last opportunities for us to meet and have some good time. So now it is over. I suggest you take perhaps a day or two off to sort of get back on track again. But then I sort of expect you to continue your good work. I know that I said in the beginning that might feel like we are only producing pieces of information or knowledge or evidence, how we want to call it. But it is all that builds conservation and conservation science. And hopefully you only have 2 years until the next ECCB to actually come up with new ideas, new products, and new results. And I will make my best effort to be there, and I hope that all of you also will make it to the next conference. And with that, I will close the European Congress in Conservation Biology 2022. Now it is over.